Chapter 2599. However, at this moment, the bright silver ball of light suddenly emitted extremely bright red and azure colors. Yuqing Tian involuntarily closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the two bright silver balls had completely turned into red and azure colors. Woo woo, the azure ball of light did not give Yuqing Tian any time to hesitate. With a strange sword hum, the ball of light emitted rays of brilliance, and the brilliance condensed into the beautiful figure of Zhang Yuhe in midair. Sect Master, you thank you for your help. Zhang Yuhe said indifferently, now that my 6 directions Yin spirit is ready, and the 6 directions Yang spirit of your foundation establishment stage boy is also ready, we can carry out the last blood sacrifice. As long as the blood and souls of the last living creatures are sent into the sword spirits, these 2 sword spirits will have the initial spiritual intelligence. Then, our cooperation will be successful. Then, Zhang Yuhe, who was in the sword shadow, raised her head slightly, looked at the silver sky above her head, and said, in addition, I can also help you attract the sword energy in sword intent of the sword catacomb, and help the disciples of the Yu family of fallen gold mountain turn stone into gold. Consider it a little sincerity from me. After saying that, the sword light flashed and scattered, like flying flowers scattering on the ground, fell into the ball of light and disappeared. Yuqing Tian forced a smile on his face, but when he heard the last sentence, embarrassment appeared on his face, and even surprise appeared in his eyes. Yuqing Tian was stunned. The silver tiger in his hand moved, but it did not send out any signal. Good Ge, there seemed to be a light bell-like sound, and a smiling Zhang Yuhe's beautiful face appeared on the azure ball of light. Sect Master Yu, why are you hesitating? If you feel that it is inappropriate, you can ask your little foundation establishment stage cultivator. I will cover my ears. Whoosh, similarly, dozens of red sword lights flew out of the red ball of light, and a faintly discernible figure of Yutong appeared. Sect Master. Yutong's somewhat helpless voice sounded, there is no need to hesitate at this time. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. Sect Master, you should carry out the last blood sacrifice. Alright, be careful. A hint of bitterness appeared on Yuqing Tian's face. He looked at the azure brilliance and saw Zhang Yuhe covering her ears with her hands. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger emitted a bright silver light. Tens of thousands of silver rays shot out from the silver tiger's mouth and rushed straight to Yuqing Tian's feet. They passed through the silver clouds and landed on a large area below him. The strange thing was that the places where these light beams landed were exactly the huts where Xiao Hua and the others were. Moreover, every light beam landed on a hut. Wang wang, a deafening sound was emitted from these rays of light. Along with this sound, the rays of light began to vibrate. Along with this vibration, more than 10,000 small houses separated from the silver palace. Unexpectedly, each small house became an independent small silver lattice. This lattice was very strange. It had edges and corners, and actually looked like a hexahedron. Following these tens of thousands of light particles, after these silver lattices separated, they did not fly up into the air. Instead, they slowly sank, and the entire square became a huge hole. Below the hole was not a soil layer, but a large area of silver brilliance. These tens of thousands of lattices slowly moved in this silver brilliance, like stars in the sky. They gradually formed a mysterious magic array, and then stopped. When all the lattices stopped moving, with a whoosh, all the silver light particles returned to Yuqing Tian's silver tiger. Yuqing Tian rested for a moment, then shook his hand again. The silver tiger emitted light particles from all over, and several silver rays as thick as a fist rushed down, aiming at the surroundings of the huge hole. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the silver rays landed on the doors around the hole, then turned into rainbows, becoming thumb-sized rainbows that hit the doors. The doors also began to shake violently. The rainbows swept past the rooms behind the doors, and the silver houses also slowly floated up. After a while, about 9 silver houses floated up from the huge hole, and the silver brilliance immediately covered these houses. However, the tens of thousands of lattices were at the bottom of the silver brilliance, and these 9 houses were above these lattices, surrounding them. After everything was done, Yuqing Tian sat down cross-legged, clapped his hands, and took out an elixir and put it into his mouth. Sect Master you should still improve your cultivation. Zhang Yuhe jumped out, and a beautiful sword-like figure fluttered on the azure light ball. Why don't this sword lend you a hand in a while? Humph, in order to cooperate with you, this old man has racked my brains for decades. When did I have the time to cultivate in seclusion? Yuqing Tian snorted coldly, opened his eyes slightly, and said, instead of helping this old man, you ridiculed me. This old man is starting to doubt your sincerity in cooperating with me. Hee, isn't this sword just going to lend you a hand? Zhang Yuhe giggled. Obviously, she was very happy because the sword spirit was about to be formed. Yuqing Tian was stunned, and immediately realized that he had misspoken, so he closed his eyes and ignored Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe's figure danced in the azure ball of light for a long while. Then, she suddenly transformed into an azure flying sword. Kang, a crisp sword cry rang out. She directly rushed towards the silver-white sky above the space. Following the emergence of the azure flying sword, a slightly smaller scarlet flying sword also flew out from the scarlet light ball. Similarly, a clang, clang sound was heard. The 2 flying swords rushed into the space, one in front and one behind, one in green and one in red. The scarlet flying sword rushed into the brilliance of the azure flying sword like a swallow returning to its nest. The 2 swords intertwined with each other, and with a resounding clang sound, they quickly pierced toward the silver-white sky. An incomparably sharp and invincible sword essence quickly overflowed in the entire space. Humph, this little girl's cultivation has improved a lot again. Yuqing Tian opened his eyes helplessly, as if he was already familiar with Zhang Yuhe's move. As he muttered to himself, he did not forget to take a look at the scarlet light ball. He saw that the sword runes on the light ball were similar to the azure light ball, but it did not have Zhang Yuhe's arrogant figure. Go! Yuqing Tian shook his silver tiger, and a faint silver light was emitted from it. The silver light swayed slightly and vibrated with a strange fluctuation. The silver light did not chase after the green and red sword light. Instead, it shone in all directions, and the fluctuation fell below Yuqing Tian's body. The ripples had already landed on the silver canopy beneath Yuqing Tian, and it immediately began to vibrate. The vibrations quickly filled the entire space, and very soon, they surpassed the flying sword and reached the canopy that the flying sword was about to stab. Almost without any sound, the sky suddenly split open like a pair of sharp scissors cutting through silk, revealing the clear night sky beyond the sky. At this moment, the stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and a crescent moon hung in the sky like a boat. The azure and red flying swords crossed the sky and rushed straight into the night sky. Not only did the dazzling sword light illuminate the entire night sky, but the clang of the sword also resounded throughout the 9 heavens. As soon as the azure and red flying swords appeared, all the broken swords within 100 miles responded. Countless mournful cries were heard from the sword tomb, as if they were crying and surrendering. A swordsman. Far away from the sword tomb, LV Ruochang and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen were fleeing toward the sword tomb in a panic. Suddenly, they saw a strong sword essence rushing out of the sword tomb and arousing their sword spirits. The sword origin in their bodies surged, and their flying swords also cried out, wanting to rush out of their bodies. They all turned pale with fright. Yes, how could they not turn pale with fright? According to their thinking, the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators in the meeting hall had been led by the nose to the sword tomb. If they appeared out of nowhere and transformed into swords, how could those Dao sect cultivators fall into their trap? Wouldn't the appearance of the sword transformation master alert the enemy? Besides, the location of the sword transformation master was different from the direction of the sword formation that LV Ruochang had set up. Once LV Ruochang entered the sword tomb, would he go in the direction of the sword transformation master's sword essence? Or would he go in the direction of the sword formation? In an instant, LV Ruochang made a decision. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's fly to the place where the sword transformation master appeared. Otherwise, those Taoist sect practitioners will be able to tell that we haven't really lost. They will be able to discover our plan to lure the enemy." Yes, the surrounding swordsmen were also helpless. They passed the order to each other and hurriedly searched for a route, preparing to fly toward the Yu family in the falling gold mountain. But right at this moment, the sword transformation master's aura suddenly disappeared, as though it had never appeared. Sigh, LV Ruochang sighed. However, she knew that this was the real sword transformation master's sword essence. It was majestic and abnormally fresh. It was definitely not some broken sword essence from the sword tomb. Even if she couldn't lure all the Taoist sect practitioners into the sword formation that she had set up, she definitely couldn't blame this sword transformation master who appeared out of nowhere. Since LV Ruochang had sensed this sword transformation master's sword essence, the Jindan practitioners in the conference hall naturally sensed it as well. Gao Wei from the Seven Skills sect was the first to stop. He hurriedly sent a message to Lu Xinwu of the Splendid sect, reminding them that a sword transformation master with strength comparable to a nascent soul practitioner had appeared. Soon, the hundreds of thousands of practitioners stopped as LV Ruochang had expected. They pondered whether they should continue the pursuit or not. All kinds of communication talismans flew around in the air. Not long after, the Jindan practitioners in the conference hall gathered together again. Gao Wei, who was the first to discover this, didn't wait for the others to speak and shouted, "A sword transformation master actually appeared in the sword tomb. This can only mean one thing. This is the reinforcements of the Huan country's swordsmen. I suggest that we chase to this place and resolutely not to chase into the sword tomb." Chapter 2600. Heng Zhao did not answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Brahma Golden Palace and the direction in which the sword cultivators had fled. He seemed to be deep in thought. After everyone had discussed for a while, Heng Zhao asked, "What cultivator Gao said makes sense. However, I would like to ask, if the sword cultivators had a hidden hand in the sword tomb, would the swordsman who transformed into a sword be exposed? Besides, can a swordsman who transformed into a sword participate in the battle now? Perhaps it is not a swordsman who transformed into a sword, but it must be a hidden hand of the sword cultivators." Gao Wei, of course, also realized this point and immediately cried out. However, according to what I know, the sword cultivators did not flee in the direction of the sword light. They fled in a different direction. De Sun said with a smile, "It seems that they saw the sword light and changed their direction. Regardless of whether it is a hidden hand or not, the sword cultivators may have other hidden hands in the sword tomb other than our Taoist sect's array. I do not recommend advancing rashly." Lu Xinwu said. Actually, according to the sword cultivator's final change of direction, the sword light should not be a hidden hand. Heng Zhao said with a smile, "It is very likely that it is a swordsman who transformed into a sword. These sword cultivators are grasping at the last straw and want to transform into a sword to save them." Yes, that's right. Other than Gao Wei and Lu Xinwu, 80% of the remaining cultivators agreed with Heng Zhao. After all, they had seen the sword cultivators suddenly change direction. Do we have to face the swordsman directly? Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, said in a low voice. So what if we face the swordsman? Can they make a move? Li Jijia of the Changbai sect said proudly, "I would like to see the swordsman kill both of us." Even if he transformed into a sword, he will not attack. Those sword cultivators have really lost. They are panicking. De Sun said with a smile. Actually, there is one more thing. Heng Zhao continued, this sword tomb is truly huge. Although my Dao sect's 10-direction annihilation formation covers over 50 kilometers, it is still insignificant within this sword tomb. This is something that we did not consider when we were discussing setting up a large formation to ambush sword cultivators within the sword tomb. We are chasing after the sword cultivators, but how can we lure them into the large array? I was just discussing this matter with senior brother De Sun. The direction that the sword cultivator fled in is completely different from the location of the great array. We can either stop chasing him or chase him in the direction of the great array. However, before the two of us could come to a conclusion, the sword light appeared. Although it wasn't in the direction of the formation, it wasn't far from it. Everyone, do you think that the heavens are helping my Dao sect? Heh, or is it fellow Daoist Xiong's generosity in the sword tomb? Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect laughed. Anyway, the sword cultivator is heading towards the 10-direction annihilation formation that my Dao sect has set up a long time ago. Do you think we should chase after him or not? Heng Li asked loudly. Many gold core stage cultivators had a little discussion. Under the situation where most of the cultivators agreed, they passed down the order of the conference hall and hundreds of thousands of cultivators continued to chase into the sword tomb. LV Ruochang and the other swordsmen were even more delighted when they saw the cultivators chasing after them. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators, they still headed in the direction of the Brahma Gold Palace. When the time was right, they would turn in the direction of their own great array, the green and red sword light that had changed the entire situation of the battle between the Dao cultivators paused in mid-air for a moment before suddenly descending and landing on the two balls of light. However, things did not end with the fall of the two sword lights. The incomplete sword essence within 100 miles of the sword light flashed with all kinds of sword lights and flew toward the two balls of light. Even the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sword tomb rushed over with the sword light with its unique tyranny, setting off countless hurricanes within 100 miles. The hurricane's target was the Brahma Gold Great Array. Yuqing Tian, who had already opened the sky canopy of the Brahma Gold Great Array, could no longer close his eyes and meditate at this time. He activated his magic power and cast a spell. The silver tiger turned into a tiger about a foot long and flew into the sky. It opened its mouth and thousands of silver threads rushed into the sky canopy, covering the entire area where the great array had been torn apart just now. Woo woo! Countless sword lights surged and sword chi surged. The incomplete flying sword carried the incomplete sword essence and rushed into the silver light canopy above the great array. The light canopy was pressed into a concave shape, but with the support of the silver tiger, it was still stable. At this time, the true face of the Brahma Gold Great Array was revealed. The array was an oval-shaped silver space that was filled with a silver brilliance. At the top of this space was the silver tiger, the magic weapon that controlled the great array. In the center of the great array were the two balls of light of the great yin-yang 6-direction sword spirit. They were slightly lower than the other balls of light. They were 9 silver areas, which were the rooms where the disciples of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain cultivated. At the bottom of the great array, there was a very mysterious place. It was the grid where Xiao Hua and the others were going to be blood sacrificed. These grids were operating strangely in the silver light. Yu Qingtian's figure flew in the air, parallel to the two balls of light. He pointed his finger, and with a quick sound, the concave light curtain flickered slightly, and a huge amount of sword energy in metal elemental spiritual energy of heaven and earth, mixed with some of the flying swords and sword intent, rushed into the formation. The sword chi and gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth did not stop at all, and directly rushed into the 9 silver areas and the blood sacrifice grid. On the contrary, the two balls of light did not leave a trace. This was because the flying swords and sword essence rushed directly into the two balls of light. However, the flying swords and sword essence did not cause any ripples when they fell into the balls of light. In the blink of an eye, even more fragments of sword essence flew out from the balls of light. As soon as these fragments of sword essence came out, the balls of light absorbed the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth and rushed to the 9 areas surrounding the balls of light and Yuqingtian's body with fierce sword qi. There were also some fragments that gradually fell into the blood sacrifice grid. However, after passing through the 2 balls of light, the sword essence fragments were no longer as violent as before. There was only abundant sword qi produced by absorbing the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Swish, swish, swish in the 9 silver areas, colorful lights flashed, and the fragments of the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword essence were absorbed. At the same time, the silver light that covered the thousands of grids slowly produced a kind of fluctuation. All the grids gradually trembled, and from the thousands of grids, there were thousands of small suction forces. These suction forces were extremely powerful, and they also drew in the fragments of the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword essence. However, as soon as these suction forces appeared, another kind of mysterious fluctuation was immediately produced in this area. It slowly passed through the silver light and rushed into the 2 balls of light in the center. This fluctuation went through the balls of light again, and the rhythm of the fluctuation had already changed slightly. Naturally, Xiaohua was also in one of the grids. He sat quietly and couldn't perceive the changes in the entire grid. From the original square sinking and moving in the silver light, he didn't feel anything at all. After comprehending the secret technique from the jade slip of falling gold mountain and the ordinary sword cultivator's sword slip, he took out the incomplete sword transformation sword technique that he obtained from the secret auction in Sky Patrol City. Finally, he dug out the memories of Qin Jian that little white dragon gave him. Now, Xiaohua's cultivation was already at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Although he didn't know if he had reached the peak of foundation establishment, he could step into the gold core stage at any time. His strength was at least comparable to a cultivator at the late stage of gold core stage. How could he be interested in a simple sword cultivation technique? Besides, he already had the flying sword technique of sword plays the world. Now, he also had the real sword cultivation technique of 9 stars illuminating the sun. He also had a higher level of attainment in sword cultivation. His vision was even higher. After looking at the secret technique for so long, he had some gains in his heart. He had already set his goal of comprehension on the primordial spirit sword controlling technique and the sword heart. Planting the sword intent into the sword spirit and letting one's soul combine with the sword spirit, only then can one become one with the flying sword. The sword heart is the heart of the flying sword. This heart is the soul of the person who transformed into the sword, and the flying sword is the body of the sword. Isn't this the same as the cultivation goal of a weapon cultivator? Xiaohua instantly thought of Ji Yi who had integrated the seal of overturning the sea. It's no wonder that the Dao sect treats sword cultivators as abnormal. Dao sect cultivators nourish their true qi and use it to condense a core in the dantian. They also use the core to nourish their qi and communicate with the yin and yang of heaven and earth. They nurture a baby in the golden core. When the baby is born, they nourish it with the qi of heaven and earth and strengthen it. When the baby grows up, the baby and the physical body. Xiaohua thought happily, as if he could feel the superiority of the Dao sect. However, when he thought of the realms after the nascent soul stage, although he still didn't have the true spirit severing technique, he suddenly woke up and cold sweat seeped out of his body. Damn it, that's not right. If that's the case, then in the end, the nascent soul, isn't it the same thing as the sword heart? He had already faintly sensed this idea when he was meditating after the secret auction. However, he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had obtained more secret techniques and comprehended more, he thought about it again and felt a lot of emotions. That is to say, no matter what sword cultivator, weapon cultivator, beast cultivator, or Dao sect cultivator, in the end, they will all return to the same place. Xiaohua sighed. Then what about the Buddhist sect? It seems, there is a difference. I can't see it now. What about Confucian cultivators? What about soul cultivators? Devil cultivators? There is no such thing as an infant in a devil cultivator. They only cultivate devil fire and devil blood. I'm afraid only Zhang Qingxiao herself knows what level she will reach in the end. It had to be said that this was the shortcoming of Xiao Hua's dabbling in too many things. When he had a little enlightenment in one direction, he would immediately have some ideas in other directions. Whether these ideas were right or wrong, and whether they could help his cultivation, he himself didn't know. Chapter 2601. Of course, on the other hand, if Xiao Hua could comprehend all of his cultivation techniques by analogy, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Let's not talk about anything else. Take flying swords as an example. Xiao Hua himself understood the art of swords playing the world, and he himself knew the art of transforming flying swords. After coming into contact with the sword arts of sword cultivators, his flying swords cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was simply not something that ordinary swordsmen could hope to catch up to. Just when Xiao Hua had some comprehension, he suddenly felt that there were some changes in the small house. It actually started to tremble slightly and an indescribable fluctuation spread throughout the small house. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to investigate and immediately understood. Isn't this the fluctuation mentioned in the secret technique? Could it be, this so-called Midas touch is real? In order to expand their influence and even establish a sect, this fallen Gold Mountains Yu family spent a lot of money? And, if that's really the case, then this young master has indeed wronged the Yu family and even the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. Xiao Hua was someone who knew when to correct his mistakes. He was rather lucky that when he entered the small house, he did not suddenly disappear or make a move to create some trouble for this Midas touch. If this young master is able to benefit from this, I'm afraid that I will really help them in the future. However, is there really a foundation establishment pill in this world that would appear out of nowhere? However, Xiao Hua immediately laughed in his heart. Since this place cannot confine this young master, it won't be difficult for this young master to escape from here. Let's just wait and see how it disintegrates. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua activated the secret technique in the jade slip. A suction force that was neither large nor small rushed out from his body and was transmitted into the fluctuation. Through this fluctuation, a suction force was produced from the small box and rushed up to the space above. Shua, a dense metal attribute spiritual energy passed through the small house and filled Xiao Hua's surroundings. Xiao Hua secretly nodded his head and activated the secret technique. The metal attribute spiritual energy was indeed drawn into his body. However, when he reached this point, Xiao Hua stopped and thought to himself, if it was someone else, with this kind of breathing and drawing spiritual energy into their body, their cultivation would definitely be impressive. However, what benefits does this kind of thin stream of metal attribute spiritual energy have to me? This young master only needs to activate the celestial body bestowment technique and the metal attribute spiritual energy in the house will probably all be sucked into my body. Forget it, Xiao Hua said with a smile, let's use this secret technique to see if there is any special shady business. Thinking this, Xiao Hua once again stimulated his cultivation method. The heaven and earth spiritual energy entered his body and was gradually tempered by Xiao Hua's cultivation method. Sure enough, a faint trace of true essence was slowly born. This true essence was not as tyrannical as Xiao Hua had imagined, it was similar to the true essence refined from ordinary heaven and earth spiritual energy. Oh! This Midas is Midas long as the secret technique. The Midas heavenly spiritual energy, it would have been tyrannical nature spiritual energy. Most of the metal was the tyrannical nature was. There was tyrannical nature was tyrannical and was not great to the sword cultivators to the sword and sword to cultivate to the cultivators to be. However, For the Yu family of Falling Gold Mountain to be able to establish such a large scale and do shady business of turning stone into gold, it was not out of Xiaohua's expectations that this secret technique would be able to turn the tyrannical nature of the metal attribute spiritual energy back into ordinary metal attribute spiritual energy. Who would have thought that the moment Xiaohua's smile appeared, it would freeze again? Along with the influx of the gold-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth, some fragmented sword intent mixed with the sword energy formed from the gold-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth also swarmed into the small room. Once Xiaohua's skin came in contact with the sharp sword energy and the rather familiar sword intent, an extremely cold feeling emerged from his skin and directly entered the bottom of his heart. This coldness was like a bolt of lightning flashing through his mind. No, that's not right, this secret technique is far, far more than this. The smile on Xiaohua's face was instantly shattered and was replaced with shock, or even surprise. However, he didn't have time to think too much about it. He hurriedly urged the secret technique to absorb the bits of shattered sword intent and sword chi into his body and began to refine them with the secret technique. However, just as he was about to transform the sword chi into true essence with great difficulty, Xiaohua had another thought. He changed the last part of the secret technique that was used to transform true essence to the sword technique used by sword cultivators to condense sword origin. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to convert sword chi into true essence. However, not only was it easy to convert sword chi into true essence, the amount of sword chi was also many times more than true essence. Xiaohua stored the strand of sword chi into his body and unknowingly clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a palm. His face revealed a look of ecstasy. Fuck. This, the Yu family of Falling Gold Mountain is definitely not an ordinary cultivation family. What a strange secret technique. How is it possible for an ordinary cultivation family to possess such a technique? Xiaohua almost cried out in shock. This sword intent is a swordsman's understanding of the flying sword. It is the soul of the flying sword in a swordsman's heart. When a swordsman refines his sword intent, he will also gradually condense his soul into the sword intent. In this sword tomb, there are countless sword intents, whether they are nurturing swords, shining swords, or illusory swords. All of these sword intents are damaged and deeply engraved with the soul of the deceased swordsman. These sword intents cannot be used by a swordsman normally, but this Falling Gold Mountain's Yu family is actually able to shatter these sword intents and erase the imprint of the soul, leaving behind only the pure sword intent. To a swordsman, the sword intent and sword spirit are more or less fused together. Furthermore, this sword intent has a sword spirit and it is unavoidable that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be condensed into sword chi. And this sword chi, through this secret technique, can be converted into sword origin. Especially the sword chi with the fragmented sword intent, it is just like refining a pill. If a cultivator wants to take this pill, they can only absorb a small portion. But what about a swordsman? They should be able to absorb all of it. This young master has always been unable to form sword intent because I do not have sword origin. Now there is a ready-made opportunity. Others want to convert it into true essence, but this young master does not need it and directly absorbs it, to form sword origin. This is really dog shit luck. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind became active again and he could not help but deviate again. But why don't those sword cultivators of the Huan country have this kind of secret technique? Also, that little dear sword intent of Taoist bright sword. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Xiaohua hurriedly suppressed his curiosity and activated the secret technique to begin drawing in the sword chi and fragmented sword intent. Of course, after a short moment, Xiaohua slapped his forehead again and activated the immortal body bestowment technique. An extremely powerful suction force was born from his body. Whatever the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whatever fragmented sword intent, whatever sword chi, whatever they were all sucked into his body like a taotai opening its mouth. Then, he activated the secret technique and the speed at which sword origin was produced increased by a lot. When Xiaohua activated the immortal body bestowment technique, the suction force of the small grid naturally increased by a lot, and even more sword intent fragments and sword chi were snatched over. However, this suction force was still not enough compared to the overall suction force of the small grid. It did not cause any abnormalities at all, and it was impossible to be noticed by Yu Qingtian or Zhang Yuhe. The sword chi and sword intent in the sword catacomb seemed to be endless. Zhang Yuhe's sword spirit had been withdrawn for a long time, but the sword chi and sword intent that were pouring in did not stop. However, the layer of silver grid that Yu Qingtian's silver tiger had scattered in the sky could not support it. Moreover, such a big movement in the sword catacomb could easily attract the attention of others. Yu Qingtian grabbed with his hand, and several silver brilliants flashed on his right hand. The silver tiger roared and rushed to the sky. The brilliance around its body shone brightly, and a shadow of a silver tiger appeared. It slowly flew to the grid and blocked the flying swords and other objects that were rushing in. When it was level with the grid, the shadow turned into a ray of brilliance and merged into the grid. Immediately, the flaw of the large formation was repaired. Haha! Zhang Yuhe's smile flashed on the azure light ball again. Lord Yu, it's only been a few hours. The vital essence that you've absorbed is not enough to raise your cultivation level, right? Why did you turn off the large formation so early? Hehe, this is not the usual time. Yu Qingtian did not care about Zhang Yuhe's ridicule. The battle between Taoist cultivators is here. Swordsmen and city guards of Sky Patrol City often pass by the edge of the sword catacomb. It's best not to make any noise. With that, Yu Qingtian stretched out his hand, and the silver tiger fell into his hand. Silver light flashed all over his body, and a large number of light beams were emitted from the silver tiger, hitting various parts of the sky. The silver light above the large formation flashed violently at first, and then it began to rotate. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, it finally stopped. Zhang Yuhe's face was solemn as she hovered above the azure light. She knew that the Buddhist golden array controlled by Silver Tiger was constantly changing. Even if a swordsman were to pass by, he would not be able to find any trace of the array. It was just as Xiaohua thought. How could a cultivation family with such a wonderful secret technique not have a wonderful concealment formation? However, the seriousness only flashed across Zhang Yuhe's face for a moment, and was immediately replaced by a sneer. Zhang Yuhe's beautiful figure also disappeared from the azure light ball. It seemed that Yu Qingtian had consumed a lot of his magic power to conceal the large formation again. After Yu Qingtian swallowed an elixir, he said gently, "Little friend Zhang, now that everything is ready, can we start the last blood sacrifice? I've been ready for a long time. You'd better ask your foundation establishment boy first." Zhang Yuhe did not show her face, but only sent her voice out. Yu Qingtian looked at the crimson ball of light again. The ball of light was similar to the azure brilliance, and many sword talismans appeared on it. The sword talismans were stacked on top of each other, and no one knew how many layers and sword talismans there were. "Yu Tong, are you ready?" Yu Qingtian's figure floated in front of the red light ball. Sword light flashed on the light ball, and a faint figure appeared. Yu Tong seemed to be weak, but he seemed to be supporting himself. He said, "Granduncle, the boy can barely control the sword spirit, so he should be able to withstand a blood sacrifice. If this blood sacrifice succeeds, the boy's cultivation will definitely reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, and he will be able to control the sword spirit." Chapter 2602. Alright, since that's the case, let's not delay any further. Yu Qingtian nodded slightly. The Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain has been preparing for decades. Today, we'll do it in one go. Yes, boy, I'll follow your arrangements. Yu Tong's figure slowly disappeared. It was far less elegant than Zhang Yuhe's disappearance. Yuqing Tian watched as Yutong's figure disappeared, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. However, after a moment, he turned around again and took a few steps forward solemnly. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger landed in front of him. The silver tiger was like a real white tiger. It shook its head and wagged its tail in midair. Even the scattered light on its body shook in the wind like a tiger's fur. Yuqing Tian took a deep breath and slapped his hand on his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence fell in midair and was about to turn into droplets. Yuqing Tian grabbed with his hand and the blood essence condensed into a ball and stopped. Yuqing Tian then chanted a strange incantation. The same obscure incantation slowly appeared on his hands. As a faint silver light fell on the blood essence gradually became smaller and its color gradually deepened. After 10 minutes, the blood essence was almost invisible, but its color was almost pitch black. Go! Yuqing Tian raised his hands with difficulty as if he was holding up a mountain. The pitch-black dot slowly rose from its original place. As Yuqing Tian moved his hand, it hit the silver tiger's forehead. With a soft bang, a black-red mark appeared on the silver tiger's forehead. It was long and flat, like a third eye. The silver tiger also instantly lost its vitality and stopped in midair in a daze. Yuqing Tian's face was a little pale, and there was even a drop of sweat on his temples. However, Yuqing Tian did not have time to wipe it off. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger landed in front of him. Yuqing Tian reached out and his hand slowly went into the mark on the silver tiger's forehead. Strangely, the mark was only the size of a thumb, but Yuqing Tian's hand went in very easily. When Yuqing Tian took out his hand, a fist-sized blood-red crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was emitting a blood-red brilliance. It was extremely bewitching. There were countless folds on it, and when the silver light shone on it, it reflected countless rays of brilliance. However, all of these silver rays of light had turned blood-red. Yuqing Tian only glanced at the blood-red crystal for a moment before he felt an extremely heart-piercing bewitchment coming from it. He had an impulse to rush into it. He didn't dare to look at it again and hurriedly moved his eyes away. He loosened his grip and the blood-red crystal flew into the air. As soon as Yuqing Tian loosened his grip, a blood-red curtain of light automatically flew out from the crystal. In an instant, it sprinkled over the entire space. Not only did it force the silver brilliance to the edge of the magic circle, but it also fell on the lowest level of the magic circle, where the thousands of small squares were located. However, at this time, the blood-red brilliance only covered the entire area. Under the light screen, the small grid was suffused with a strange blood-red color. Young friend Zhang, Yutong, this old man is going to start. Yuqing Tian turned his head slightly, looked at the two balls of light not far away, and reminded them. Yes, the boy is ready. Yutong's voice rang out. A moment later, Zhang Yuha's voice also rang out, Sect Master Yu, this is the last blood sacrifice, and also the most important one. You and I have worked together very happily for the past few decades. I do not wish for any mishaps to occur at the final juncture. This old man understands. Yuqing Tian replied faintly, young friend Zhang, how would you know about the effort this old man has put in? This old man hopes that nothing will go wrong on your side. Ha! Zhang Yuha chuckled again. Yuqing Tian ignored her and stretched out his hand. An extremely strange spell was formed in his hand, and with a flip of his hand, he hit his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood essence with a silver brilliance spurted out, and Yuqing Tian's face instantly turned abnormally pale. Go! Yuqing Tian bit his lip slightly and grabbed with his hand. The ball of blood essence turned into a bloody shadow that was very similar to a tiger's and rushed toward the blood-red crystal. Buzz! The moment the blood essence touched the blood-red crystal, it immediately seeped in. A blood-red brilliance that was 100 times more intense than before bloomed on the crystal. The brilliance didn't spread far and only lingered a few inches to the left of the crystal. The countless facets of the crystal gave birth to countless brilliances, and it swayed in and out like a blood-red stamen. Yu Qingtian chanted a strange spell again, and a faint layer of blood-red mixed with black gas was produced from his glabella, slowly covering his entire face. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, drops of silver light appeared on Yu Qingtian's hand. There was a layer of blood-red spots on the silver light. Yu Qingtian carefully touched the blood-red stamen with his hand, and it was extremely gentle. Pa! The silver light dripped onto the stamen. Buzz! The entire blood-red space vibrated, and endless fluctuations rippled from the stamen. The stamen also suddenly opened. Shwa! As the stamen bloomed, another blood-red crystal was revealed. The stamen was like a flying dandelion, turning into thousands of blood threads that fell on the thousands of small squares. It was through the red light that the thousands of small squares were stuck one by one. Xiao Hua, who was in the small squares, naturally didn't know that the blood sacrifice had begun. He was proudly activating the immortal body bestowment technique and the secret technique of the Yu family to refine the sword energy. However, the moment Yu Qingtian closed the Buddhist gold formation, the sword essence and sword qi that were pouring in stopped. Xiao Hua was quite stunned. However, the jade slip also stated clearly that there were other fluctuations behind it, which meant that there were still other secret techniques cooperating with it. However, after this secret technique was condensed into true origin energy, Xiao Hua only took a rough look at it before abandoning it. After all, he could use the sword technique of a sword cultivator, so who would use this useless thing? Now that the sword qi had stopped, it didn't take long for the fluctuations mentioned in the jade slip to appear again. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then followed the instructions of the secret technique and activated his inexplicable cultivation method. He wanted to see if there were any other surprises waiting for him. Sure enough, the Yu family of the fallen gold mountain gave Xiao Hua a great surprise. Just as Xiao Hua activated this cultivation method, a burst of qi and blood surged up. The true origin that he had refined earlier suddenly changed and rapidly rushed into his blood vessels. What is this? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Could it be that he wants to intensify the true bloodline? Feeling the blood vessels in his body begin to boil, and it was indeed somewhat similar to the awakening of Cui Hongshan's true bloodline. Xiao Hua didn't think much about it, and only smiled bitterly to himself. This young master doesn't have a true bloodline. However, at this moment, high in the sky where the blood sacrifice was taking place, Yu Qingtian opened his hand and covered the blood-red crystal. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of silver blood essence. The blood-red and black mist covering Yu Qingtian's face also fell into the crystal along with the blood essence. Up! Yu Qingtian seemed to have grabbed a heavy object, and with just a slight lift on the blood-red crystal, the crystal immediately began to emit blood-red smoke. Seeing the smoke rising, Yu Qingtian was relieved. He sat down next to the crystal, took out a medicinal pill, and sent it into the air. Then, he closed his eyes slightly. Obviously, even a gold core cultivator like him couldn't bear the consumption of energy in that short moment. The blood-red crystal, along with the appearance of the smoke, began to tremble. The smoke also turned into thousands of thin strands and rushed into the thousands of blood sacrifice grids along with the blood-red light. Xiao Hua, who was in the grids, suddenly felt a suction force pass through the hut and cover him. Under this suction force, the boiling blood vessels were about to rush out of his body. "Io, this is bad." At this point, even if Xiao Hua didn't want to judge a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, he couldn't help but be vigilant. He hurriedly stopped the secret technique, and wanted to use his cultivation method to stop the qi and blood that was gushing out. As the golden light around Xiao Hua's body flashed, the light protecting his body resisted the suction force, and the qi and blood that were about to seep out of his body also gradually fell back. This won't do. Who knows what kind of shady business this Yu family is up to? I'd better get out of here quickly. Xiao Hua made a prompt decision. He took out the spiritual talisman again and urged his magical power to hit the wall like before. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, when the spiritual talisman landed on the wall emitted a blood-red light, and the jade talisman was bounced back. The spiritual talisman seemed to be unable to penetrate the wall. This is bad. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Then, he took out another jade talisman, but it still couldn't penetrate the wall. Damn it, this young master has been hunting wild geese all my life, but now, my eyes have been pecked by a wild goose. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This young master was only thinking about how to find out the dirty tricks of the Yu family, but I didn't expect to fall into the Yu family's trap. This hut is so strange, what kind of good thing can happen? This young master got a small advantage, but actually suffered such a big loss. This wall is turning blood-red at this time, there must be some unforeseen event. Right at this moment, the suction force that was blocked by Xiao Hua's protective golden light suddenly increased, and the blood-red light emitted from the wall once again, gradually filling up the entire hut. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua threw the jade talisman in his hand into the air. In a few breaths of time, the rabbit formation was laid out, and the suction force was negated by a little. However, Xiao Hua could already sense that the rabbit formation was not able to completely block the suction force, and the strange suction force was still sucking in the blood of Xiao Hua's body through the formation. I'm afraid that they have other plans. Xiao Hua hurriedly thought of another method, but in the blink of an eye, the suction force increased once again, as though it was stronger than before. At this moment, the suction force was so strong that it exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations, and he was a little flustered. The techniques of the Dao sect were all used to stabilize one's inner yuan and defend one's magical power. Very few of them were effective against attacking one's blood meridians. Apart from breaking the hut and escaping from this blood sacrifice formation, Xiao Hua did not have any other good methods. Chapter 2603. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Hua came to a realization. He was definitely not the only cultivator who had fallen into the trap of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. This small hut was definitely not the focus of the Yu family's attack. In other words, even if he left the small hut, the outside of the small hut was where the suction force was. If he couldn't find a way to deal with the suction force and escape from the area of the blood sacrifice, he would still end up in the same situation as he was in the small hut. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. Xiao Hua could almost feel his qi and blood seeping out of his blood vessels and slowly flying out of his physical body. He also felt as though he was floating in the air. However, this was just a feeling. It was as though his blood vessels were bound by something and couldn't completely seep out. Or perhaps, the suction force was still too weak. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think too much about it. The suction force increased once again. Even the blood threads that had just entered the small house suddenly descended from the sky and covered his head. Within the blood threads, there was actually something similar to a soul thread that directly penetrated his scalp and approached the location of his soul in the mysterious dark cloud. Soul. Blood sacrifice. If it was just his qi and blood surging out, Xiao Hua might not have thought of blood sacrifice. However, how could Xiao Hua not think of something similar to a soul thread directly facing his soul? Damn the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. They actually dare to carry out a blood sacrifice here. They really deserve to die. Damn! Damn! A trace of fierceness flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes. He actually shouted, damn, 4 times in a row. It was obvious that he hated this blood sacrifice to the extreme. Since he knew that it was a blood sacrifice, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and the soul thread stretched out like a tentacle. The soul thread's fluctuation was already so strong that it easily swept away the blood threads that were similar to soul threads. Xiao Hua even released his soul thread again and surrounded him. Waves of strong fluctuations were emitted and blocked the strong suction force. Yuqing Tian spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the blood-colored crystal. Countless wisps of smoke were produced and turned into thousands of thin wisps that rushed into the thousands of blood sacrifice grids along with the blood light. In the blink of an eye, thousands of drops of blood essence were sucked out from the thousands of small cells. Hysterical howls could be heard from the drops of blood essence. Fresh souls were struggling and roaring, trying to break free from the drops of blood essence and escape from the bloody light. Unfortunately, the suction force of the blood-red light was so great that even Xiao Hua was almost unable to resist it. Most of these cultivators were aura-refining cultivators, so they simply didn't have any means to resist it. They followed the blood-red light and rushed into the vicinity of the blood-red crystal. Shua! At this moment, sword runes began to circulate above the azure ball of light. Countless flying swords rushed out of the ball of light and surrounded the azure ball of light. Go! Zhang Yuha's crisp and cold command was heard, and all the sword lights immediately pierced towards the blood-red crystal. Little brat Yutong, if you're not coming to help this sword, what are you waiting for? Following Zhang Yuha's command, hundreds of sword lights also flew out from the scarlet ball of light and pierced towards the blood-red crystal. When the red and azure sword lights pierced about a foot away from the crystal, the blood-red brilliance on the crystal flourished, and the sound of buzzing also became louder. A ball of blood-red light covered the crystal, blocking the sword lights 1 foot away. Close, Zhang Yuha gave an order, and the azure and red sword lights rapidly circulated outside the blood-red light shield, covering it. Of course, the blood-red brilliance could also penetrate through the sword lights. The azure and scarlet sword lights cooperated very well. Obviously, this was definitely not the first blood sacrifice. Collect, at this moment, the thousands or even tens of thousands of living souls had already flown close to the crystal with their essence and blood. Following Zhang Yuha's soft command, the azure and crimson sword radiance separated into wisps of sword radiance and pierced into these living souls. The living souls let out extremely unpleasant screams and were absorbed by the 2 balls of light along with the sword radiance. Not long after, the 2 balls of light were covered by a layer of blood red. This layer of blood red gradually merged with the balls of light, and the sword talisman that was almost solidified on top of the light also turned into a bright red color. Scandium! Scandium! 2 consecutive sword cries sounded, and the azure Zhang Yuha wearing a blood-red sword outfit flew out from the azure ball of light. The incomparably sharp feeling came from her body, as if she was originally a flying sword. This Zhang Yuha's expression was somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were almost unblinking. However, those eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the thousands of souls that flew out along with the blood threads not far away. Shua! Like a flash of sword light, Zhang Yuha's figure disappeared from the ball of light, and the next time she appeared, she was right in front of the blood-red crystal. Zhang Yuha opened her mouth, and hundreds of sword lights that were thinner than a strand of hair shot out from her mouth, and each of them pierced a soul. The souls struggled and howled as they were swallowed into Zhang Yuha's stomach. At the same time, a crimson Yutong wearing a Taoist robe also flew out from the ball of light. However, this Yutong was much shorter, and even its appearance was somewhat thin. Of course, this Yutong's expression was also sluggish. At the same time Zhang Yuha swallowed the souls, the Yutong also flew to the other side of the crystal, and with the same appearance, it spat out sword lights and swallowed the souls. Ha ha ha! After a while, Zhang Yuha's figure became even more voluptuous, and the Yutong's figure also became bigger, and even taller. A loud laugh came from the azure ball of light, and another Zhang Yuha appeared from the ball of light. This Zhang Yuha was different from the previous Zhang Yuha. Sword talismans flashed around her body, and her face was filled with joy. That laughter came from her mouth, and it resounded through the entire blood-red space. Rise! Zhang Yuha gracefully stood on the ball of light like a dragonfly. She casually pointed, and a sword light pierced the sky, piercing through the light curtain that had been sealed long ago. With a loud bang, that sword light actually easily penetrated through. Little friend Zhang, you. What are you doing? Yuqing Tian originally had his eyes closed, and when he saw Zhang Yuha's actions, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and immediately flew up from the ground. Of course, I'm condensing the sword heart. Zhang Yuha stopped laughing and said coldly. Through the gap in the great array that Zhang Yuha had created, the torrential rain poured down, and the whistling hurricane also rushed into it. Buzz buzz, however, this overwhelming torrential rain was still unable to stop the soaring sword will. The broken swords and sword wills within 100 miles were stimulated by this sword will, and they broke through the torrential rain and flew toward the Buddhist gold great array. Little friend Zhang. Condensing the sword heart doesn't seem to be within the scope of our cooperation. Yu Qingtian's expression was solemn, and he squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at Zhang Yuha. How is it not within the scope of our cooperation? Zhang Yuha's cold face squeezed out a smile. The purpose of refining the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit is to form the sword heart. Only with the sword heart can one step into the sword transformation realm. Okay. Yuqing Tian didn't seem to want to argue with Zhang Yuha. He pointed his finger at the crimson ball of light and said, since you want to condense the sword heart, what about my Yutong? Why doesn't he come out and condense the sword heart? Him. His cultivation has only just stepped into the illusory sword realm, right? He's still a bit far from condensing the sword heart. Zhang Yuha said disdainfully. Then. How's the refining of his six directions yang spirit? Yuqing Tian asked again. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Yuha pointed at the Yutong beside the crimson crystal and said, although it's still weak, it's already on the verge of completion. This sword can be considered to have completed the earliest agreement with you. Oh, Yuqing Tian looked at the Yutong, who was a little sluggish at first, but after devouring the soul's and blood essence, his eyes became more and more lively, and he nodded slightly. If that's the case. Yuqing Tian said word by word, the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit has been successfully refined, and our agreement can be considered to have been completed. Condensing the sword heart is not within the scope of our agreement, so I'm afraid I can't agree to it. Zhang Yuha laughed and said, Sect Master Yu, isn't it bad for both of us to have a falling out at this time? The sword spirit of your Yutong has not been completely refined yet. Yuqing Tian still shook his head. Young friend Zhang, don't think that this old man doesn't know. If you transform into a sword, how can this old man and the others restrain you? If you go back on your words, this old man and the others will. Unfortunately, before Yuqing Tian could finish speaking, Zhang Yuha laughed nastily and said, if you want to stop this sword now, is it too late? As she spoke, the crimson color around Zhang Yuha, who was in front of the crimson crystal, became thicker. She pointed at the crimson crystal that was covered by the sword light. The crimson light emitted by the crystal shook violently, and an unparalleled powerful suction force was born from the crimson light. The remaining cultivators in the small square who were bitterly resisting the blood sacrifice could not resist it, and all their souls and blood essence came out of their bodies. This all, naturally did not include Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's situation was not optimistic. He had just released his soul strands when he silently recited the secret technique of refining the yin-yang gourd during the blood sacrifice in the yin-yang Two Springs mountain that day. He urged the soul strands to resist the powerful power of the blood sacrifice. When the two forces were balanced, he hurriedly waved his hand and took out the wishful staff. After raising it, he was about to smash it toward the small house. But at this time, Zhang Yuha and Yuqing Tian fell out and accelerated the speed of the blood sacrifice. This blood sacrifice battle was mysterious, so how could Xiaohua resist it with his soul cultivation power? Suddenly, he felt that the suction force was pulling his soul strands and his blood essence, and even the dark clouds of his soul were about to come out. Xiaohua's soul was scattered, so how could he still care about destroying the small house? In a hurry, he had an idea. He clapped his hand and took out the yin-yang sword gourd. He swung his hand and put it on top of his head. Xiaohua had held the yin-yang sword gourd for a long time, but he did not know how to use it. At this time, when he saw the same blood sacrifice as refining them, he had to take it out and try it. Chapter 2604. Sure enough, Xiaohua's soul strands wrapped around the scarlet red and azure sword gourds. Activating a secret technique, the soul strands trembled, and the two sword gourds released a scarlet red and azure brilliance respectively. The two sword gourds also produced a huge suction force, just like the suction force from the hut, and resisted the powerful force produced by Zhang Yuhe through the blood sacrifice array. Feeling the qi and blood in his body gradually calm down, Xiaohua finally heaved a sigh of relief. He quietly clenched his fists, which had long been covered in cold sweat. At this moment, there was a huge change outside the blood sacrifice array. As Zhang Yuhe forcefully activated the blood sacrifice array, the remaining thousands of souls were extracted. Half of them entered the body of the Six Directions Yin spirit, and the other half was unexpectedly given to the Six Directions Yang spirit. Yuqing Tian, who was about to activate the Silver Tiger, hesitated at this moment. Although Zhang Yuhe had violated their agreement by forcefully condensing the sword heart after cultivating the great yin-yang Six Directions sword spirit, Zhang Yuhe did not forget their agreement and still helped Yutong refine the Six Directions Yang spirit. This made it difficult for Yuqing Tian to decide whether to fall out with Zhang Yuhe or not. While Yuqing Tian was hesitating, the flying swords, which were much more powerful than before, rushed into the Brahma gold array with sword intent and sword qi. Rise! There was a smile on Zhang Yuhe's face, but there was also a serious look on her face. She pointed with her finger, and the ball of light, which was covered with sword talismans and flashed with a layer of blood-red light, suddenly flew above Zhang Yuhe's head. The flying sword, sword intent, and sword qi all rushed into the ball of light. Buzz buzz buzz, the ball of light began to tremble violently. As the flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi rushed in, the azure ball of light began to boil again. The sword talismans on the surface of the ball of light spun crazily like an alchemy furnace. Yuqing Tian watched from afar and bit his lip. From time to time, he would look at the Six Directions Yang spirit that was devouring the souls. There was also the Six Directions Yin spirit that was still in perfect condition. The Six Directions Yang spirit in Yutong's image did not seem to be complete, so the devouring process was slightly slower. It took a full hour. After the Six Directions Yin spirit in Zhang Yuhe's image finished devouring the souls, there was a hint of a smile in its eyes. It looked thoughtfully at Yutong devouring the remaining souls and did not stop him. This also prevented Yuqing Tian from making a move. At this time, there were already a lot of flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi that had rushed into the azure light ball. Not only did the light ball not expand, it became even smaller. It was only 70% the size of the crimson light ball beside it. Moreover, from the bottom of the light ball, there was another azure crystal thread that was as thin as a hair. It was connected to the crimson light ball beside the light ball, and it slowly hung down on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. As soon as the azure threads came into contact with Zhang Yuhe's skin, they immediately disappeared, and even longer threads emerged from the ball of light. With a loud bang, the moment the crystal thread entered Zhang Yuhe's glabella, the azure light emitted a brilliant sword light. The sword talisman flowed wildly within the sword light, and a huge lotus flower was born from the sword light. Oh no! Seeing an unconcealable sharp aura emanating from the lotus flower, Yuqing Tian immediately came to his senses and shouted, "Zhang Yuhe, this lotus flower is your sword intent." Ha ha ha! Zhang Yuhe laughed, and the azure sword light that had soared into the sky suddenly retracted and fell on the lotus flower. The wind and rain that filled the sky also slowly disappeared, and the flying swords and other things that had passed through the Brahma gold array also gradually decreased. However, all the sword intent and sword chi that had flown and were absorbed by Zhang Yuha's lotus flower sword intent. This sword is called Yuha, so naturally, I want to use the lotus flower as my sword intent. Zhang Yuha said proudly, the lotus flower grows out of the mud without being stained. This is my lifelong pursuit. Good. Yuqing Tian raised his hand and looked at the 6 directions yang spirit in the image of Yutong devouring the last dozen living souls. He shouted, when my boy's 6 directions yang spirit is cultivated, our agreement will be fulfilled. You can go wherever you want to condense your sword heart, and I will not interfere. Even if you want to condense your sword heart here, you can. However, you have to wait until I remove the Brahma Gold Palace. Otherwise, I will definitely not allow you to condense your sword heart here. As he spoke, the silver tiger flashed with a silver brilliance. The silver tiger roared angrily and transformed into a huge tiger with slender eyes that landed in midair. Io, this sword is so scared. Zhang Yuha patted her towering chest and looked very scared. However, the playful smile in her eyes was not the fear that Yuqing Tian had hoped for. This sword has already started condensing my sword heart. Zhang Yuha's face turned cold. Do you think you can still stop this sword? What? You. Yuqing Tian was shocked. His gaze fell on the crystal thread on Zhang Yuha's forehead, and he suddenly realized something. Your sword spirit is not this. 6 directions in spirit. When did this sword say that I want to use this 6 directions in spirit as my sword spirit? Zhang Yuha laughed, as if she was a little girl boy who had stolen candy from someone else and only revealed the truth after she had eaten the candy. This sword already had its own sword spirit when it was conceived. Why would I still need this 6 directions in spirit as my sword spirit? You are now a sword spirit. Yuqing Tian's face turned pale as he said in disbelief. Yes and no, no and no. Zhang Yuha said with a smile. How can a Dao sect cultivator like you know the secret arts of sword cultivation? Then, she glanced at the 6 directions in spirit that had just swallowed the last living soul and smiled. Wait until this sword refines the real great yin yang 6 directions sword spirit, then you will know what it is. Roar, Yuqing Tian roared angrily. Zhang Yuha, how dare you violate the agreement between us? You have made a blood oath. Blood oath? Zhang Yuha stretched out her hand and said in confusion, the warriors of my divine sword region only recognize sword oaths. They have never heard of blood oaths. Yuqing Tian was so angry that his face turned green. However, since it's a blood oath, this sword is also afraid. Zhang Yuha said with a smile. But this sword made a blood oath with you so that I can successfully refine the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit. At this time, the 6 directions yin spirit and the 6 directions yang spirit have not been completely refined. Why do you say that this sword has violated the agreement? At this point, how could Yuqing Tian not know that he had fallen into Zhang Yuha's trap? Zhang Yuha's real purpose was only to step into the sword transformation realm. Of course, this purpose was also the agreement between Yuqing Tian and Zhang Yuha. However, he never expected that Zhang Yuha would not rely on the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit to transform into a sword. Instead, she relied on the power of the living souls from the blood sacrifice and accompanied the 6 directions yin spirit to secretly cultivate her own sword spirit. In particular, during each blood sacrifice, Zhang Yuha would attract the remaining flying swords, sword intent, and sword chi from the sword catacomb. At that time, Yuqing Tian was still complacent and thought that Zhang Yuha had really kept her promise. In order to show her sincerity, she even helped the disciples of the Falling Gold Mountain to improve their cultivation. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuha would absorb the flying swords, sword intent, and sword chi from the ball of light to temper her own sword intent? At the last blood sacrifice, she even used the sword intent from the sword transformation realm to attract enough sword chi and other things, providing the opportunity for the sword intent and sword spirit to fuse. The crystal thread under the sword intent was probably something that had been tempered to the extreme by the sword intent. It was probably the link between the sword intent and the sword spirit. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Yuqing Tian could tell that the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit was an extremely powerful sword cultivator technique. He had chosen Yutong to refine the six-direction sword spirit with Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe had transformed into a sword, but Yutong was still in the ball of light and had not come out. No one knew the specific situation, so he had probably fallen into Zhang Yuhe's control long ago. Furthermore, refining the six-direction sword spirit had cost nearly 100,000 lives, so Yutong's living soul might not be able to escape. Perhaps this was one of the conditions for refining the six directions yang spirit. Furthermore, after the two sword spirits of six harmonies devoured the living souls and blood essences, they spat out crimson and azure sword rays from their mouths and noses. They struck the crimson light around the crimson crystal, and the crimson light gradually shrank back under the sword rays. It was barely holding on. Zhang Yuhe must have been plotting against the core of the blood sacrifice formation. Therefore, how could Yuqing Tian delay any longer with Zhang Yuhe? He roared angrily, "Go to hell!" Following his roar, Yuqing Tian cast the spell that he had already made. As the brilliance flashed, Zhang Yuhe's body suddenly bloomed with resplendent sword light. The silver chain that had flashed out of Zhang Yuhe's body earlier did not appear as Yuqing Tian had expected. Instead, several silver streams of light appeared from time to time above the azure lotus. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yuhe laughed loudly. Your Dao sex imprisonment technique only imprisons the physical body, not the vital essence. How can it imprison the sword spirit of this sword? This sword has already transformed into a sword, so your so-called imprisonment chain is just a joke. Humph! Yuqing Tian sneered when he saw that Zhang Yuhe had already seen through his trick. He pointed his finger at the silver tiger that was flying in the air. A silver light flashed in the silver tiger's eyes, and an obscure fluctuation was emitted from the silver light toward Zhang Yuhe. Ah! When the fluctuation reached her in an instant, Zhang Yuhe let out a heart-wrenching cry. Flashing silver chains appeared around Zhang Yuhe's body. The chains turned inch by inch and tightened inch by inch, directly strangling Zhang Yuhe's flesh and bones. Even though she had already transformed into a sword, she could not help but cry out. Little friend Zhang. Yuqing Tian seemed to still not want to push things to a dead end. He said in a low voice, "My Dao sect still has many tricks up its sleeve. This is just a child's play. Although you are a sword cultivator, a blood oath is still useful. When you made the blood oath, it was not desirable. Now that you have transformed into a sword, the blood oath is still effective. Why don't you and I each take a step back? You let my boy go and destroy all the hidden hands, and I will also remove the bone-corroding silver chain. What do you think?" Ha ha ha! Zhang Yuhe endured the unspeakable pain and laughed. How did I make the blood oath that day? Don't forget that the blood oath I made was that I can't transform into a sword in this life and can only be a sword spirit. However, look. I have already transformed into a sword. Is your bullshit blood oath useful? Chapter 2605. Little friend Zhang, are you serious about going against me to the end? Yuqing Tian sneered. What a joke. This sword has already transformed into a sword. What can a little gold core cultivator like you do to this sword? Zhang Yuhe's body glowed with a boundless azure sword light, which pierced straight towards the countless thin silver light strands around her. Quick! Yuqing Tian did not dare to be negligent. He made a hand seal and hit the silver tiger again. The fluctuations on the silver tiger changed again, and the silver chains that bound Zhang Yuhe spun faster. There were even sawtooth-like notches on the chains, another heart-wrenching scream came from Zhang Yuha's mouth. Her face was extremely ferocious. Zhang Yuha couldn't bear it any longer. Her entire body glowed brightly, and a flying sword of the same size as her gradually appeared from within her body. Her figure slowly hid within the flying sword. However, as the flying sword transformed, the lotus sword intent, which had shrunk to the size of 3 feet, stopped shrinking, and the azure crystal threads also gradually faded. As soon as the flying sword transformed, an overwhelming sword force was emitted from the flying sword. It was like the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, and it enveloped Yuqing Tian. However, the sword force was trembling and was not very stable. Obviously, Zhang Yuha had not completely transformed into a sword. Yuqing Tian did not dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead and released the pressure of a gold core cultivator at the same time, barely resisting the immature sword force. However, at this moment, there was a soft swoosh, and a sword light flashed. Yuqing Tian was almost caught off guard. The azure sword light had already struck the body of the silver tiger that was emitting fluctuations, transforming into a sword. It's really amazing. Yuqing Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when he felt the almost torrential sword qi above the sword light and the rolling of the surrounding golden spiritual qi. It's really different from an illusory sword. Even so, there was no surprise on Yuqing Tian's face. Sure enough, when the terrifying sword light struck, the silver tiger was like an illusion and did not receive any damage at all. Instead, the silver tiger raised its head and roared angrily. The silver chain on the flying sword once again produced blood-colored threads of light. The threads of light wrapped around the flying sword and actually corroded the sword beam of the flying sword. Zhang Yuha, you want to destroy the silver tiger within the Brahma gold great array? Dream on. Yuqing Tian sneered. Without any hesitation, he urged the silver tiger again. The blood-colored light turned into bloody flowers that frantically burned the flying sword that Zhang Yuha had transformed into. Roar. A roar seemed to come from her throat. The sword was gradually collapsing under the entanglement of the silver light and the burning of the blood. Zhang Yuha's figure became invisible in the sword light. At this moment, Zhang Yuha was no longer as arrogant as before. In fact, she looked extremely miserable. The silver light was like a sawtooth chain that was deeply embedded into her body. Countless tiny wounds were vaguely visible on her sword-like skin. Moreover, the burning of the blood directly penetrated into her body, as if her entire skin was reflecting a blood-red color. The blood-red color and the sword light intersected from time to time, and it looked really bloody. Zhang Yuha's eyes were wide open, and she opened her small mouth. Not only was her beautiful face deformed, but the silver chain also covered her entire body. Even her hands and arms were struggling with all their might, but they were also bound by the silver chain. She was far from being able to use her magical sword transforming ability. I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Yuha was so helpless that she screamed hysterically. She opened her mouth and spat out a small sword. In an instant, it turned into a rainbow and rapidly pierced between Yuqing Tian's eyebrows. Humph. Wishful thinking. Yuqing Tian sneered when he saw Zhang Yuha's final struggle and spat out her small sword. He stretched out his hand and threw out the magical weapon that he had prepared long ago. It was a silver shield that was the size of a palm. After flying out, it immediately turned into a shiny piece and blocked in front of Yuqing Tian. Puff, 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 a series of sounds came from the shield. The small sword was so sharp that it instantly pierced through more than 10 layers of the shield. However, the shiny shield seemed to be endless. No matter how many layers the small sword pierced, it would create a new one. Hee hee. Seeing that the shield had blocked the small sword, Yuqing Tian's lips curled into a smile. However, just as this smile appeared, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A golden core cultivator's instinct sensed that an unparalleled danger was coming from under his feet. Almost without thinking, he moved his body and was about to dodge elsewhere. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Perhaps the two green and red sword lights that flew from the blood-red crystal were too fast. Just as his body flashed, the two sword lights flew over and twisted around his left leg. His entire left leg was twisted into a bloody pulp, and this bloody pulp seeped into the sword lights and disappeared. Ah! It was only at this moment that Yuqing Tian realized that he seemed to have completely ignored the Six Directions sword spirit. He even looked at the Yu Tong, who raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. There was no pity in this Six Directions young spirit's eyes, only coldness. Yu Qingtian's physical body was injured, and he didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly clapped his hands and swallowed a spirit pill. Then, he cast a few spells on the wound on his left leg to stop the blood from gushing out. However, before he could stand firmly in mid-air, he felt a huge gust of wind in the space. Buzz, at the same time, Zhang Yuhe, who was in the distance, once again emitted a bright sword light, and the huge sword cry sounded again. With a strange smile on her face, Zhang Yuhe's figure disappeared into the flying sword again. In the entire space, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was suddenly swept up by her, setting off a tyrannical airflow that rushed into the flying sword like a whirlwind. Even Yuqing Tian himself couldn't stand still in midair. Yuqing Tian sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly pointed in the direction of the silver tiger. Unfortunately, the silver tiger's body emitted a strong silver light, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it couldn't gather. It seemed that it couldn't compete with the suction force of the sword. Yuqing Tian was very anxious. Regardless of the fact that he was standing on one leg in midair, he waved his hands and cast a few more obscure spells. Dozens of light threads shot out from his hands and shot toward the six directions of the Buddhist gold great array. Buzz, the light threads disappeared into the sky, and six places that couldn't be seen with the naked eye suddenly roared. A huge amount of golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out and was about to be sucked into the silver tiger. However, at this moment, the ka sound was heard as Zhang Yuhe's figure disappeared, and the huge sword expanded from the flying sword. Yuqing Tian scanned with his divine thoughts and saw that the layers of Tarsus silver threads that bound Zhang Yuhe had been forced out of the flying sword by the dazzling sword light. Whether it was the sawtooth silver light or the blood-red sparks, they were now floating outside the sword light. Several silver threads were even broken inch by inch under the shroud of the sword light and under the expansion of the huge sword. Yuqing Tian understood that it wasn't that Zhang Yuhe didn't have the ability to resist, but that she used the Tarsus silver threads as bait to attract his attention and use it to injure him with the Six Directions sword spirit. This woman is really too cunning. Yuqing Tian shuddered, but he saw that the Tarsus silver threads were breaking like an avalanche, gradually expanding from a single point. All the silver threads were on the verge of breaking, and the ka sounds were continuous. Forget it. A trace of regret flashed in Yuqingtian's eyes. He glanced at the huge sword and then at the Six Directions sword spirit, who was using the sword light to devour the blood-red crystal and was as thin as a sheet of paper. He said fiercely, "Even if this old man dies, I won't let you have your way." As he spoke, Yuqing Tian recited a strange incantation, and the blood-red light and black fog were emitted from his glabella again. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuhe's arrogance reverberated throughout the entire space. At this moment, she was indeed confident in her victory. Puff! There was an extremely soft sound, and a cloud of blood fog was emitted from Yuqingtian's left arm. Yuqingtian's left arm was completely gone, and this blood fog was formed from the flesh and blood of his left arm. Yuqingtian's face was ghastly pale. He had lost his left arm and left leg in succession, and his physical body was greatly damaged. However, he still managed to stand in the air and did his best. This was because he knew that Yu Tong was finished, but there were still thousands of disciples of the Yu family from fallen Gold Mountain in this Buddhist gold formation. These disciples were now like fish waiting to be slaughtered by Zhang Yuhe. Yu Qingtian was the only one who could save them. Go! As Yu Qingtian pointed his finger, the blood fog turned into a blood arrow and shot into the blood-red crystal. Zhang Yuhe was currently breaking free from the tarsal silver threads, and the sword spirit of 6 harmonies did not receive Zhang Yuhe's command. The blood fog fell into the crystal without any hindrance. With a swoosh, the blood-red color of the crystal shone brightly. However, the blood-red color was extremely bright, and it almost caused the 2 sword spirits to retreat slightly. Crack! There was another soft sound, and a crack appeared in the crystal. What are you doing? Zhang Yuhe's voice was like a golden drum. At this moment, the tarsal silver threads had been completely covered by the sword light and had escaped from the giant sword. Bang! There was a loud sound, and a thick, black fog of blood sprang out from the crystal. At the same time, the entire crystal broke into pieces and scattered in midair. As the crystal broke, the thousands of blood-red lights also disappeared. The small squares hanging from the blood-red lights slowly came to a stop, and just like before, they floated messily in the silver light. Damn it! Zhang Yuhe was furious. Her whole body shook, and the shadow of a giant sword slashed out. It streaked across the air, and in an instant, it was in front of Yu Qingtian. Yu Qingtian was naturally prepared. With a wave of his hand, the silver shield blocked the giant sword once again. Rumble! There was a loud sound from the shield, as if a big machete had split open a cabbage. Even if the cabbage had complete leaves, it would still be split open. In the end, the cabbage could not withstand the sharpness of the machete. Seeing that the shield was split open so easily, Yu Qingtian was disheartened. The strength of a sword transformation swordsman was far from what he could resist. Chapter 2606. Wu, the giant sword continued to fall and was about to split Yu Qingtian into 2 halves. Even the golden light protecting Yu Qingtian's body was trembling rapidly. At this critical moment, a clanging sound came from the bottom of the Buddhist gold grade array. Kong kong, it sounded like someone was knocking on the door, but it also sounded like someone was pounding on the door. Who? Zhang Yuhe was suddenly stunned. The giant sword stopped in midair, and Yu Qingtian took the opportunity to roll up a layer of silver light around his body. He suddenly disappeared from where he was, and after a while, he appeared several feet away. Escape technique? Zhang Yuhe's divine sense swept over, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Then, she swept her divine sense and gazed to the place where the sound came from. That was where Zhang Yuhe and Yu Qingtian had just performed the blood sacrifice, and the sound came from one of the grids. Someone actually escaped the blood sacrifice. Not only was Zhang Yuhe shocked, but Yu Qingtian was also stunned. With a loud bang, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the corner of the small grid. Then, 2 rays of light, one green and one red, rushed out. Finally, an ordinary-looking cultivator jumped out of the gap with a 3-foot-long magic wand in his hand. Wasn't that Xiao Hua, who had finally escaped after the suction of the blood-colored crystal disappeared? Zhang Yuhe's gaze swept past Xiao Hua, but it didn't stop there. Her gaze landed on the green and red brilliance of light with extreme surprise. Not only did Zhang Yuhe's gaze fall on the sword gourd, but even the 6 directions sword spirit, who had opened its mouth to swallow the blood-colored crystal, stopped. Its eyes flashed, and its gaze showed instinctive resistance, contempt, and other expressions. Yin-yang sword gourd. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but groan. However, Zhang Yuhe had just identified the yin-yang sword spirit when she saw Xiao Hua wave his Taoist robe, and the 2 sword gourds fell into his Taoist robe and disappeared. Fenging. Yu Qingtian looked at Xiao Hua's young face and the new Taoist robe in disbelief. You, how are you still alive? Yu Qingtian, who knew that the enemy was right in front of him, couldn't help but groan and ask. Xiao Hua put away the yin-yang sword gourd and scanned the place with his divine sense. He had already seen the whole situation clearly. Zhang Yuhe. Why is she here? Furthermore, how did her cultivation suddenly transform into a sword? Motherfucker, it must be the result of this stupid blood sacrifice. Earlier on, I had been trying to guess Zhang Yuhe's whereabouts with Zhang Qingxiao. Now, it seems that Zhang Yuhe has really been held hostage by a Dao sect cultivator. However, this time it wasn't a cultivation sect, but a cultivation family. This war between Dao cultivators was really not started by Zhang Qingxiao alone. The Dao sect cultivators were also involved. Although Xiao Hua's heart tightened, he didn't dare to show any surprise on his face. He tightened his grip on the wishful staff, scratched his head, stretched out his left hand, and waved very hard. From his face, he squeezed out a harmless smile. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, you too. I went to the wrong place. You, continue, I will go out now. After saying that, Xiao Hua looked around and flew towards the edge of the blood sacrifice array. How interesting. Zhang Yuhe's figure appeared in a flash from the giant sword. The sword light that was slashing toward Yu Qingtian did not dissipate. It was still condensed in the air, and its momentum was very oppressive. To be able to get out of the blood sacrifice array, your cultivation is really beyond this sword's expectations. Zhang Yuhe didn't have the intention to let Xiao Hua go. However, since this sword has seen you, do you think you can easily escape from this sword's hands? Xiao Hua flew to the edge of the blood sacrifice array and looked at the silver brilliance near him. He turned around and smiled apologetically. This kid really came to the sword tomb to admire the purple jasmine flower. I came here purely because I was lost. This kid can make a blood oath. As for the matter between Master Huajian and this Golden Core Stage Senior, this kid didn't see anything. After this kid gets out of here, I will immediately return to Meng country and will never come to the sword tomb again. Whether it is about Master Huajian or this Golden Core Stage Senior, this kid will definitely not say a word. Fellow Daoist Feng. Yu Qingtian hurriedly shouted, this old man doesn't know which master you are under. There was really a misunderstanding before. Fortunately, fellow Daoist didn't receive any injuries. This old man. Forget it, this old man won't say anything superfluous. As long as fellow Daoist helps this old man trim out this Huan country's sword, my Falling Gold Mountains Yu family will be deeply grateful to fellow Daoist. If fellow Daoist wants anything from my Falling Gold Mountain, this old man will definitely not say a word. I can even share everything that happened in the Washing Flowers sect with fellow Daoist. The Washing Flowers sect's vice sect masters have a really good relationship with my Yu family. In the future, my Yu family will take care of everything that fellow Daoist does in the Washing Flowers sect. Senior Yu, you think too highly of this kid. Xiao Hua hated Yu Qingtian to death. He actually exposed his lie in one breath. However, he still smiled bitterly. This kid is only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. You, a golden core stage cultivator, can't even deal with Master Huajian. What can this kid do? Just now, I was lucky enough to escape with my life. It was just a little secret technique of this kid. Don't drag this kid to his death. As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew towards the silver light again. He knew that he had some methods, but against Zhang Yuhe who had transformed into a sword, he really didn't have the confidence. Moreover, the most important thing was that he didn't want to get involved in the matter between Zhang Yuhe and Falling Gold Mountain. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't let go of Falling Gold Mountain. Do you want to stay out of this? Zhang Yuhe's figure flashed within the huge sword. Her human form and sword form were constantly switching, as if she was comprehending the realm of transforming into a sword, and also seemed to be familiarizing herself with the methods of transforming into a sword. Master Huajian. Hearing this, Xiao Hua, who had just flown a few feet, stopped again. Now that you already have the upper hand and this kid is harmless to you, you can go back to Huan country and never meet this kid again. Why can't you have the virtue of cherishing life and let this kid off lightly? Moreover, at this time, the battle between the Tao cultivators outside the sword tomb is in full swing. Wouldn't it be better for you to go out and kill a few more golden core stage cultivators and help the sword cultivators win? There's no reason for you to waste useless time with this kid here. Xiao Hua was now earnestly advising, just like an eager father and mother advising an unfilial descendant who didn't want to contribute to the country. And, what you said is also reasonable. Zhang Yuhe looked at Yuqing Tian, who had almost lost half of his flesh, and nodded. To this sword, it really doesn't matter to me whether I kill you or not. Many thanks, Master Hua Jian. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quietly flew a few feet. But Zhang Yuhe's tone changed. Xiao Hua's heart tightened, and he anxiously said, Master Hua Jian, what else do you want? Nothing. Zhang Yuhe smiled. This sword just wants to remind you that you are now inside the Buddhist gold grade array. Without this sword or Yu Qingtian's help, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get out of this great array. Is that so? Then what should I do? Xiao Hua's hand slightly swung the wishful wand. Although your wand is powerful and can break the blood sacrifice's nest, if you want to break this great array, you need the silver tiger controlling the great array. Zhang Yuhe said with a smile. Xiao Hua scratched his head again and smiled bitterly. Senior Yu, I'm afraid you won't open the array, right? Master Hua Jian, what do you mean? This sword is telling you this because I want to negotiate with you. Zhang Yuhe smiled. This sword will tear a gap in this great array and let you out, but you have to pay this sword a reward. Oh. What reward? Xiao Hua was stunned. He really didn't expect Zhang Yuhe to let him out. Naturally, it's the yin-yang sword gourd you just took. Zhang Yuhe said without hiding anything. This thing is still very useful to this sword. If you take it out, this sword will let you live and tear the great array. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's gaze swept and saw the two sword spirits swallowing the blood mist. Although he didn't know why these two things were in the image of Yu Tong and Zhang Yuhe, the crimson and azure sword light was the sword light of the yin-yang sword gourd that day. It seems, these two people used the blood of cultivators to refine. It's these two sword spirits. Xiao Hua had already understood, but he still hesitated. Master Hua Jian, are you talking about the two green and red gourds just now? Yes, it's that thing. Zhang Yuhe nodded. This sword is very curious. This thing is the yin-yang sword gourd of sword cultivators. Where did you get it? He, Master Hua Jian, then, what is the use of this so-called sword gourd? Xiao Hua didn't answer, but asked instead. What are you pretending for in front of this sword? Zhang Yuhe didn't hesitate to remove Xiao Hua's disguise. This sword will tell you, do you dare to listen? I don't dare, it's all this little one's mouth. Xiao Hua hurriedly clapped his hands and took out the yin-yang sword gourd. With one in each hand, he held it up and smiled apologetically. This little one picked it up from somewhere else. Since it's a sword cultivator's item, this little one has no use for it. If I can use it to exchange for my life, this little one will naturally be happy. This little one will now give this whatever sword gourd to Master Hua Jian, but please make a blood oath. In the distance, Yuqing Tian didn't seem careless because he was ignored. He snorted coldly from his nostrils, looking down on Xiao Hua's cautiousness very much. He almost told Xiao Hua that sword cultivators used sword oaths and not blood oaths. But Zhang Yuhe was also straightforward. She said coldly, this sword has never made any blood oath. If I want to make a blood oath, it's my sword realm's sword oath. However, do you think a foundation establishment cultivator like you is worthy of a sword transformation swordsman making a sword oath? Just now, this sword saw that you had the yin-yang sword gourd, so I didn't suddenly kill you. Do you think a foundation establishment cultivator can dodge this sword? While she was speaking, the flying sword not far from Yuqing Tian let out a clear, clang sound, seemingly agreeing with Zhang Yuha's words. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "This little one naturally understands. This little one doesn't need master's sword oath or blood oath. This little one will hand over the sword gourd to master. I ask master to let this little one live." Saying this, Xiao Hua quietly pressed his two thumbs on the sword gourd. With a shake of his hand, he sent it into the air. When the two sword gourds left Xiao Hua's hands, the scarlet and azure sword light slightly flashed, seemingly concealing something. Chapter 2607. However, this sword light didn't attract anyone's attention. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're much more tactful than Yuqing Tian." Zhang Yuha laughed. "Since you're so cooperative with me, how can I not send you on your way?" With that, Zhang Yuha waved her hand, and two sword gourds quickly fell into her hands. Zhang Yuha struck several sword seals on the sword gourds, and the sword gourds emitted extremely brilliant sword light. The scarlet and azure colors were as dazzling as the sun and the moon. This seems to be the clear sword sex sacrificial refining technique. How can you pick it up so easily? Zhang Yuha whispered in a strange tone. Although Xiao Hua heard her voice echoing in the silent Buddhist gold great array, he turned a deaf ear and didn't intend to answer. Of course, Zhang Yuha didn't expect an answer from him. Zhang Yuha pointed with her finger, and a pure, crystal-like azure sword light flew out. The sword light was extremely thin, and it was extremely similar to the crystal thread that came out from the sword intent. The sword light landed on the 6 directions in spirit's glabella, and the 6 directions in spirit immediately became sluggish and motionless like a puppet. "Go!" Zhang Yuha scolded softly, and the azure sword gourd streaked across the air and covered the sword spirit. Return! Zhang Yuha shook the sword light in her hand, and the 6 directions in spirit's body began to turn into light and slowly rushed into the azure sword gourd. The sword gourd twisted extremely, and gradually, a human-shaped gourd slowly appeared. That. Master Hua Jian. Xiao Hua saw that Zhang Yuha actually ignored him and began to sacrificial refine the sword gourd, so he coughed and said, "Master, let me go. You have plenty of time to do the things you love." "Humph!" Zhang Yuha snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Hua. As usual, she followed the gourd's pattern and pointed her finger. A similar crystal thread came out of the scarlet light next to her, but the crystal thread was extremely thin and couldn't be seen clearly. Similarly, the 6 directions in spirit in the shape of the jade symbol was also sluggish like a puppet when the crystal thread pierced its glabella, allowing the scarlet sword gourd to slowly absorb it. "Are you going to leave? Don't you want me to send you on your way?" Seeing that everything was over, Zhang Yuha was perfectly satisfied. She looked at Xiao Hua, who had quietly flown several feet away. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped, and somewhat awkwardly smiled apologetically. "Master Hua Jian, you are currently doing what you love to do, this little one, it's better not to disturb you. If I can walk by myself, it's better to walk by myself. I don't want to trouble you. How can you not take my words seriously?" Zhang Yuha sneered, as if she was angry. Her whole body shook, and a sharp sword light flashed, piercing towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt that this flying sword was even faster than his punishing dream and mountain splitter. He unconsciously shrunk his neck and wanted to dodge. Fortunately, this sword light wasn't aimed at Xiao Hua. Instead, it hit the silver light screen. With a swoosh, a crack as big as a person was torn open. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't dare to bow and hurriedly flew towards the crack. He still shouted, "Many thanks, Master Hua Jian. This little one was resting in the sword tomb today and had a golden millet dream. I didn't see anything." Humph! Zhang Yuha didn't pay attention to him and turned to look at Yuqing Tian. Yuqing Tian stood there, trembling. He was in an extremely sorry and miserable state. When he saw Zhang Yuha looking at him, he begged, little friend Zhang, this old man has cooperated with you for several decades. For you. I even bet my falling gold mountain's reputation and future. I used 100,000 lives to help you refine the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit. If this were to be known by the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries, not even dregs of my falling gold mountain would be left. Little friend, you can even let go of this unfamiliar washing flower sect disciple. Why can't you let this old man go on account of our cooperation for several decades? Washing flower sect. Zhang Yuhe frowned and hurriedly turned her head. She saw that Xiao Hua had already flown to the edge of the crack. At this moment, Zhang Yuhe shook her hand without the slightest hesitation. Woo! An extremely strong sword cry resounded from outside the crack. Shua! A sword light that could split a mountain peak chopped towards Xiao Hua. Fight! Xiao Hua had long been prepared for this. He raised the wishful staff in his hand. Dang! A huge sound rang out. The sword light was actually blocked by him, and his figure was also shaken down by more than 10 feet. However, a strange thing happened. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared in midair. There was no trace of him at all. Humph! Zhang Yuhe coldly snorted. The huge sword light let out a sword cry and blocked the crack that had just been torn open. Boom! A huge sound rang out, and a deep depression appeared not far away from the sword light. Go! As Zhang Yuhe pinched her sword, the flying sword drew an arc and stabbed towards the depression. However, as the flying sword passed through the void, it was unable to do much damage. However, after the flying sword left, the crack on the silver light screen quickly closed up. In the space, not far from the gap that had just closed, Xiao Hua's figure gradually appeared. Xiao Hua held the wishful staff in his hand and looked coldly at Zhang Yuhe. He said faintly, Master Hua Jian, what do you mean by this? Didn't you just promise I? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Change my mind? Do I need a reason? This sword is willing. Zhang Yuhe smiled and said, this sword is a woman. A woman's words, can you take it seriously? If you take a woman's word seriously, then you have lost. You are Senior Hua Jian. After listening to Zhang Yuhe's words, Xiao Hua almost fell from midair. Xiao Hua really didn't expect Zhang Yuhe to be so fickle. She was really far from the swordsman in his impression of the Yuxian assembly. So what if I am Senior Hua Jian? Zhang Yuhe sneered, this sword is a woman first, and then a swordsman. Do women need a reason to do things? After listening to Zhang Yuhe's words, the image of another female Jindan stage cultivator flashed in Xiao Hua's mind very quickly. If it was not Chen Yi, who could it be? It seems, whether it is a female cultivator or a female swordsman, there will always be some unreasonable. Xiao Hua was really speechless. Even in this flash, he thought of the first time he saw Xue in Yenyuan City. At that time, wasn't Xue generally unreasonable? Xiao Hua said a few words, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Zhang Yuhe had changed her mind and didn't want to let him out. His 2 yin-yang sword gourds were wasted. He was afraid that he would have to fight to the death with this Master Hua Jian. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua naturally put away his previous apologetic smile. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and patted his forehead. The pressure that was very similar to that of a Jindan stage cultivator was slowly released, and he himself slowly flew in the direction of Yuqing Tian. He knew in his heart that although he was extremely disgusted with Yuqing Tian, and because of some of Yuqing Tian's words just now, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, which made Zhang Yuhe suspicious and cut off his way out. However, at this time, only he and Yuqing Tian were facing Zhang Yuhe. He had no choice but to cooperate with Yuqing Tian. At this time, Yuqing Tian's physical body had been greatly damaged. As a Jindan stage cultivator, his cultivation might not be in Xiao Hua's eyes. However, everyone was inside the Brahma Gold Formation. Obviously, Yuqing Tian was the key to controlling the Brahma Gold Formation, and the Silver Tiger, which was still roaring in the air, was probably the center of the formation. Xiao Hua had no choice but to compromise with Yuqing Tian. Of course, Xiao Hua had another plan for approaching Yuqing Tian so closely. Sure enough, when he saw that Xiao Hua was actually a Jindan stage cultivator and was even approaching him, Yuqing Tian was simply overjoyed. He didn't have time to think about Xiao Hua's purpose in coming here. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger flew in front of him. He landed on it easily, and the silver tiger turned into a stream of light and pounced on Xiao Hua. Yuqing Tian, who was on the silver tiger, hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist Feng, you and I will fight the enemy together. What I said before still stands." Xiao Hua stared at Zhang Yuhe and occasionally glanced at Yuqing Tian from the corner of his eyes. He didn't answer Yuqing Tian's temptation. He could take the things from the falling gold mountain, but he wasn't interested in protecting the falling gold mountain at all. Moreover, he also knew in his heart that how could Zhang Yuhe make Yuqing Tian join forces with him. If Yuqing Tian hadn't called him back, he might have been able to struggle at death's door for a while, or even, he might have been able to preserve his life under Yuqing Tian's flowery words. But at that time, Yuqing Tian was really blinded. He was afraid that the matter of the blood sacrifice would be exposed to the Huanhua sect, so he spoke out to make him stay. Although he had no way to survive, he had no choice but to cooperate with Yuqing Tian to face Zhang Yuhe. But on the other hand, didn't Yuqing Tian personally push him to the edge of the cliff? Faced with a Jindan stage cultivator who was in good condition and a Jindan stage cultivator whose physical body was greatly damaged, it was obvious how Zhang Yuhe would decide. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua released his spiritual aura as soon as he turned around and flew toward Yuqing Tian. A Jindan stage cultivator? Interesting. A trace of astonishment flashed through Zhang Yuhe's eyes, but she immediately sneered. Indeed, a Jindan stage cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Hua Jian. However, when she saw Yuqing Tian riding the silver tiger to meet up with Xiao Hua, she sneered. It was exactly as Xiao Hua thought. How could she let Yuqing Tian join forces with Xiao Hua? Even if it was a cultivator who was struggling at death's door, it wouldn't work. Go to hell, Zhang Yuhe scolded softly. Sword light flashed around her body, and two flying sword phantoms rushed out. One slashed toward Yuqing Tian, and the other slashed toward Xiao Hua. This Hua Jian's sword light was extremely powerful. Just as it was born, an incomparably turbulent sharp qi rushed toward them. Even the sword light seemed to be able to cross space, and all of a sudden, it arrived in front of Xiao Hua and Yuqing Tian. Fight, Xiao Hua roared. He suddenly raised the wishful steel staff and hit it toward the flying sword. With a loud rumbling sound, thousands of sword light fragments scattered in the air. Zhang Yuhe's sword light was actually scattered by Xiao Hua. And Xiao Hua himself, under the huge force of the flying sword, flew diagonally in the direction behind Yuqing Tian. Chapter 2608. When Yuqing Tian saw that the sword light was about to strike him, he formed a seal with his hands. After a silver light flashed, his figure disappeared from the silver tiger. Ah! Gold! Gold escape! Xiao Hua, who was already extremely proficient in escape techniques, could tell at a glance that the secret technique Yuqing Tian used was not some concealment technique, but an escape technique he was familiar with. At this moment, Yuqing Tian was absolutely right to use the gold escape technique. He no longer had any power to resist, and even his defense was barely satisfactory. All he could do was dodge. However, Yuqing Tian made a second fatal mistake. Although his figure disappeared and Zhang Yuhe's flying sword chopped down, Silver Tiger still did not receive any damage from this flying sword. However, the Silver Tiger was still flying in the air, and it was flying in the direction of Xiao Hua. Sure enough, after a moment, Yuqing Tian's figure appeared less than 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Hua, and the silver tiger obediently stopped under him. Alas, be careful, fellow Taoist you. Seeing that Yuqing Tian really appeared not far from him and really appeared on the silver tiger, Xiaohua sighed and could not help but remind him. Fellow Taoist? Yuqing Tian was a little puzzled. Zhang Yuha's flying sword had clearly just struck the air and dissipated in the distance, but he still hurriedly released his divine thoughts. However, at the same time, the sword light that Zhang Yuha had condensed in mid-air had quietly followed the silver tiger's flight and slashed horizontally behind Yuqing Tian's back. Fellow Taoist, save me. Yuqing Tian was horrified. As he shouted, his figure desperately flew toward Xiaohua, and he formed a seal with his hands desperately. However, Xiaohua had no intention of saving him at all. At this time, the flying sword that had been condensed suddenly struck him, and his whole body was imprisoned. Before Yuqing Tian's gold escape technique could be launched, the flying sword had already slashed horizontally at his back. All the armor and golden light that protected his body could not withstand the sword of a swordsman. Yuqing Tian only let out a loud cry before his waist was split in two. The flying sword was so sharp and powerful, but Yuqing Tian's figure was still intact, and the silver tiger was still flying with him. However, in the blink of an eye, the silver light around the silver tiger trembled violently and was gradually annihilated. The ferocious phantom from just now was gradually absorbed into the celestial artifact and returned to an ordinary celestial artifact. It followed the inertia of Yuqing Tian's corpse and floated toward Xiaohua. Buzz, at Zhang Yuha's location, a sword light soared into the sky and flew toward the silver tiger like a big hand. Humph, Xiaohua sneered, and his figure suddenly moved. Almost like a phantom, he floated toward the silver tiger like a ghost. A gust of wind blew past, and Xiaohua's figure appeared on the left side of the silver tiger. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab the silver tiger. For Xiaohua's wind escape technique, a distance of several hundred feet was really a long time. At this time, Zhang Yuha's sword light had just flown a distance of several hundred feet. However, just as Xiaohua's finger was about to fall on the silver tiger suddenly turned into a rainbow and flew toward the area of 9 houses in the distance. It seemed that someone was coveting it from the side. Where are you going? Xiaohua sneered, and the heaven and earth sleeve covered the silver tiger. Although the silver tiger struggled violently, could it defeat Xiaohua, who was like a tiger and a wolf? Xiaohua wrapped the silver tiger with his mind and sent it into the space. Not only that, after Xiaohua received the silver tiger, his small hand easily reached out and nimbly took off the storage bag on Yuqing Tian's corpse. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually so greedy, Zhang Yuha's sword light shone brightly. With a buzz, it flashed and slashed toward his face. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed and roared, "You're looking for a beating." Then, without hesitation, he waved the wishful staff, and the staff's shadow hit the mountain-like sword shadow with earth-shattering force. Rumble, there was a tremor like an earthquake, and Xiaohua's figure was sent flying obliquely like a bullet. However, Zhang Yuha's sword attack was defeated by Xiaohua once again. After the sound, the whole space was silent for a while. Zhang Yuha's attack was suspended, and Yuqing Tian's corpse had fallen to the bottom of the silver brilliance, piled together with the corpses of the blood sacrifice cultivators that he had used every possible means to attract. Those corpses even had their own small lattice as a coffin. However, Yuqing Tian's corpse was split in half, and no one paid any attention to it. Xiaohua held the wishful staff in his hand and stared at Zhang Yuha in the distance like a tiger watching its prey. At the same time, he was somewhat thoughtful. In this moment, Xiaohua received 3 attacks from Zhang Yuha. Although Zhang Yuha sent Xiaohua flying each time, and each attack was more powerful than the last, there was also a limit to this power. For Xiaohua, this kind of attack was even inferior to Qin Jian's, who was only at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Of course, when Qin Jian faced Xiaohua, he also used the sword transformation secret technique. His attack was comparable to the sword transformation secret technique, but after all, he was comparable to the sword transformation secret technique. His attack could only be inferior to Zhang Yuha's sword transformation secret technique, and it was impossible for him to surpass Zhang Yuha's sword transformation secret technique. So why was Zhang Yuha's attack so weak? On the one hand, Zhang Yuha's attack was not weak. She cut Yuqing Tian, who had the strength of a gold core, in half with one sword. The sharpness of that sword light was evident. However, this kind of sharpness was against Xiao Hua's wishful staff, and it was absolutely difficult to produce the kind of power that could kill Yuqing Tian. The biggest effect of this attack was to send Xiao Hua flying, and it couldn't even hurt a single hair on Xiao Hua's body. On the other hand, Zhang Yuha's attacks hadn't transformed into swords, nor did they contain any sword intent. They were purely strands of sword light, yet these strands of sword light were capable of blasting Xiao Hua flying. This proved that Zhang Yuha's strength was far from what it appeared to be. It's just. Why didn't Zhang Yuha use her killing move? Thinking about the shocking attack of the old man who had transformed into a sword on Foul Crow Mountain, Xiao Hua shuddered and looked at Zhang Yuha with vigilance. When Xiao Hua quietly swept his Buddhist awareness over the continuously shrinking lotus sword intent, as well as the crystal threads connected to Zhang Yuha's forehead, and even the crimson ball of light near Zhang Yuha's left side, as well as the six-direction sword spirit that was merging with the yin-yang sword gourd, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. This fiend. I'm afraid she has just stepped into the sword transformation secret technique, and is still at the stage of the fusion of sword intent and sword spirit. The sword heart required for the sword transformation secret technique. She has yet to condense it. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have already chased after me. Also, what kind of sword spirit did she refine? Why is it so similar to the yin-yang sword spirit? Right now, that sword gourd. Is it being swallowed by her two sword spirits? At the critical moment. She doesn't dare to stay away. Xiao Hua's mind instantly calculated several times, and he finally understood. If I don't catch her off guard now, when will I? If I let her refine this sword spirit and consolidate the sword transformation secret technique, how can this young master survive? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the seal of turning the sea. He urged his spiritual power, and a buzzing sound could be heard. The seal of turning the sea suddenly expanded, and the coiling dragon on the seal was overflowing with light and color, rolling up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding dozens of feet. Go! As Xiao Hua pointed his finger, the coiling dragon roared and flew from the seal. It circled around the seal, opened its hand, held the seal in its mouth, and rushed toward Zhang Yuha. Xiao Hua urged the wind escape technique to follow behind the seal of turning the sea like a shadow. He held the wishful staff in his hand and wanted to fly to Zhang Yuha's left side. Oh! Seeing the power of the seal of turning the sea, Zhang Yuha was a little stunned. The coiling dragon's body was rolling with muffled thunder, as if heavenly thunder had streaked across the sky. Although it hadn't come close, that kind of indescribable confinement force had already come, making her sword heart that was in the process of condensing ripples of fear. She couldn't help but be surprised. What a strange boy! Zhang Yuha's golden voice sounded. The Huanhua sect actually has such a background, no wonder they dared to support the blood sacrifice of 100,000 creatures in falling Gold Mountain. Xiao Hua didn't want to be long-winded with her. He urged his spiritual power again. Roar! The coiling dragon roared again, and the seal in its mouth spat out, attacking Zhang Yuha. Humph! Although Zhang Yuha was surprised, she was still relaxed. She raised her hand and an azure sword light flew out. With a rumbling sound, it really hit the seal. Xiao Hua's seal, which was able to send the flowing ice valley's hard rock flying for several zhang, actually let out a rumbling sound when it came into contact with this thumb-thin sword light. It violently tumbled and was blocked in midair by that sword light. Fight! Xiao Hua was not discouraged. He chanted incantations and his hands continuously formed seals. While the seals were tumbling, they fell with a rumbling sound. After several times, they actually managed to defeat the sword light. He, ignorant child, how can you know the methods of a sword cultivator? Zhang Yuhe didn't find it strange. She put her hands together and rubbed them slightly. It was as if a shiny lotus flower appeared in her hands out of thin air. Dozens of sword lights flashed brightly, forming a lotus flower, and slowly flew into the air. Above the lotus flower, the sword lights expanded and contracted in different directions, swallowing and spitting out, covering an area of dozens of feet. Fight, Xiaohua urged the seal of turning sea again. Although the sealing power of the seal of turning sea was extremely strong, and the sword lights flickered under the seal of turning sea, these dozens of sword lights were like a sword formation, or perhaps a hole. All the sword lights rotated and alternately blocked the seal of turning sea in midair. After several heavy blows, the scattered sword lights were blocked by other sword lights, and the sword lights gradually recovered in a short moment. Transforming into a sword is really unexpected. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, carefully understanding the difference between the transforming swordsman and the illusory swordsman. After the fusion of the sword intent and the sword spirit, the sword intent is rarely used to drive the sword chi. Instead, the sword light is directly used. I'm afraid that the sword heart is used to control the sword. This seems to be the essence of the flying sword. Watch this, young master. Xiaohua thought as his figure flew in front of the sword light of the lotus flower. With a woo sound, he waved the wishful steel staff and smashed it on the sword light. Boom! A hole as thick as a bowl appeared in the sword light. It was the wishful steel staff that smashed it. Chapter 2609. Swish. Zhang Yuhe didn't even raise her eyebrows. She flicked her finger, and a sharp sword light appeared, stabbing towards that flaw. But at the same time, Xiaohua also released his hand, and a faint golden light flashed, stabbing into that flaw at an extremely fast speed. Ka! Zhang Yuhe's sword light was actually cut by that golden light. The golden light didn't lose its momentum, and still rushed towards Zhang Yuhe. Ha! Zhang Yuhe was slightly surprised. When she saw that the golden light was half a pair of scissors, she frowned, as if she thought of something. However, the scissors were like lightning. The sharp Ting Jiao scissors swung its tail, and it was already less than 2 zhang away from Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe clenched her hand again, and a ball of azure brilliance appeared in her palm. That brilliance was like a lotus seed. Go! Zhang Yuhe raised her hand, and that brilliance flew out of her hand. Swish swish, the lotus seed seemed to swell with the wind. After a few flashes, another lotus similar to the brilliance around her body shot out sword light in all directions, blocking the Ting Jiao scissors. This lotus was like a hedgehog that rushed towards the Ting Jiao scissors. In an instant, the Ting Jiao scissors flashing with golden light was knocked 1 zhang away. Although your strength has reached the late gold core stage, this magic weapon is also powerful. Zhang Yuhe sneered, but there is still some distance between this sword and this sword. Playing in front of this sword, isn't it a bit lacking? Damn it! Zhang Yuhe seemed to have just stepped into the sword transformation stage and intended to use Xiaohua to practice. She was somewhat calm and unruffled as she explained to Xiaohua. But just as she said this, she cried out in alarm again. She saw the Ting Jiao scissors flash with a golden light in midair, chopping towards the sword intent that had already turned into an azure lotus and the crystal thread that was next to it. Following Zhang Yuhe's cry of alarm, another brilliance flashed from Zhang Yuhe's hand. The Ting Jiao scissors was hit by the brilliant sword light, and was once again sent flying high into the air. However, the Ting Jiao scissors was like a naughty child. At this moment, it suddenly stopped being naughty. With a roar, it suddenly turned into a dragon and rushed at the crystal thread between Zhang Yuhe's eyebrows. It was the crystal thread that was connected to the green lotus with countless flashing sword talismans and a faint green brilliance flowing around it. This crystal thread was close to the Tingjiao shears that had been sent flying. Only now did Zhang Yuhe understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. Only now did she know the true intention of Xiao Hua's soaring dragon shears to break through her sword intent. Xiao Hua's attack was clearly premeditated. Moreover, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors was far greater than before. The golden light flashed and immediately arrived in front of the crystal thread. The murderous golden light had already touched the sword essence on the crystal thread. "You bastard!" Zhang Yuhe's expression suddenly changed. She no longer had her previous carefree expression. This crystal thread was clearly her greatest weakness right now. Moreover, this attack was far beyond her expectations. After all, the crystal thread was right between her eyebrows. It was really a distance that could be reached by raising one's hand. Attack! The sword light around Zhang Yuhe's body flourished. She spat out the small life sword that had previously injured Yu Qingtian with a whoosh. It really struck the Tingjiao shears like a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same time Zhang Yuhe spat out the small life sword appeared near the Tingjiao shears. It was somewhat similar to a nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul teleportation. The Tingjiao shears and the small life sword collided. With a crack, Zhang Yuhe's small life sword was unexpectedly sent flying. Although the Tingjiao shears' flying momentum was blocked, the golden light swept past and cut the crystal thread. Buzz. The green light on the small life sword flourished. Immediately, countless sword runes and sword lights flew out from the lotus sword intent and merged with the small life sword. The small life sword was mixed with Zhang Yuhe's anger as it pounced on the Tingjiao shears. How could Zhang Yuhe not be angry? The golden light of the Tingjiao shears flashed, and the green and red crystal threads overflowing from the sword runes were instantly cut. Dozens of broken sword runes slid down from the crystal threads like dripping blood and drifted in the air. As the crystal thread was cut, the red ball of light that was originally frozen suddenly began to move. It was like a recovering heart, and the sword symbol on it also gradually became alive. Damn it! Zhang Yuhe urged the small life sword to resist the Tingjiao shears. Her two hands were originally going to stretch out and transform into swords to catch the Tingjiao shears, but at this moment, she was helpless. She struck out with the sword art in her hands, and sword lights turned into green sword runes that fell on the two broken crystal threads, wrapping them up. As for the crystal threads on her glabella, they were hidden in the air again. At the same time, the green lotus turned into a green light ball. The sword runes on it swelled and the brilliance boiled, just like the crimson light ball. Bang! Another loud sound. The Tingjiao shears wailed, and the golden light around it faded. It could no longer maintain the illusion of a dragon and turned into half a pair of shears that stopped in the air. Seeing that Zhang Yuhe was flustered by his Tingjiao shears, Xiao Hua's little tail was already raised to the sky. Just as the thought of sword transformation swordsman is only so arose, the Tingjiao shears was hit by Zhang Yuhe's small life sword. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Ever since he obtained the Tingjiao shears, he had always been invincible. Even illusory swords had to suffer under his Tingjiao shears, but he had never been beaten out of his original form by others. Sword transformation swordsman is indeed powerful. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. But before his sigh dissipated, he saw that near the Tingjiao shears, countless green sword lights were shining. They were like the small life sword's little friends that surrounded the Tingjiao shears, wanting to beat it out. Not good. Xiao Hua suddenly felt that his connection with the Tingjiao shears was weakening. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Although this thing was incomparably sharp and was very powerful as a magic weapon, it was still lost. Xiao Hua's heart was in pain. But this thing was seen by Feng Buping, that guy's messaging talisman. If Zhang Yuhe obtained it and brought it back to Huan country, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't Xiao Hua be chased by Feng Buping's teacher? Xiao Hua panicked and hurriedly clapped his hands. Go. Seeing a blue wave falling from the sky, the primordial water in the clear water bottle fell down like a vast sky, surrounding Zhang Yuha's flashing sword lights. That monstrous wave, under the control of Xiao Hua's Buddhist seal, rushed towards the Ting Jiao shears like a swarm of bees. The primordial water was indeed powerful. Under the heavy pressure and under the strong corrosion, Zhang Yuha's sword lights were compressed by a lot. Even the places where it came in contact with the primordial water were filled with many tiny bubbles. The previously weakened connection became clear again under Xiao Hua's surprise attack. Xiao Hua no longer dared to hesitate. He urged the Ting Jiao shears to once again turn into a golden light and fly back. In this moment, the two light balls, one green and one red, had already begun to swell together. Although the crystal wires that were blown apart by Xiao Hua didn't overflow with sword lights, the sword talisman he took out was already flashing with red and green brilliance. The surrounding sword talismans were also gradually shining. What a powerful cultivator. Zhang Yuha's pink face became even more ashen. In her eyes, there was a bit of astonishment mixed with shame and anger. You can actually control 3 magic weapons at the same time. No, as long as it was an ordinary cultivator, their divine sense was limited. They could only take out and control 1 magic weapon. Only a few people with strong divine sense could control 2 magic weapons. Xiao Hua had already taken out 2 magic weapons before. He could be counted as one of the few. However, this still couldn't make Zhang Yuha shocked. However, when the 3rd magic weapon was taken out, Zhang Yuha could no longer remain calm. Primordial water, even if it was just 1 magic weapon, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to control it, let alone 3 magic weapons. This young master has a lot of divine abilities. You just wait to taste them one by one. Xiao Hua laughed nastily. This concubine is so scared. Zhang Yuha immediately referred to herself as a concubine. She even reached out her hand and patted her chest. That cute and lovable appearance was no different from Zhang Yutong's. However, Zhang Yuha was like an awakened viper. As soon as the hand that was patting her soft chest left her skin, a resplendent sword light immediately flashed. That sword light was like the first light of dawn, extremely fast flying towards the Ting Jiao shears. A powerful suction force was born from the sword light. Damn it, I poked a hornet's nest. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He raised his Buddha's Saraira and a mountain-like wave rose from the primordial water, hitting that sword light with earth-shattering force. You can also control primordial water. Zhang Yuha saw that the wave of water heavily pressed down on her sword light. She knew that this primordial water was by no means the transformation of a trace of primordial water, and the control of so much primordial water was something she didn't know. She couldn't help but feel a little more astonished. It seemed that there was a kind of emotion called regret growing in her heart at this time. If she hadn't left Xiao Hua behind, at this time in this Buddhist gold great array, she would have been the only one condensing her sword heart. What a pleasant place to be. Who told her to have a little more thought, leaving Xiao Hua behind? Not to mention that the silver tiger of the Buddhist gold great array was unknowingly taken away by Xiao Hua, not to mention that the condensation of her sword heart was disturbed. Even this bullshit primordial water great array gave her a headache, right? Seeing that the wave was like a fist, hitting the sword light, the whole sword light was extremely flickering. It was actually more powerful than Xiao Hua's wishful staff. In particular, the primordial water was extremely corrosive and pervasive, penetrating through the sword light. Seeing that the sword light protecting her body was damaged, Zhang Yuha didn't dare to be careless. She opened her almond-shaped eyes wide and took a deep breath. Buzz! A huge roar sounded, and her figure disappeared again. A giant sword appeared, and at this time, the sword light was slightly blue. With the appearance of the giant sword, that kind of oppressive sword power was born again, forcing Xiao Hua to retreat more than 10 feet. The sword light of the giant sword was like a ray of light, covering the previous sword light, and even piercing the primordial water a few feet away. Fortunately, Xiaohua took advantage of Zhang Yuha's distraction and hurriedly put the soaring dragon shears into the space, and also the seal of turning the sea that had been unable to do anything. Zhang Yuha transformed into a flying sword, and also made up her mind to kill Xiaohua on the spot, and then concentrate on condensing her sword heart. The giant sword had already appeared, and the dazzling sword light filled the whole space. The sword chi on the giant sword stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and even the primordial water was surging in this sword chi. Chapter 26:10. Brat, look at this sword's attack. Zhang Yuha's voice didn't contain any emotion, but the anger in it was obvious. The sound of a golden chime reverberated through the entire space. Then, the huge sword slowly rose. An irresistible and unparalleled sword force was sandwiched in the sword chi and enveloped Xiaohua from afar. Immediately, Xiaohua felt powerless, as if his whole body was restricted. Sure enough, it's sword transformation. I don't need to use any sword intent at all. I can rely on this flying sword to defeat the enemy in one strike. Xiaohua sighed. However, his eyes focused. With a clap of his hand, many fire talismans appeared in his hand. Zhang Yuha's huge sword seemed to strike very slowly, but Xiaohua's innate primordial water was completely enveloped by this huge sword. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira did its utmost to control the primordial water, but under the sword aura of the huge sword, it was difficult to create any ripples. Boom! The seemingly slow but actually swift strike created a several zhang wide gap in the innate primordial water. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira slightly swayed, unable to resist this sword that could even split Rooster Cry Mountain. Sword transformation. Sword transformation. Sword transformation. Truly facing this sword transformation attack, Xiaohua naturally understood his own shallowness that day. This sword transformation attack seemed to have condensed some indescribable mysteries. As early as the moment the huge sword split the innate primordial water, Xiaohua already felt his entire body was completely confined. He couldn't use any kind of true essence or any kind of magic art. His entire heart was completely pierced by the small sword in advance, and an indescribable throbbing was born in his heart. Moreover, this sword transformation attack seemed to have broken free from the constraints of space. Just as it flashed around the innate primordial water, it immediately appeared in front of Xiaohua. At the same time Xiaohua's Taoist robe was destroyed by the fluttering sword aura, the golden light protecting his body rapidly flashed. Xiaohua was very anxious. He really didn't expect that he would be so weak in front of the sword transformation attack. This sword hadn't fallen yet, and he had already been defeated. Xiaohua's body began to flicker with brilliance, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Xiaohua wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. He wanted to use Imperial Thunder Travel to escape from the giant sword's envelopment. However, that confining sword force was too strong. Although Xiaohua's strength was comparable to the late stage of the core formation realm, and he could even face nascent soul cultivators head-on, he was still only at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. It really wasn't easy for him to escape from this sword transformation. Even though he managed to activate his powers with the help of the dragon transformation art, his body was still wobbling and he was unable to fly. At this critical moment, the huge sword suddenly paused. It was unknown whether it was because Zhang Yuha's sword cultivation was not high enough or if there was some other unforeseen event. In short, it paused for a moment, and the force that tightly imprisoned Xiaohua suddenly loosened. With a swoosh, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew back several meters. Immediately after, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and like a fairy scattering flowers, the dozen or so fire talismans scattered around the huge sword. The huge sword only paused for a moment before flying up again. The dazzling sword light had already pierced through the dozen or so fire talismans. Rumble, tyrannical pillars of fire soared from the surroundings of the huge sword, and in an instant, the entire sword was wrapped up. The sword light on the huge sword was extremely bright in the explosion of the fireball jade talismans. Even the flying momentum of the huge sword was blocked, and the sword force that was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator was also shaken by the jade talismans. Wang Wang, the huge sword hummed loudly, as if Zhang Yuhe was extremely angry. When the smoke cleared, the giant sword was revealed. Not only was the sword light smaller, even the size of the flying sword seemed to have shrunk. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that as soon as the giant sword appeared, a light that resembled a giant hand condensed in the air. Previously, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the space had been absorbed by the giant sword. Now, the silver light in the entire Buddhist gold great array was swaying and dragging. It was like stars chasing the moon as it rushed into the giant hand. Even the giant hand was covered in a layer of faint silver light. Nascent soul. Nascent soul's hand. Zhang Yuhe turned pale with fright. How could she not know about this kind of sharp weapon that could deal with a nascent soul cultivator? Xiao Hua's face showed a trace of satisfaction. The true essence in his body rushed into the nascent soul's hand like a flood. His meridians that had been tempered for a long time faintly felt a bit uncomfortable, but he couldn't not urge it. This was one of his few trump cards. The nascent soul's hand streaked across the air again, and with the same power as the huge sword just now, a kind of earth-shattering confinement power covered the 5 fingers. Moreover, the 5 fingers were flashing with a silver light, looking extremely sharp. At this time, Zhang Yuhe didn't have any other choice. She slightly raised the huge sword, and a deep blue sword light flashed. The sword chi on the huge sword first hit the nascent soul's hand. Si-la-la, the sword chi collided with the silver light on the huge hand, and sparks flew everywhere. The violent fluctuation covered the surrounding several dozen feet of space. This was just the beginning. Rumble, compared to any of the previous magic attacks, the roaring sound shook the entire space. Xiao Hua's figure was jolted up and down by the whole air. His figure was simply unable to stand. Not to mention that the chaotic airwaves stirred up everything in the space, even the subversive fluctuation wiped out all of the magic power. At the same time Xiao Hua's figure was tilted, the qi and blood in his body were surging. It was as if he was hit by a big hammer, rolling all over. Compared to the pure absorption of the blood sacrifice array just now, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. So much so that there was a faint tearing feeling in his meridians. This was the result of the nascent soul's hand extracting the true essence from his meridians. Xiao Hua was in such a sorry state, but Zhang Yuhe also didn't feel good. Xiao Hua's nascent soul's hand was comparable to a nascent soul's attack. That powerful confinement power collided with her sword. When the 5 fingers closed, the sword light on the huge sword was easily wiped away like iron shavings on a magnet. The sword heart that had yet to truly condense shook violently, and a part of the sword intent actually transformed into some tiny lotus flowers that floated inside the huge sword. It even flew out of the huge sword and transformed into bursts of sword chi. The sword chi became denser, but the huge sword also slightly shrunk. Zhang Yuhe was furious. The huge sword trembled again, and a deep blue sword light rolled up like a waterfall. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, it once again chopped towards the nascent soul's hand that still hadn't retracted. Too ferocious. Xiao Hua's figure still hadn't stabilized. Seeing Zhang Yuhe attack again, he sighed in his heart. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 fire talismans were thrown out. Once again, he exerted himself to form a seal. The nascent soul's hand slowly flew back and wrapped around Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua saw more than 10 fireballs explode, causing the huge sword to sway again. He hurriedly urged the nascent soul's hand, wanting to avoid the sword light that was about to chop down in front of him. But at this moment, ka. A few sounds like glass breaking resounded in the distance. This sound wasn't loud, but in Zhang Yuhe's ears, it was almost like a thunderclap. Although she was fighting with Xiao Hua, she still paid attention to this place. As long as there was a trace of movement here, she could clearly see it. Zhang Yuhe almost didn't hesitate. With a turn of the sword light, the entire flying sword turned towards the two sword gourds, one green and one red. At this moment, the red sword gourd rapidly expanded and shrunk. The crimson sword light pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. The gourd, which had already mostly transformed into the jade system, revealed a ferocious expression. The six directions yang spirit, which was in the form of the jade system, kept trembling as if it was sick. Every time it trembled, a faint layer of bloody light would fall off the yang spirit. Not good. Zhang Yuhe's figure came out of the huge sword. Her body rolled, and the two sword spirits were wrapped in sword light. At the same time, Zhang Yuhe pointed her finger, and a deep blue sword light rushed into the glabella of the six directions yang spirit. This sword light was very useful. In an instant, the six directions yang spirit stopped trembling. Even the blood light condensed on the surface of the six directions yang spirit's body. However, the sword gourd's expansion was even faster. It was as if Yutong's stomach was constantly inflating and deflating. Zhang Yuhe's gaze swept past Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was hiding in the hand of the nascent soul and flying towards the edge of the Brahma gold array. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of the time when Zhang Yuhe was taking care of the sword spirits to tear open the Brahma gold array's weakness. Humph. Zhang Yuhe coldly snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. She patted her forehead, and a faint blue crystal thread slowly appeared. It was like a tentacle that pierced towards the glabella of the six directions sword spirit. The crystal thread touched the six directions sword spirit and immediately fused with it. However, the scarlet color instantly dyed the front part of the crystal thread red. It was even approaching the other end of the crystal thread. At the same time, she waved her hand again. The two balls of light, one green and one red, flew up and floated high above her head. At this moment, the two balls of light were the same as before. The two red and green crystal threads were connected, and countless sword runes were flowing freely inside them. It was as if there was another world inside. When the two balls of light landed above the yin-yang gourd, Zhang Yuhe seemed to hesitate. She looked at Xiaohua, who had already escaped, and the red sword gourd. She clenched her teeth. After all, the great yin-yang sword spirit was her lifelong wish, and because she had refined it, she had stepped into the sword transformation realm. Now that there was a problem with the six directions yang sword spirit and the extreme yang sword gourd, she couldn't bear to give up. Since Xiaohua had already dodged in the face of danger, she could use some secret techniques. Speed was like a cultivator chanting a mantra. Zhang Yuhe chanted a few words and her life sword flew out. With a puff, it stabbed into the crimson ball of light. The small sword gradually turned into a rainbow with 5 colors. As the 5 colors flickered, it gradually turned azure. When it was completely azure, it gradually became transparent and a thick crystal thread appeared. One end of the crystal thread stirred in the scarlet light and gradually turned red. The other end extended out and entered the azure ball of light. However, the crystal thread didn't enter. Instead, it passed through the ball of light and pulled out, landing on Zhang Yuhe's glabella. Chapter 26:12. Hiss. A sound similar to cold water being poured into a pot of oil sounded. The crystal thread entered the space between Zhang Yuhe's eyebrows, causing ripples to appear. Zhang Yuhe's face revealed a rare expression of pain. Woo-woo, the 2 balls of light began to revolve again. The woo-woo sound was soft to loud, and the entire space was filled with extremely intense sword light. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown to the edge of the Buddhist gold great array. Seeing that Zhang Yuhe didn't chase after him, he was delighted. He urged his nascent soul to grab at the silver brilliance. The silver brilliance was like a torn piece of white cloth, tearing a small crack. Xiaohua's figure didn't hesitate. He put away the talisman and drilled into the crack, wanting to escape with his life. At this time, a loud roar came from Zhang Yuha's location. It was so loud that it shook the surroundings, covering the sword cry of the ball of light. "Io, there really is someone else." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He thought of the previous situation where the silver tiger was about to turn into a rainbow. It must be the work of a fallen Gold Mountain disciple inside the Buddhist Gold Great Array. However, this disciple was really patient. He waited until now to make a move. However, when Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense, although he already had a certain idea, when he saw this person, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was because this person was none other than Yu Tong. Yu Qing Tian, Xiao Hua, and even Zhang Yuha believed that Yu Tong had already been refined into a 6 directions yang spirit. At this time, Yu Tong had appeared above the scarlet ball of light. A 200-foot-long silver tiger figure occupied the top of his head. The figure bared its fangs and brandished its claws in an extremely insolent manner. This tiger figure was different from an ordinary tiger. 2 fleshy wings extended from the sides of the silver tiger's ribs. They slowly danced, and a faintly discernible silver light slowly rippled along with these fleshy wings. Yu Zhang Yuha was even more surprised than Xiao Hua. "Haven't you been refined into a sword spirit?" "Ha ha ha. If I were to be refined into a sword spirit, would you still be able to see me?" Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. Zhang Yuha's crystal thread was still connected to his glabella. However, the true tiger celestial body spat out a silver brilliance from its mouth and firmly imprisoned the crystal thread. Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. Zhang Yuha's crystal thread was still connected to his glabella. However, above his glabella, the true tiger celestial body spat out a silver brilliance that firmly imprisoned the crystal thread. "I didn't expect you to be so patient. Your great-grandfather was killed by me, and your great blood sacrifice formation was overturned by me. Yet, you still didn't take action. Until now." When she said this, Zhang Yuha's expression changed slightly. Could it be? You actually comprehended the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit? More than that. Yu Tong looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. He stretched out his hand and slapped his forehead. The pressure was released and rose steadily until it reached the peak of the late gold core stage. You. Zhang Yuha was stunned again. "You didn't expect this, did you? I'm not a foundation establishment cultivator at all." Ha ha ha. Yu Tong was very appreciative of Zhang Yuha's astonishment. "But I still have to thank you. You've saved me hundreds of years of hard work and promoted me to the late stage of Jindan realm with only a few blood sacrifices." "That's not right." Zhang Yuha shook her head helplessly. "When I saw you, you were definitely only a qi refinement cultivator. It was impossible for you to be in the foundation establishment stage." Hearing this, Yu Tong said proudly, "That's right. I was a qi refinement level 10 cultivator at that time. However, so what? Can't I cultivate to the foundation establishment stage or the gold core stage? My Dao sect has countless secret techniques. How can a mere swordsman like you know about my aptitude?" Zhang Yuha's face was ashen. Her gaze fell on the crystal thread on Yu Tong's forehead and the silver light in the true tiger celestial body's mouth. She said fiercely, Did you already have a plan? Or did you already have a plan with your great-grandfather and waited until now to make things difficult for me? When this sword refined you into a 6 directions yang spirit?" "That's right." Yu Tong admitted without hesitation. "I already knew that you would have a backup plan after refining the 6 directions yang spirit. Therefore, I hid my cultivation long ago and took action when you let your guard down. However, I didn't expect that today would be so lively. An old friend that I haven't seen for decades actually appeared in the Buddhist Gold Great Array. Moreover, his cultivation is far beyond what I expected. Saying this, Yutong coldly swept his gaze over Xiao Hua in the distance. Damn it, so this guy is the one who wanted to take away the silver tiger. So this Yutong is the one with the heavenly aptitude that Fairy Hongxia mentioned. This guy, his scheming is too powerful. Xiao Hua instantly understood everything. Thinking of the silver tiger in the space, he secretly cursed in his heart. Go. Without hesitation, Xiao Hua rushed into the gap in a flash, wanting to escape from the Buddhist gold great array as soon as possible. Seeing Xiao Hua escape, Yutong didn't care at all. The true tiger's celestial body flapped its wings, and completely silver light flashed from them. Woo! It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields, and the surrounding space changed. The silver light was like lightning, sealing off the area within 1,000 feet. There wasn't even a trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy. You can actually control the Buddhist gold great array? Zhang Yuhe moaned and asked. Humph, do you think Yuqing Tian is the sect master? Yutong sneered. After the fourth blood sacrifice, he already passed the position of sect master to you. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hide it from you, would you have called him great-grandfather? I can control the Buddhist gold great array without using the silver tiger. It's easier than using my own arms. As he spoke, a silver light appeared on Yutong's forehead. Within the silver light, there was a hint of crimson. The crimson light mixed with the silver light meandered along the azure crystal thread and flowed to the space between Zhang Yuhe's eyebrows. Even the crimson crystal thread that was mixed with the azure crystal thread gradually grew larger, wrapping tightly around the azure crystal thread. Zhang Yuhe sighed inwardly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Everything Yutong did was her plan from the very beginning. It was her plan to refine Yutong, a foundation establishment cultivator, into a six directions yang spirit. Now, it all fell on her. Buzz! Zhang Yuhe's body trembled. Her sword radiance flashed everywhere, as if she was about to make a final struggle. Roar! The true tiger's celestial body roared angrily. A wave of silver light shot out of its mouth and landed on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. In an instant, it penetrated her body, and Zhang Yuhe's sword radiance immediately dissipated. Zhang Yuhe, don't struggle anymore. Yutong's body flashed as the silver light shot down and landed in front of Zhang Yuhe. He reached out his hand and pressed his thumb on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. A small imprint appeared on her forehead. In order to condense the sword heart, you didn't have much sword qi in your body. After that, you fought with Fengying and your sword qi was depleted. In the end, you transformed into a sword and clashed with a nascent soul cultivator. Your sword heart has already been shaken. You're now a candle in the wind. What are you trying to do? Yutong landed in the distance and said coldly, that damned Fengying may be powerful, but she still doesn't know your background. If you fight for a while longer, what else can you do? Zhang Yuhe struggled with all her might. Her body seemed to be nailed to the ground in midair. She couldn't move at all. Moreover, her natal sword was controlled by Yutong. The sword qi around her didn't listen to her at all. She had the sword transformation realm, but she didn't have the means to transform into a sword. She was like a nascent soul cultivator who had lost his nascent soul. Don't struggle. Yutong pointed with his finger, and the crimson light on the crystal thread shone brightly. Through the crystal thread, a large amount of azure light fell. The azure light passed through Zhang Yuhe's corporeal body and landed on the few remaining six directions yin spirits below her. Roar! The six directions yin spirit seemed to have consumed an elixir when it obtained the azure light. Its sword qi shone brightly. Speed! Yutong's eyes flashed with a blood-red color, and the fragments of the blood-red crystal split into two. One of them rushed into the six directions yin spirit, and the sword light around the yin spirit gradually turned blood-red from the root. Go! Yutong pointed his finger. The six directions yin spirit flew up and pounced on Zhang Yuhe. He, refining the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit is your lifelong wish. Then you shall be the main soul of this six directions yin spirit and live in this extreme yin sword gourd forever. Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. If a swordsman who has stepped into the sword transformation realm becomes the main soul of the six directions yin spirit, it will be very easy for this young master's great yin-yang six directions sword spirit to kill the sword transformation realm. Seeing her consciousness gradually blurring, Zhang Yuha knew that her sword spirit was gradually being devoured by the six directions sword spirit. These two sword spirits came from the same source. It was extremely easy to devour them. Her sword intent was firmly controlled by Yu Tong. The sword origin in her body was also imprisoned by the silver light. Zhang Yuha could only be a fish on the chopping board. You want me to surrender without a fight? You're underestimating the warriors of my sword domain. A trace of contempt appeared on Zhang Yuha's face. However, her eyes looked past Yu Tong to the silver light in the sky. She muttered, "Elder sister, where are you? It's all because I'm too greedy and too selfish. If I only wanted to avenge you and send a message to the sect, how would I end up in this state? I hope that elder sister can turn misfortune into fortune. The heavens bless my sword region." As she spoke, a small grayish-black sword suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuha's forehead. There was no sword light or sword chi from the small sword. Furthermore, the small sword was faintly discernible. What is this? Yu Tong was stunned. He also had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Kill. Zhang Yuha spat out a single word. The small sword flew out silently. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into Yu Tong's forehead. Yu Tong hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, the golden light was unable to block the small sword. The small sword sank into his forehead. This Yu Tong touched his unharmed forehead. He was extremely puzzled. However, immediately after, Yu Tong felt an incomparable pain in the depths of his soul. Soul sword. Yu Tong suddenly realized that this was the soul sword that he had occasionally heard Zhang Yuha mention. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from Yu Tong's mouth. Instantly, Yu Tong tilted above the ball of light. The silver-white true tiger celestial body also quietly returned to his body. Chapter 26:13. However, his body was still standing straight. His eyes were tightly shut, and his pupils did not move at all. Clearly, Zhang Yuha's soul sword had destroyed Yu Tong's soul in one hit. Looking at Zhang Yuha's extremely pale face, coupled with the traces of green, she looked like ghostly. Moreover, her willpower had also collapsed, and her gaze was wandering. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in Qin Jian's memory. Although Zhang Yuha did not perish together with Yu Tong, her soul was also heavily injured, and was on the verge of collapse. Of course, the edge was the edge, and it was fundamentally different from the bottom of the cliff. If Zhang Yuha could get a chance to recuperate, there might be a chance of recovery. However, Zhang Yuha muttered, "Fortunately. Although Yu Tong's soul was destroyed, it still exists. It's suitable to be the main soul of a Liuhe Yang spirit." As she spoke, she actually did not care about the injuries to her soul. She raised her trembling hand and took out an ancient soul talisman. She wanted to refine the Liuhe Yang spirit before Yu Tong's soul dissipated. It had to be said that Zhang Yuha's obsession was indeed extraordinary. However, just as the soul talisman flew up, before Zhang Yuha could recite the soul incantation, Yu Tong's tightly shut eyes suddenly moved, and even opened abruptly. At this time, Yu Tong's eyes flashed with ecstasy, curiosity, and even a trace of coldness. Ah! Zhang Yuha was obviously caught off guard, and her body trembled. Ha 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 ha! Yu Tong looked at Zhang Yuha, then looked around, and even looked at the place where Xiao Hua disappeared. With a shake of his arm, the true tiger body rushed out of his body again. As its wings flapped, countless silver lights danced and shot towards the silver space. The place where Xiao Hua disappeared was even more dazzling and fluctuating. You. Zhang Yuhe said the word "you" twice. When her sharp gaze met Yu Tong's eyes, it was as if she was stabbed by a sword. She did not dare to look at him and hurriedly dodged. Ha ha ha, the ecstasy on Yu Tong's face was not concealed at all. This old man has lingered in Yu Tong's soul for dozens of years, and finally found his opponent. Zhang Yuhe, your methods are not bad. You. Who are you? Zhang Yuhe was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, You. Did you take over Yu Tong? Humph, who am I? Why should I let you know? Although you are a dead man, how can this old man tell his secrets to others? Don't you know that there is no absolute secret in this world? Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. This old man wants to possess Yu Tong, but do you think it's so easy to possess a descendant of the ancient race's true bloodline? In order not to be devoured by this little brat, this old man has racked my brains to guide him for the past few decades, allowing him to step all the way from the qi refining stage to the gold core stage. If it weren't for this old man, he would have already been refined into a sword spirit by you. But this little brat won't let me go. He wants me to help him reach the divine transformation realm. Zhang Yuhe, this old man should be thanking you. If it weren't for your soul sword shattering this little brat's soul, this old man wouldn't know how many years I would have been enslaved by him. Now that he's dead, his corporeal body is mine. I didn't really take over this little brat's corporeal body. Not to mention that all my previous efforts were left to me, even my cultivation in this life didn't touch the slightest bit of karma. This is something that this old man didn't even dream of. It's fine. Senior, please take pity on me. Zhang Yuhe was shocked when she heard Yu Tong's words. She hurriedly begged for mercy. This junior didn't know that Senior was in Yu Tong's body and has offended Senior. If Senior lets this junior go, this junior will definitely tell you all the secrets of my sword cultivation lineage. Hehe, your so-called sword cultivation lineage is just a branch of the divine transformation realm. It's nothing. You don't even understand what a real sword is. What is there for this old man to covet? Yu Tong looked Zhang Yuhe up and down and revealed a wretched expression. However, this body of yours is not bad. This old man hasn't tasted meat for tens of thousands of years. This old man will be satisfied. When Zhang Yuhe heard this, her face turned extremely pale. Unfortunately, Yu Tong's tone changed again. It's a pity that your soul is about to scatter. How much longer can this old man live? Isn't this great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit from the same source as your sword spirit? This old man will refine your soul and Yu Tong's soul into this sword spirit at the same time. Won't your so-called great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit reach perfection? This great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit isn't anything powerful. However, when paired with this sword gourd that Feng Ying gave me, this old man will be able to refine an ancient weapon of mass destruction if I have other opportunities in the future. What do you think this old man will choose? Even if my soul is scattered and I can't be reincarnated, I will definitely. Zhang Yuhe clenched her silver teeth as if she was about to make a decision. However, Yu Tong pointed his finger and a faint white light appeared from his fingertip and shot into Zhang Yuhe's glabella. That light entered her body and Zhang Yuhe seemed to have no ability to resist. As the light entered her body, Zhang Yuhe's body trembled rapidly. Then, her eyes lost their expression and she became extremely sluggish. Yu Tong grabbed the soul talisman and it fell into his hand. He looked around and put it into his storage bag with disdain. He sneered and said, I didn't expect that there would be a descendant of the Grand Shaman on the Dawn Rain continent. You want to make such a simple soul-capturing technique into a talisman. As he spoke, Yu Tong muttered something, and a faint green brilliance appeared in his hands. After a moment, Yu Tong waved his hand, and Yu Qingtian's corpse flew over from a distance. Yutong flicked his finger and a green light fell into Yu Qingtian's corpse. The two halves of the corpse merged together and flashed with a faint green light. In a moment, a tiger the size of a fist flew out of Yu Qingtian's glabella. This old man's luck is really good today. Yutong was overjoyed. Although Yu Qingtian's bloodline is not as pure as Yutong's, it can still be considered as an ancient true blood. It can be combined with Yutong's broken soul and become the main soul of the Liuhe Yang spirit. As he spoke, Yutong pointed his finger again. Yu Qingtian's corpse stood up strangely and flew to a place parallel to Yutong. Yutong grabbed his forehead and a phantom image of Yutong, which seemed to be pieced together, flew out from his forehead. Go! As Yutong waved his hand, a ball of green light fell into the phantom image of Yutong and landed on Yu Qingtian's forehead along with the phantom image. Okay, I'm coming out. Yutong's tone seemed to be a little cheerful, which was really close to his identity as a young Yutong. I was originally the lord of the Yu family in Fallen Gold Mountain. In the future, I will still be the lord. This old man. No, I'm afraid that I will bring this ancient remnant clan to greater heights in the future. I don't know if that group of old things from the Archaeozoic era will thank me. As he spoke, Yutong's figure emerged from the ball of light, and in an instant, Yu Qingtian's body landed on it again. Rise! Yutong waved his hand, and the yin-yang sword gourd flew up high with the mouth of the gourd facing downwards. The two sword spirits who had not yet been absorbed into the gourd sat cross-legged under the gourd. Yutong waved his hand again, and the two balls of light, together with Yu Qingtian's body and Zhang Yuhe's body, disappeared under the sword spirits. Immediately afterward, Yutong cast a dozen strange incantations. The fragments of the broken blood-red crystal and a lot of blood mist condensed into two thumb-sized blood balls and disappeared into the glabella of the two sword spirits. After that, the balls of light turned into a long rainbow and rushed into the glabella of the two sword spirits from under the sword spirits. However, it was different from the one refined by Zhang Yuhe. Yu Qingtian's ball landed on the glabella of the six directions Yin spirit, while Zhang Yuhe's ball landed on the glabella of the six directions Yang spirit. Although the sacrificial refining method of this Zhang Yuhe is good, if I want to refine that thing, I'm afraid it will take a lot of hard work. Let's leave the sword spirits like this for now. I'll kill Fengning of the Huanhua sect first. This little bastard seems to be more difficult to deal with than Yutong. What he uses seems to be similar to the legendary 5 elements wishful sky staff. A cultivator who can use such a weapon must have great divine power. I think this little bastard's physical body is better than Yutong's. Yutong looked at the sword spirits who were gradually becoming one with the sword gourd, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked at the place where Xiaohua had disappeared for a long time and said lightly, in addition, this little bastard's hands are really fast. He actually took away the ancestral spiritual artifact of the Fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. This spiritual artifact is the key. If I want to go there, I really have to start with this spiritual artifact. I don't know what will be in that place. Yutong muttered and hit the two sword spirits with the two pale green lights in his hands. Then, he shook his shoulders, and the true tiger Dharma body above Yutong's head flashed with silver light. The silver light pierced into the space that had shrunk greatly, as if it was splitting the world apart. Gradually, the space expanded under the push of the silver light and returned to its previous gigantic state. The scattered small squares were still below the great blood sacrifice array. Even though the 9 silver regions were in a mess, under the push of the silver light, they gradually became orderly again. Yutong's true tiger Dharma body was actually more useful than the silver tiger spiritual artifact in Yu Qingtian's hands. No wonder Yutong replaced Yu Qingtian as the sect master of the Fallen Gold Mountains Jade Slip. These disciples will be my direct subordinates in the future. Yutong's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I can't not. Speaking of this, Yutong suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the sky. He said in surprise, "Oh, this Feng Ying. How can he have such great magical power? How can he know thunder magic? This thunder escape technique." Then, Yu Tong did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the true tiger Dharma body opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of silver light into the sky. Yu Tong flew up and tore the sky with his hand. The sky split open, and Yu Tong flashed into it and disappeared in a moment. The Brahma gold formation, which was bustling with killing just a moment ago, was now quiet. Only the two great yin-yang six-direction sword spirits, which had changed beyond recognition, were slowly being refined. Chapter 26:14. As for Xiao Hua, when he saw that Yu Tong was actually the person with outstanding cultivation that Hongxia Fairy had mentioned, and that Yu Tong had actually turned the tables at the last moment to seize the initiative, he secretly sighed in his heart at Yu Tong's deep concealment. He also thought of how Yu Tong had not made a move when Yu Qingtian was killed by Zhang Yuhe. He had been hiding until he could have won the battle, and his heart became even colder. In his heart, he no longer wanted to be involved in the grievances between Fallen Gold Mountain and Zhang Yuhe. Besides, he already had the silver tiger in his hand, and Yu Qingtian's storage bag. Although Xiao Hua did not carefully check the contents of the storage bag, as the Lord of Fallen Gold Mountain, if Yu Qingtian's storage bag did not contain the jade slip of the gold escape technique, then who else would have it? Therefore, Xiao Hua did not say anything and flashed out of the crack, wanting to escape. Who would have thought that as soon as he came out of the crack, he would see a cold night sky in front of him? This Brahma gold array was actually in mid-air, far from underground as he thought. An overwhelming ice rain poured down, but Xiao Hua did not feel cold. The coldness of the weather was nothing compared to the coldness of the human heart that he perceived. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, taking advantage of the hurricane to display the wind escape technique. However, just as his figure floated up, a silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and a small square with a faint silver light blocked his way, and it could even be said that it covered him out of thin air. This is bad. Xiao Hua was shocked when he saw this. He knew that this must be Yu Tong's doing. This guy was now close to the gold core stage, and even had the real tiger Dharma body. Looking at the scene just now, Yu Tong could rely on this Dharma body to control the Brahma gold array. Since the situation inside the Brahma gold array could be controlled by him, the small square that blocked Xiao Hua's way outside must also be his doing. Xiao Hua had never seen such an outstanding disciple of an aristocratic family. Compared with Yu Tong, not to mention Yin Jichong, Li Zongbao, and Hongxia Fairy, even Xiao Hua himself was inferior by a few points. Run! I will definitely not fight with this guy in the Brahma gold array. Xiao Hua knew the power of this Dharma body. He raised his hand and waved the wishful steel staff. His figure urged the wind to the extreme. That person borrowed the power of the staff and the wind of the staff. In an instant, the Dharma body's temporary change of the Buddhist golden array was defeated. Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop. He caught the staff and fiercely rushed forward. However, he only flew 3 zhang before the second small square blocked his way. Xiao Hua was helpless, he didn't know what was happening inside the Buddhist gold great array. But he knew in his heart that Zhang Yuhe was definitely doomed. Based on his current situation, he had already broken hundreds of small grids and flew for several kilometers. However, those annoying grids were still appearing endlessly, as if there was no end to them. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua really didn't have any other particularly useful methods to break this small grid. Fight! Xiao Hua almost encouraged himself. With a wave of his hand, he broke the small grid that had just appeared. Then, he flew another 3 zhang and waved the wishful steel staff again. Suddenly, he found that there were no more small grids appearing in front of him. Oh, is that Yu Tong's magical power exhausted, or was he killed by Zhang Yuhe? Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment, then he was immediately overjoyed. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly activated his magic power. Lightning flashed around his body, and his figure suddenly rushed out. The sound of rolling thunder could be heard endlessly. It is the flying phoenix that broke the cage, the flying dragon that broke free from the shackles. Xiao Hua's figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the storm and was about to disappear into the night. Who knew that Xiao Hua's joy was only for a moment? A bigger grid blocked his way. However, at this time, a wall of silver appeared. The silver light around him had not appeared yet. Up! Xiao Hua's mind turned sharply, and he rushed toward the sky. At the same time, the wishful steel staff had to be raised again. There was no doubt at all. Xiao Hua had not flown more than 3 zhang when the silver light flashed and the small grid appeared again. Damn it, it's endless. Xiao Hua was furious, but he really didn't have a good way. He had to use the stupid method again. One small grid after another was broken. Of course, at this time, Xiao Hua still thought he was clever and flew up and down, turning left and right, hoping to escape this disaster. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a voice that seemed to be sneering entered his ears, shattering his last hope. It was the young voice of Yutong. Martial nephew Feng, you are so leisurely. The wind and rain outside is heavy. How can it be more comfortable than inside the Buddhist gold great array? You and I are both disciples of the Huanhua sect. What can martial uncle do to you? It's better to go back with martial uncle. You and I can drink and talk about these decades of separation. Martial uncle is very curious. Why didn't you come to the sword tomb that year? Where have you been for the past few decades? How can you suddenly appear at this time when martial uncle has forgotten about you? Martial uncle has been thinking for a long time, but he still can't figure it out. I really want to know what happened. Little Yutong, an honest person doesn't do underhanded things. You are now a Jindan stage master. Why are you still holding on to the previous grievances? Today, I got lost and entered this place. Now, I am not injured at all. Since you and I are both disciples of the Huanhua sect, I will not argue with martial uncle. At this time, I will leave the sword tomb. You and I will talk in the Huanhua sect in the future. Xiao Hua did not stop. The wishful staff in his hand was different. In a moment, 3 small grids were destroyed. However, more and more small grids appeared again in succession. There was no end to them. Huh, you took my falling gold mountains things and want to leave? Yutong laughed. The silver true tiger Dharma body was even more ferocious in the night. You first give the silver tiger to martial uncle. As for sect master Yu's storage bag, there is no harm in giving it to you. Hehe, although I am not injured, the shock is great. These things can be regarded as compensation for the falling gold mountain. How could Xiao Hua give away these things? AI, in that case. Martial uncle has no choice but to keep you. Yutong's tone was incomparably regretful. Anyway, you are still within the range of the Buddhist gold great array. You can go down with martial uncle. Saying that, Yutong pointed his finger, and a huge silver cage appeared out of thin air, covering nearly 100 feet of space around Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua had just broken a grid. His divine sense swept out and he sighed in his heart. He knew that today, he would not be able to easily escape from the Buddhist gold great array. He had already used his Yuanying hand once. At best, he could use it again half a time. Besides, even if he wanted to use it again, he was afraid that he would have to wait for more than 10 days. Although his spiritual fire was strange, it did not seem to belong to the 5 elements. Moreover, the true essence consumed was too much. As for the other things, he did not know if they would be useful to the Buddhist gold great array. Therefore, he waved his hand and lifted the wishful steel staff. It was just as he was about to fly in front of Yutong, but at this time, a silver light appeared near Xiao Hua, separating him from Yutong. Pang Xiaohua's wishful steel staff did not hesitate to hit the silver light, but after the silver light flashed, a kind of dignified feeling came out from the silver light. Moreover, the space of about 100 feet slowly pressed down, as if to completely imprison Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not dare to hit the silver light again with the wishful steel staff. He quickly took out the water bottle, and a piece of azure blue was born. Innate primordial water completely surrounded Xiaohua. Is this thing useful? Yutong sneered. Within 100 feet of the innate primordial water, the silver light pressed down and forced the innate primordial water to flow backward. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind turned quickly. He thought of the spiritual talisman in the hands of the nascent soul, and then thought of the fire talisman and spiritual fire. It seemed that they could not break the Buddhist gold great array. That's right, the gold escape. Xiaohua was quick-witted and thought of the weakness of the Buddhist gold great array. If I knew the gold escape, this Buddhist gold great array would not be able to block it, right? Yu Qingtian's storage bag must have the jade slip of this secret technique. However, I also need time to comprehend it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out dozens of rabbit spiritual talismans. He did not hesitate to urge his spiritual power and put these spiritual talismans into the innate primordial water. This is, the heavenly star's great array. Yutong's eyes widened as he watched the rabbit spirit talisman fly into the void and block the pressure of the Brahma gold formation. How do you know this kind of formation? He exclaimed in an almost unimaginable way. How do you know this kind of formation? The heavenly star's great array. Xiaohua's mouth twitched and he snorted coldly in his heart. It's just a rabbit array. However, Xiaohua knew that he and Yutong would not rest until one of them was dead. Why would he pay attention to him? He made a grabbing motion with his hand and several rays of light flashed. His figure disappeared. Moreover, the innate primordial water roared again and surrounded the so-called heavenly star's great array so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Although Yutong was powerful, he did not dare to send his spiritual sense into the innate primordial water. This Feng Ying, where did he come from? Could it be that he also has a strand of soul in his purple palace? He also has. Yutong looked at the azure innate primordial water and did not dare to look directly at it. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, this heavenly star's great array is not complete, but it is more complete than a complete great array. Could it be that this is the true heavenly star's great array? If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that the strand of soul in his purple palace has an even greater origin than me. Could it be that when I sent this guy to the sword tomb that day, he had this opportunity? That's why he didn't enter the sword tomb and escaped the last blood sacrifice. Damn it, when did this Dawn Rain continent become so popular? At this time, what should I do? Yutong pondered for a moment and his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Who cares who you are? In this guy's purple palace, who cares who took over your body? Wait until I refine the two sword gourds. No matter who you are, you will fall under the yin-yang sword gourds. Chapter 26:15. As he spoke, the Real tiger above the jade board flapped its wings again. A thick layer of silver light flashed on the surface of the azure primordial water, and it moved slowly again. However, it stopped after a short movement. No matter how the real tiger flapped its wings, the silver light remained motionless. I can't move it, but you can't do anything about it. Yutong snorted coldly and pointed his finger. Streaks of silver light surrounded the innate pure water. Then, more streaks of silver light appeared in the air, surrounding an area of more than 10 miles. Within these streaks of silver light, there were countless corridors and small cubicles. It was like a huge silver maze. Rise! Following Yutong's shout, his tiger opened its mouth, and a streak of silver light shot into the air. In the icy rain, countless flying swords and sword intent flew over and covered the silver light. Hide! Yutong grabbed with his hand, and countless streaks of silver light flashed between his fingers. Like flying swords, they pierced into the silver light within a dozen miles. These streaks of silver light flashed rapidly in the night sky, and gradually disappeared. When I finish refining my sword gourd, it will be time for you to die. Yutong also disappeared with the silver light, leaving only this vicious sentence in the wind and rain. The direction Xiaohua had fled to was different from the direction the sword cultivators had fled to. The sword cultivators, led by Lu Ruochang, were shocked and resentful when they saw the sword intent in the direction of the Buddhist gold formation. On one hand, they were shocked that a sword cultivator had suddenly appeared here. On the other hand, they had pretended to be defeated in order to lure a group of cultivators into the sword formation they had set up and kill them in one fell swoop. However, now that the sword transformation senior had appeared, if he did not flee in the direction of the sword transformation sword will, he would definitely expose himself and the Dao sect cultivators would be able to detect his intentions. However, what if he fled in the direction of the sword transformation sword will? It would be different from the direction of the sword formation they had set up. After LV Ruochang and the rest had a brief discussion, they had no choice but to change their direction and fly towards the Brahma Gold Great Array. After all, it was unreasonable for them to not seek help from such a strong support. For the sake of the sword formation that they had been preparing for several years, and for the sake of killing the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators in one fell swoop, they could only continue to act. Marshal Uncle Lu, we will enter the sword catacomb in a few miles. A fifth-grade female swordsman flew beside Lu Ruochang and said in a low voice. LV Ruochang's pretty eyes swept across the front before turning back to look. She helplessly waved her hand and instructed, continue forward. Yes. This disciple understands. The swordsman nodded and urged the sword light under his feet to fly to the front to send a message. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment, and the sword light under his feet also swayed, flying obliquely to the right. On the right side of the Black Phoenix sword sect were the disciples of the Xian sword sect. Those disciples did not know what was going on and thought that they were really retreating in defeat. They seemed to be in a hurry and even had fear on their faces. Seeing LV Ruochang flying over, they barely maintained their formation and nodded their heads in salute. Seeing this, LV Ruochang was very proud. She knew that her arrangements were not leaked by those illusory swordsmen. Even if the Dao sect cultivators could capture some of the swordsmen who had drawn their swords and nurtured their swords, it was impossible for them to know about her extremely strict plan. Of course, at the same time, she felt somewhat apologetic in her heart, but she could not show it. She could only show a trace of warmth in her eyes and even forced a smile on the corner of her mouth to comfort the swordsman who should not be in a panic. The leader of the Huan sword sect was Chu Jianchong, the red-faced swordsman. At this time, Chu Jianchong's expression was extremely strange. His brows were tightly knitted and his face was puzzled. Although the flying sword under his feet flashed with a red brilliance, the sword light was somewhat swaying, just like his expression, flickering. Seeing that LV Ruochang had flown away, Chu Jianchong hurriedly urged his flying sword forward and cupped his hands. Sword friend LV, I wonder if sword friend has any advice for coming over. Nothing else. LV Ruochang waved her hand and said, this sword just felt that the previous discussion was a little rushed, and wanted to ask if sword friend Chu had any other ideas in mind. Not at all. Chu Jianchong hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, sword friend LV's strategizing is rare among the warriors of our sword domain. Since the Sword Dao War, our sword domain has been advancing step by step under sword friend's leadership. We have taken advantage of them by surprise. The matter of the sword tomb's formation is the finishing touch. If it was Chu who did it, he would not be able to think of it even if he cracked his head. It can be said that this war is under sword friend's control. Our sword domain's victory is only a matter of time. Sigh, How can it be as simple as sword friend Chu said? LV Ruochang smiled bitterly again. Even if this sword is good at strategizing, without the bravery of sword friends and the hot blood of the warriors of our sword domain, how could our sword domain win? Moreover, there are many capable people among the Dao sect cultivators. Think about that ambitious and ruthless Tu Hong. If he could live until now, he might not be unable to see through this sword's plot. No matter how powerful Tu Hong is, wasn't he still killed by sword friend Qin Jian? Sword friend Qin is wrong. Tu Hong was not killed by Qin Jian. This is what Qin Jian told me personally. LV Ruochang sneered. Ah! Which swordsman did this? Assassinating Qin Jian is a great contribution to our sword domain. Chu Jianchong was stunned. Who knows? LV Ruochang shrugged. This contribution has not been acknowledged by any sword friend until now. Or perhaps, it is an internal conflict among the cultivators. Speaking of Qin Jian. Sword friend Qin's intelligence is not below mine, and even surpasses mine. If not for Senior Huajian's orders, he would be more suitable to command this war than me. Not necessarily. Chu Jianchong smiled. Sword friend LV is plotting from the back, while sword friend Qin is charging from the front. This is an excellent combination. Yes, LV Ruochang sighed, his gaze was faint. This sword thinks so too. Only those who are brave and resourceful can be powerful. With the cooperation of these two people, it is a blessing for our sword domain. Unfortunately, sword friend Qin was killed by the terrifying phoenix in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley. This is really beyond my expectations. At the mention of Xiao Hua, Chu Jianchong's eyes narrowed, and an inexplicable expression appeared on his face. He whispered, "This terrifying phoenix is really mysterious. Some say it is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, some say it is a late gold core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, and some even say it is a nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. Until now, sword friend LV, you still don't know who this terrifying phoenix is?" LV Ruochang's expression also turned cold, and he shook his head. Previously, this sword has almost confirmed that this terrifying phoenix is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect named Xiao Hua. After all, he made his debut at Chicken Crow Mountain, and many sword-pregnant and drawing swords disciples saw him, so he is not mysterious. But later, this terrifying phoenix became more and more powerful, and was abnormally mysterious. Any illusory swordsman who encountered this terrifying phoenix would have their wings broken. Other than Yumming Lunatic, there were no other survivors. How could this be done by a foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, our sword domain has put out a bounty for a long time, and there has never been a disciple who can kill this terrifying phoenix. This sword almost suspects that this terrifying phoenix should not be one person, but many people. It could be the combination of Extreme Happiness Sect's Li Zongbao, Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua, and Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao. It could also be the secret hand of several gold core cultivators in the conference hall. That's right. Chu Jianchong slapped his forehead and came to a realization, I'm afraid, so. There are also powerful people among the cultivators. Alas, thinking about this incomparably powerful terrifying phoenix, even if this sword faced it, this sword would not dare to say that it could win. Not to mention those gold core cultivators in the conference hall. Lu Ruochang said again, that Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo actually left a way out and self-destructed in front of this sword, injuring this sword. If this sword did not take advantage of the situation to escape, I would have really stayed in the Mo Qin cave. Isn't this falling into LV Jianyo's plan? Chu Jianchong comforted, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it can't compare to sword friend's schemes. Just look at it now, this whole way of retreating, if not for Chu knowing in his heart and knowing sword friend's plan in advance, how could he believe that this is the prelude to our sword domain's great victory? Hearing Chu Jianchong's words and sincere consolation, Lu Ruochang smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Sword friend Chu thinks too highly of this sword. Oh. What do you mean by that? Chu Jianchong was puzzled. Could it be that these are not sword friend's thoughts? He, this is naturally what this sword thinks and plans. The corners of Lu Ruochang's mouth curled up into a smile, but there was a lot of bitterness, but it is definitely not everything that this sword has planned. Let's not talk about the sword intent that transformed into a sword just now. Lu Ruochang looked to his left and said in a low voice, even if the defeat of my sword cultivators this time is indeed my sword's plan, but if I were to really implement it, it would be extremely difficult to not arouse the suspicion of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, that's right. Chu Jianchong also felt the same way. These Dao sect cultivators were actually suppressed by us. If we were to suddenly let them turn defeat into victory, even I would not be that stupid. That's right. So, this sword had no choice but to sacrifice the lives of some of the sword region's warriors. Lu Ruochang sighed. This is the only way to create an illusion for the Dao sect cultivators, to make them think that they have won. Chu Jianchong immediately understood the purpose of Lu Ruochang's visit, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. There is no need for LV Jianyu to say anything more about this matter. Our sword hearts are facing the sun and moon, and everything we do is for the sword region. If we can use the lives of tens of thousands of swordsmen to exchange for the lives of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I am willing to do so. The corner of Lu Ruochang's mouth revealed a smile as he cupped his hands and said, I am truly happy that sword friend Chu has such a sense of righteousness. Sigh, actually, half of this final defeat was intentional on the part of the warriors of my sword region, and the other half was due to the bravery of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, Chu Jianchong also nodded slightly. The Dao sect cultivators treated this as their last stop and threw in most of their disciples. That madness was definitely not something that could be compared to before. Even if we were to really lose, it would be normal. Chapter 26:16. Speaking of this, Chu Jianchong hesitated for a moment and whispered, actually. Chu is a little confused. There are more disciples in the sword realm, but halfway through his words, Chu Jianchong stopped and looked at LV Ruochang tentatively. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. LV Ruochang's eyes lit up as he transmitted a few words to Chu Jianchong. How could this be? Chu Jianchong's face revealed an extremely admiring and astonished expression. He said, Chu is really speechless. Chu can only prostrate himself in admiration. This is a secret that Senior Huashan taught me. I haven't mentioned it to any sword friends. Sword friend Chu, you have to keep it a secret. Yes. Chu Jianchong was extremely panicked and nodded quickly. Chu will never say a word to others. That's good. LV Ruochang said lightly, after this battle, everything will be clear. At that time, the practitioners of the Taoism sect will even have the thought of crying. But Chu Jianchong was about to speak, but LV Ruochang changed the topic again. The sudden appearance of the sword essence of the sword realm puzzles me again. Could it be that someone transformed into a sword in the sword realm? Or a Senior Huashan from another sect? Alas, in short, the direction of escape has changed. If we change it again, it will be a little difficult. Looking at LV Ruochang's slightly frowning eyebrows and thinking of LV Ruochang's frankness just now, Chu Jianchong's hesitation just now had already flown out of the sky. Chu Jianchong cautiously looked around. A group of drawing swordsmen and two junior brothers of the illusory sword sect were not too close to them. Chu Jianchong transmitted a message to LV Ruochang, sword friend LV, in fact, there is something that Chu still has to report to you. Oh. What's the matter? LV Ruochang's face had returned to indifference. It was hard to tell whether he was curious or confident. the sword essence in the sword tomb just now. Chu Jianchong said as he licked his slightly dry lips and said, Chu felt that, this sword essence, seemed to contain the sword technique of my Huanjian sect, is that so? Lu Ruochang asked curiously, which sword transformation senior from your sword sect has come to the sword tomb? Chu Jianchong said almost without hesitation, this is where Chu's doubts lie. This sword intent doesn't belong to the sword transformation masters of my radiant sword sect. But the sword art in this sword intent has traces of my Huanjian sect. Is it, a senior brother of your sword sect who transformed into a sword here? LV Ruochang probed. Absolutely not. Chu Jianchong shook his head decisively. There are many residual sword essences in the sword tomb, and the sword chi is full of death chi. If one transforms into a sword in the sword tomb and condenses the sword heart, he will only end up with chi deviation and the death of the sword heart. This is public knowledge in the sword realm, and my radiant sword sect is no exception. No one will condense the sword heart here. Moreover, according to Chu Jianchong's knowledge, the senior brothers in my sect who are at the third grade of the illusory sword have not reached the peak of the illusory sword. There is still a long way to go before they can transform into a sword. Oh, I see. LV Ruochang looked into the distance again and asked curiously, then what's going on? Maybe, only when we get there will we know. Chu Jianchong smiled bitterly. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. Sword friend Chu, the sword tomb is extremely dangerous. You have to take good care of our disciples. Listen to my orders. LV Ruochang cupped his hands and said. Yes, Chu Jianchong understands. Chu Jianchong hurriedly returned the salute and watched LV Ruochang leave. Well, just as I felt, the sword essence of the transforming sword should be related to the Xianjian sect. LV Ruochang, who was leaving, thought to himself, it's a pity that Chu Jianchong doesn't know who the transforming sword is. He doesn't even admit that he is a swordsman of the Xianjian sect. That's strange. Maybe only when we get there can we know the truth. LV Ruochang sighed. At this time, there was a slight sword essence of the transforming sword coming from the Buddhist gold array. Alas, we can only go forward. LV Ruochang urged the flying sword to fly forward and whispered, I just don't know how to change the direction. Well, when we enter the sword tomb, the sword essence of the transforming sword will weaken a little. Then, I will lead these stupid cultivators to the array. With the previous deceptive move, those cultivators may not be able to find anything. At the edge of the sword tomb, the purple jasmine flowers had gradually become sparse. In the eyes of the fleeing cultivators, there was no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. After all, fresh lives were much more precious than this beautiful scenery. The group of explorers saw the brownish-red vegetation all over the ground and did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly stopped, clapped their hands, and took out a few small sword talismans. They urged the sword essence, and the sword talismans turned into several small swords and rushed out. It was the location of the large group of people. In fact, when these small swords were just sent out, several first-grade illusory swordsmen flew from a distance. These swordsmen caught the sword talismans and quickly flew to the purple jasmine flowers in the sword tomb. Liao Jianyu, when we passed through the sword tomb, it was early in the morning. The purple jasmine flowers were dripping with dew like crystals. We were still talking about the world and would not retreat from this battle. We were only waiting for senior transforming sword to go south and sweep away the arrogance of the three kingdoms. A slightly lonely middle-aged swordsman glanced at the somewhat defeated purple jasmine flowers and sighed. He said to a swordsman who was about 10 feet away, who would have thought that several years would pass like a day and night. You and I reunited here. Not to mention the passion of that day, even our lives were in danger. Liao Jianyu was also a bit pessimistic. He looked around and sorrowfully said, you and I can still meet here. Many of the sword friends who died in the cultivation world couldn't even find their corpses. Even, My Void Heaven Sword School's martial uncle Qin Jian was beheaded by the terrifying Phoenix and brought back to the Sky Patrol City to be rewarded. I don't think I'm a match for the terrifying Phoenix, or else I would have killed my way to the Sky Patrol City and taken its head. Cough, cough, another white-haired old swordsman coughed a few times and said, what the two junior martial brothers said is very true, but it's not enough. Since we have already fallen to this point, we should quickly find a safe passage to enter and exit the sword tomb. Since there's Senior Huajian's sword intent in front of us, we've sought his protection. Even if he can't casually attack the Dao sect cultivators, in front of him, the Dao sect cultivators can't possibly. Can't what? Another white-haired old swordsman said disapprovingly, Senior Martial Brother Zhao is always so lucky. If it wasn't for Senior Martial Brother Zhao's so-called luck, we wouldn't have been defeated like this in the Gale snowfield. Did I say anything wrong? The swordsman surnamed Zhao was a bit angry. Why did you change directions instead of seeking Senior Transforming Sword's protection? The white-haired old swordsman seemed to be dissatisfied with the swordsman surnamed Zhao and coldly mocked, do you think only sword cultivators like us can sense Senior Transforming Sword's sword intent? Then why can't the Dao sect cultivators sense it? Look, even if we changed directions and flew directly to the location of the sword intent, those cultivators, did they hesitate in the slightest? The senior martial uncles who control the left and right have a sense of propriety. The old swordsman surnamed Zhao was a bit tongue-tied and argued, if not, why would we change directions? Following them was a dark-skinned swordsman. He was tall and burly, but when he heard their argument, a trace of mockery even appeared on his face. When the old swordsman Zhao retorted and the other old swordsman was about to retort, he coldly scolded, the battle has come to this point, what's the use of all your arguments and arguments? Look at the nearby drawing sword disciples. They didn't summon us here to listen to your arguments. Besides, after we find the passage, the other senior martial brothers will find it as well. Don't delay the safe retreat of hundreds of thousands of our sword region warriors. The two swordsmen were slightly angry and were about to join forces against a common enemy, but when they saw that the nearby disciples who had sent messages were all hiding far away, they felt anxious and helpless. Forget it. The old swordsman surnamed Zhao clapped his hands and took out a sparkling, jade-like small sword. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of sword essence on it. The small sword suddenly bounced up and spun violently in mid-air, gradually turning into the shape of a pale white spirit snake. Go! The old swordsman hurriedly formed a sword seal, and several rays of sword light hit the spirit snake. The sword light around the spirit snake's body flourished and flew into the surrounding air. Immediately, the spirit snake's head rotated in mid-air for a while, like a small wheel of wind and fire. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit snake's head stopped. It was at a place in the sword catacomb. Whoosh, the spirit snake once again turned into a sword. It was still that sparkling, small sword, and it quickly rushed into the sword catacomb. Disciples, this is a safe passage. You may follow me in. The old swordsman surnamed Zhao waved his hand and flew into the passage. A few disciples who were closer to the passage showed joy on their faces. After each of them marked the place, they also followed in. At the same time, the four swordsmen, including the swordsman surnamed Liao, each took out a small sword of different styles. Although the way they activated their sword essence was different, they all found 4 different safe passages within 100 feet of each other. The directions were more or less the same as the old swordsman surnamed Zhao. Let's go, the 4 swordsmen called out to the nearby disciples, as well as the disciples who were gradually coming to receive them, and rushed into the sword catacomb. Immediately, within a few miles, many illusory swordsmen rushed over and took out their small swords to find the way. Under the arrangements of the disciples who were scouting the way, the swordsmen flew into the sword catacomb in an orderly manner. If the Golden Core adepts in the Dao Sect's conference hall saw the swordsmen retreating in such an orderly manner, they would probably be suspicious. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived here, the swordsmen had already entered the sword catacomb, leaving only the faint flickering of sword light in front of them, as well as the occasional screams and sounds of triggering arrays or sword arrays. Similar to the swordsman's cautiousness, the various sects cultivators who had chased to the edge of the sword catacomb also stopped slightly. Each sect occupied an area of about 1,000 feet. These dozens of sects almost blocked the area of about 10 miles around the sword catacomb, giving off a feeling of airtight security. Chapter 26:17 Disciples of all sects. Lu Xinwu, a golden core cultivator from the Shanghua sect, flew in front of the crowd of golden core cultivators. Seeing that the cultivators within a few miles were getting restless, he shouted, "Guard the formation. Disciples of all sects, gather the disciples of your own sect. Once the Shanghua sect gives the order, you can chase into the sword catacomb. This is the last battle of our Taoist sect's counterattack. We must be cautious and take every possibility into account." Yes. As soon as Lu Xinwu's voice fell, a golden core cultivator from the Shanghua sect immediately stepped out from the crowd. Holding Grandmaster Shanghua's sect token, he began to gather the disciples. The chaos caused by the pursuit gradually became orderly. Seeing this, the disciples of the other sects all had golden core cultivators fly out to restrain the disciples. "Fellow cultivator Lu, you've worked hard." As they spoke, many golden core cultivators from the Shanghua sect flew out from behind. These cultivators originally led the disciples of the various sects, but now they were all gathered together. Heng from the Utopia sect flew in front again and spoke with a smile. "It's not hard at all. It's just a small matter. Now, all the disciples of our sects have to work together to hunt down the sword cultivators. If we can kill them in the sword catacomb, it'll be a great achievement for our sects." Lu Xinwu smiled and looked at Li Zongbao, who was standing beside Heng and holding the immortal piercing whip. He laughed and said, "I'm looking forward to being like martial nephew Zongbao and receiving a special pardon from the sect as a memento of this battle." Fellow cultivator Lu, you must be joking." Heng couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "You and I are the pillars of our respective sections. After this battle, we'll all be meritorious and have gained the attention of our sect masters. It's only a matter of time before we reach the nascent soul stage. Why do we need a special pardon? I'm just envious of your disciples." Lu Xinwu pointed with his hand and said, "If my disciples can have half of martial nephew Zongbao's intelligence, I'll be satisfied." Li Zongbao's eyes were originally closed, as if he was comprehending the mantra and refining his Jin Yuan. Now that he heard Lu Xinwu talking about him, he had no choice but to open his eyes. He bowed and said, "Martial Uncle Lu praises me too much. I dare not accept such praise. I'm not exaggerating. If I had such a good disciple." Lu Xinwu sighed as he spoke. His eyes were filled with envy. That's right. Killing Qin Jian was the most outstanding individual achievement in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. Although Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan faction, and Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder faction would share the achievement, Li Zongbao, as the leader of the three, would naturally get more achievements. It could be said that Li Zongbao was the most outstanding person in this war. Not only did this merit belong to him, it also had a great effect on Heng. The Battle of the Sword Catacomb was the most crucial battle in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. All the sects sent out their elites. Even the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had to come out of the Sky Patrol City and join in the battle. The previous encirclement and suppression was still manageable, as each sect had their own Golden Core elders to command. However, in the Sword Catacomb, there could only be one person to command. The command of each sect had to be concentrated in the hands of this person. All the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the conference hall knew that the Sword Catacomb was a big bag. Once hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entered, there was absolutely no chance of survival. This was a great achievement that could be easily obtained. As for the cultivator who could command the battle at the end, his name would definitely resound throughout the three kingdoms of Taoist cultivators. He would even leave a strong mark in the ancient books of each sect. As a result, before they arrived at the Sword Catacomb, the Golden Core cultivators on duty at the meeting hall fought for the right to command. In the end, the honor fell to Heng Heng, who was not surprised at all. Not only was the ambush in the Sword Catacomb agreed upon by Heng Heng and Xiong Huasong, but other than Xiong Huasong, only Heng Heng knew the details of the Sword Catacomb. There was also another detail about Li Zongbao that the other cultivators had to consider. Another purpose of the Great War of Taoist cultivators was to nurture and discover the next generation of disciples with outstanding leadership skills. Although Li Zongbao had yet to display his ability to strategize, he had killed Qin Jian, who was thousands of miles away from the battlefield. This could not be ignored by the Golden Core cultivators. In fact, there was another crucial problem. In this battle, the Golden Core cultivators themselves felt that there was nothing outstanding about them. Even the final arrangement was set up by Tu Hong, who was assassinated by Qin Jian. If they did not take the initiative to do something while ambushing the sword cultivators, they would not be able to answer to the nascent soul cultivators. Hence, Li Zongbao, who was known as the number one cultivator below the Golden Core cultivators, was chosen by them. Moreover, Heng Heng had a legitimate reason to bring Li Zongbao along with him and guide him on the details of the battle. This was what Lu Xinwu and all the other Golden Core cultivators were envious of. After all, the final credit was at their fingertips. Of course, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school was even more unwilling than Lu Xinwu. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school was also one of the meritorious services for killing Li Zongbao. It was precisely because he was not as famous as Li Zongbao that he did not receive the support of other Golden Core realm cultivators. Therefore, when they set off from the Sky Patrol City, Gao Wei had personally brought Xiao Mao with him. At this moment, Gao Wei and the others also flew out from their respective sects' disciples and gathered towards Heng Zhao's location. A smile flashed on the corners of Heng Zhu's mouth when he saw this, and he pointed at Xiao Mao and said, Zongbao was only lucky enough to be the leader of these three people. Not to mention Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect, even Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school isn't inferior to Zongbao. Compared to martial nephew Zongbao, Xiao Mao is still lacking greatly. Lu Xinwu shook his head slightly, but Heng Heng did not continue the conversation. He knew in his heart that when Li Zongbao was fighting on the battlefield, he did not observe carefully. However, when the final attack began, Li Zongbao's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, which was beyond his expectations. All the cultivators who fought with Li Zongbao died under his whip. Even when the sword cultivators heard Li Zongbao's name, they did not dare to go forward and fight with him. Basically, they fled when they heard the name. This showed how famous Li Zongbao was among the sword cultivators. Heng Heng almost recognized that Li Zongbao was the terrifying phoenix that the sword cultivators offered a bounty on. Of course, Heng Heng also knew that the terrifying phoenix belonged to the Imperial Thunder sect, but Li Zongbao was definitely not. After all, Li Zongbao did not have the phoenix celestial body. Perhaps that Xiao Hua is the terrifying phoenix? Heng Heng looked at Xiao Mao who was flying over from afar, and such a thought suddenly emerged in his heart. Then, he looked at Li Zongbao and asked, "That's right, Zongbao, is there any news about Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect?" Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He didn't know why Heng Zhao had suddenly asked this question. Shaking his head, he honestly replied, "Disciples' contact with Xiao Hua was through the special pardon seal of the discussion hall. Disciple had already carefully checked before and after the battle, but there was no trace of him. Perhaps he wasn't in the battle, nor near the sword mound." Heng Heng turned his head and said to Lu Xinwu, "Actually, this Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect is not much worse than Zongbao. Even if his cultivation is inferior, but he has to painstakingly send messages to the various sections. In the process, he has to inevitably fight with the sword cultivators. It is really difficult for him. Oh, maybe he still does not know the news of Qian Mo's death. Zongbao, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, you must take good care of him. Hearing that Heng Heng wanted him to take care of Xiao Hua, a strange expression flashed across Li Zongbao's face. He bowed and said, "Yes, disciple understands." However, Heng Lu didn't care about Li Zongbao's expression. He turned to Lu Xinwu and said, "Speaking of Daoist Qian Mo, this old man is somewhat surprised. He clearly had a way out, but why did he choose the path of death? According to what he said, everything he did was for the sake of justice. Why was he afraid to return to the Imperial Thunder sect? What do you think, fellow Lu? Whether it is right or wrong, who knows?" Lu Xinwu was obviously unwilling to talk about Qian Mo. Qian Mo's death had completely overturned his sanctimonious image in the eyes of the Golden Core stage cultivators. He had even become a model of loyalty. Although Lu Xinwu secretly despised Qian Mo's hypocrisy, he could not say anything. He could only secretly mutter, "He died once and for all," erasing all the jokes. At least he knew how to be tactful. Hearing this, Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, "Master, my extreme happiness sect special pardon order has already been delivered. What about the special pardon order from the Imperial Thunder sect?" "Naturally, it has also been delivered." Heng Heng glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a strange expression, "However, because of your martial uncle Qian Mo's death, the Imperial Thunder sect did not send any disciples to the conference hall. This special pardon order was temporarily handed over to the conference hall for safekeeping. It is with me." Why are you asking this?" If it is in Master's hands, can you give it to disciple?" Li Zongbao smiled. "When disciple sees Xiao Hua, I will give him a surprise." "Surprise?" Heng Heng frowned and patted his storage bag. He took out a dark and simple token and handed it over. He said, "This item has Xiao Hua's name and image. Others have no use for it. Naturally, I can give it to you. However." As he spoke, Heng Heng's hand paused for a moment. He reminded Xiao Hua, "Your heart technique needs to pay attention to your emotions. You should not have such thoughts of giving Xiao Hua a surprise. It seems. Zongbao, you have to work harder." "Yes." Li Zongbao's heart trembled. He whispered, "Disciple knows his mistake. It is better for Master to give this item to Xiao Hua. You don't have to do this." Heng Heng nodded and handed the special pardon order to Li Zongbao. "You just have to know it in your heart. Xiao Hua was recruited by you from the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. He has also contributed greatly to you. You must be clear about this. This item will be more useful if you give it to him." Chapter 26:18. Yes, disciple understands. Li Zongbao took the special pardon order and placed it into his storage bag. "Zongbao, your cultivation has improved greatly and you are not too far away from condensing your core. You have to be prepared. Who knows, you might be able to take this step at any time." Heng Li exhorted again. Li Zongbao was even more calm as he said indifferently, "Yes, disciple understands. Disciple has already made all the preparations. I have also prepared several Qinli pills. There shouldn't be any mistakes." Hearing that Li Zongbao was actually going to condense his core, Lu Xinwu felt a thorn in his heart. Seeing many golden core cultivators flying over from the conference hall, he no longer listened to their conversation and rushed over to greet them. Heng Li was pleased with himself. Looking at Lu Xinwu's back, he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao, "On this dawn rain continent, as a cultivator, the relationship with other cultivators is crucial. Unless it is a critical moment, there is no need to incur others' hatred. I've told you a lot about these things, and you've done a great job as well. In the entire cultivation world, there are not many foundation establishment cultivators who are more famous than you. I am very comforted in my heart. Of course, this does not mean that I will not offend anyone and be a good person. Actually, if it was a normal situation, I would not treat Lu Xinwu like this, master. This is. Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as he transmitted his voice to Heng Li. Sigh, this Lu Xinwu from the Splendid sect has always been at odds with Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder sect. He has underestimated the Imperial Thunder sect. Heng Li explained, previously, I did not feel anything and even mocked Qian Mo along with him. However, after Qian Mo used his life to show his sincerity, I felt somewhat guilty in my heart. I felt that Qian Mo was indeed an honest person. On the contrary, his performance in the conference hall was quite normal and had the style of a large sect. It is a pity that although the Imperial Thunder sect has the name of a large sect, it does not have the actual strength of a large sect. Therefore, it was mocked by others. Moreover, killing Qin Jian, that Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect can be considered a strong assistant to you. Your relationship will definitely not be shallow in the future. In addition, Xiao Hua is definitely not a fish in a pond. I am quite optimistic about him. Therefore, when I saw Lu Xinwu's disdain for Qian Mo and the Imperial Thunder sect, I felt uncomfortable in my heart. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao nodded and said, according to what this disciple knows, Xiao Hua is a disciple who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If he owes a favor, he will repay it with gusto. If he has a grudge against him, he will chase him to the end of the Dawn Rain continent to seek revenge. For the Imperial Thunder sect to have such a disciple, it is also the Imperial Thunder sect's fortune. Oh. Heng Zhao raised an eyebrow. According to Li Zongbao's incomplete report and his own judgment, his estimation of Xiao Hua was already very high. He even had some doubts about some of the things that Li Zongbao said to Xiao Hua. But now, listening to Li Zongbao's words, it seemed that his evaluation of Xiao Hua was even higher. He couldn't help but be stunned. However, at this moment, many golden cores from the conference hall had already flown over. Xiao Mao of Xuanyan cult had already informed Gao Wei and was flying over. Heng Lu did not have time to say anything to Li Zongbao, so he just smiled and looked at Xiao Mao who was flying over. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Martial Uncle Heng Ming. Xiao Mao bowed respectfully. Heng Zhao waved his hand and helped Xiao Mao up. He smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for dozens of days. Martial nephew Xiao is like an unsheathed sword, getting sharper and sharper. I wouldn't dare. No matter how outstanding this disciple is, I can't be compared to senior brother Zongbao. Xiao Mao smiled and greeted Li Zongbao again. An. Li Zongbao seemed to be even more arrogant than Heng Zhao. He nodded and did not help Xiao Mao up. However, Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He and Xiao Hua were already friends of life and death during the trip to the Ice Valley. He did not care at all. Huh, you and your fellow brothers have a chat. We will soon enter the Sword Tomb. It is also the time for you to make a contribution. Heng Zhao instructed and flew towards Gao Wei and the others. After Heng Zhao left, Xiao Mao stopped smiling and said in a low voice, Senior Brotherly, is there still no news of Xiao Hua? No. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. Where did Big Brother go? Xiao Mao frowned. Now that all the disciples of the various sects have gathered in the Sword Tomb, he should have arrived long ago. Right now, the Imperial Thunder sect is like a group of dragons without a leader. If he is here, he won't stand up even if he is here. Li Zongbao said indifferently. And, this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao nodded. Even if Big Brother has some secret techniques, there is no need to hide it like this. If he reveals his strength. Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Mao and let Xiao Mao talk to himself. Senior brotherly, do you think big brother Xiao will encounter any danger? Xiao Mao also felt bored and muttered in Li Zongbao's ear. Li Zongbao originally did not want to answer, but he could not help but sneer. If he is in danger, all the cultivators of my Dao sect will be annihilated. As he said this, the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Seeing Li Zongbao's smile, Xiao Mao felt somewhat relieved. He understood that Xiao Hua was the link between him and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than him. If it were not for Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao would definitely not care about him. In the future, if he wanted to do well in the Dawn Rain continent, he would have to rely on Li Zongbao. Therefore, he still hoped that he could have a better and more reliable relationship with Li Zongbao. Of course, Xiao Mao was also clear that he valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua was now able to kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword expert. His future achievements would be far from what he and Li Zongbao could compare to. He could rely on Xiao Hua in many ways. However, did he need to build a relationship with Xiao Hua? Perhaps, he will appear at a time when you and I are not expecting it. Li Zongbao was actually somewhat anxious as he raised his eyes to look at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had already surrounded the sword tomb. It was as if Xiao Hua was among them. Oh! Xiao Mao did not understand. He also looked to the left and saw that there were a few Dao sect disciples who were eager to give it a try. How could they compare to Xiao Hua's face, which was like a protective jade talisman that made people feel at ease? Not far away, Heng Ming had already seen everyone. He was standing together with several cultivators who were on duty in the discussion hall. There was a slight smile on his face. The Sun looked at the other gold core cultivators who were also eager to give it a try and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, now that you are the commander of this final battle, you should be the one to reveal the final riddle. I can see from the expressions of everyone here that you want to enter the sword tomb as soon as possible. I'm afraid that those damned sword cultivators will take advantage of our discussion, to escape." Fellow Daoist Sun, what do you mean? Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect asked curiously. His physical body had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and his left hand was still somewhat clumsy. Let fellow Daoist Heng Ming explain this matter to everyone. The Sun said with a smile, however, this old man can remind everyone that since the beginning of the battle, you have not seen fellow Daoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Oh, that's true. Several gold core cultivators of the Lian country were stunned and looked at each other. Obviously, they had some understanding. Everyone, you don't have to guess anymore. Heng Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, as early as when we held the final battle discussion in the discussion hall of the Sky Patrol City, fellow Daoist Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect offered us a plan. This plan was set up after Tu Hong concentrated his forces to kill the sword cultivators. It was fellow Daoist Qian Mo's painstaking effort. However, at that time, because we were in a hurry, we didn't know if this plan would work. We only set it up with the mentality of trying. Who knew, the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Fellow Daoist Qian Mo's painstaking efforts were finally realized in the battle. Previously, in the Sword Tomb, fellow Daoist Qian Mo suggested that the few Daoists on duty in the discussion hall should discuss together and then hand over the 10-direction annihilation formation to fellow Daoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Although there were only dozens of gold core cultivators here, except for the gold core cultivators on duty in the discussion hall and a few people who had been privately notified by Heng Ming in advance, most of them did not know the secret. When they heard about such a grand arrangement, they were shocked and could not help but whisper to each other. The scene was noisy. Among them, the one with the ugliest expression was a thin and tall early-stage gold core cultivator with a pale gold face. This cultivator was none other than GMO, who represented Sky Patrol City in the battle. GMO heard about the arrangement in the discussion hall, but he did not know about it at all. He was kept in the dark. If it were the other gold core cultivators in the discussion hall, it would be fine. They were all present that day and knew that there were some secret arrangements. However, he represented Sky Patrol City and the Snow Domain Sage. Yet, he did not reveal a single word in the discussion hall in advance. This was simply not putting the Snow Domain Sage in his eyes. Of course, this crime might be serious, but he was worried about Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming GMO coughed and said in a low voice, "I feel that this is really inappropriate. Regardless of whether this plan is good or bad, just the fact that it was not reported to my city lord means that." Fellow Taoist G. Heng Ming said with a smile, "I haven't seen fellow Taoist G much, but from the contact we had while chasing after the sword cultivator, I feel that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person." GMO frowned slightly and did not reply. Heng Ming continued, "Fellow Taoist G might only like to fight with the sword cultivator in the open, and not like any hidden attacks or ambushes. However, in this battle between Tao cultivators, all means must be used. Especially since the discussion hall of my Tao sect is in Sky Patrol City. Needless to say, the city lord must be thinking for my Tao sect. Even the gold core cultivators are loyal to me. However, to be honest with you, fellow Taoist G, I may not be at ease with the others." GMO sneered and snorted. If it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City guarding Sky Patrol City and interrogating the cultivators coming in and out, and if it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City patrolling the area around Sky Patrol City, would the discussion hall be able to obtain such a large amount of useful information? Fellow Taoist G, you're overthinking. I'm just saying that, many ordinary disciples of Sky Patrol City are also amiable and respectable. Heng Ming said with a smile, however, whether it's the three cultivation kingdoms or the Sky Patrol City, there's a certain filth that we can't see. No one can guarantee that the sword cultivators won't get a hold of the decisions made in the meeting hall and the plans of the Sky Patrol City. Chapter 26:19. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I can guarantee that. GMO patted his chest and was about to speak. "Shu," Heng Ming hurriedly gestured, "I said that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person, and I was right. How can you say such a guarantee so casually? Let's not talk about other things. How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City to assassinate fellow Taoist Tu Hong? If not for the fact that there was no insider, how could he get in?" This. GMO was at a loss for words. He was not as clear about Tu Hong as Jin Kang and the others. Also, fellow Taoist G, don't tell me that you don't know about the Sky Patrol Tea House in Sky Patrol City. What happened inside? Do you still need me to say? Heng Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. Since there are people who sell battle merits, won't there be people who sell information about my meeting hall? This. GMO was completely speechless. Fellow Taoist G, these things aren't essential and won't affect the overall situation. Now that we have the responsibility of killing sword cultivators, we will kill as many of them as we can. Heng Ming laughed again. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, we will accomplish everything in one go. Even if there are some things that are hidden, will the city lord care? Sigh. GMO sighed and lowered his head slightly, no longer asking. Heng Li smiled when he saw this. He looked at the people around him and waited for a moment before he said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, as long as a sword cultivator steps into the sword tomb, he will enter our ambush. We don't have to be in a hurry to chase after him. Once he enters the formation, we will activate the formation and kill him." This. Is this true? Su Jia of the Rock Border sect was confused and asked himself, why do I feel like I am dreaming? The previous battle had nothing to do with the sword tomb at all. We actually set up a formation 1,000 miles away. Moreover, the sword tomb is so big. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entering the sword tomb is like a drop of water in the ocean. How can we guarantee that they will enter the formation? If it was yesterday, even I would not dare to believe it. Heng Ju was not surprised by Su Jie's question. Therefore, he said sincerely, but now, as you can see, the sword cultivator has been defeated and entered the sword tomb. There is also a sword intent in front of him that has transformed into a sword. That is the location of the 10-direction annihilation array. The heavens are protecting our Tao sect and we have no choice but to believe it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that we have to keep it a secret and not let the sword cultivators know about it, we would have discussed it with all of you in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall. That way, all of you won't have to be confused today. But Su Jie still wanted to ask something. However, Heng Yi didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and said, "This old man admits that it was difficult for all of you to accept the fact that I mobilized troops without your consent. But today, the sword cultivators have been defeated and have entered the sword catacomb. They have truly fallen into the trap that we have prepared for them. At this time, this old man cannot explain in detail to all of you fellow Taoists. I only hope that all of you will follow this old man's orders and kill all those damned sword cultivators. Then, you can return the 3 kingdoms of cultivation to a peaceful world." "Good. Well said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming." Lu Xinwu clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiong of the Black Heaven sect has already intercepted the sword cultivators inside. We will definitely be able to kill all of them under fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders and give Qi and the other triumphant sect masters a satisfactory answer. Yes, we will follow fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders." Seeing that the matter had already been arranged by the Golden Core cultivators on duty, what else could those cultivators who weren't on duty say? They all cupped their hands and said in unison, "Good." Heng Yi raised his hand and said, "This sword catacomb has always been difficult to enter and difficult to leave. Whether it is the remnant sword formation or the remaining Dharma array, even the spatial rifts, they are all extremely dangerous. However, fellow Taoist Xiong has already made arrangements and found more than 10 safe passages here. These passages also lead directly to various locations of the 10-direction annihilation array. I will pass these jade slips to all of you fellow Taoists. You only need to enter the sword catacomb according to the jade slips and arrange for your disciples to enter the Dharma array. Then, you will be able to preside over the array. This 10-direction annihilation array will definitely be able to kill the sword cultivators in the sword catacomb." When the Golden Core cultivators heard this, joy appeared on their faces as they waited for Heng Yi to distribute the jade slips. They saw Heng Yi raise his hand and take out an extremely exquisite jade ball from his storage bag. This jade ball was made up of dozens of extremely thin jade slips and was hollow in the middle. "Rise," Heng Yi pointed with his finger. The jade ball emitted a brilliant crimson light and flew up. A fist-sized fireball rapidly spun inside and sparks splashed out from time to time. "Come out." Heng Ming formed a hand seal and pointed at the jade ball. The jade ball flashed and a thumb-sized jade slip flew out. Heng Yi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He laughed and shouted, "The heavenly annihilation array. This array is profound and wondrous. Heaven, earth, and man are inverted. Profound and wondrous, there are many right and wrong. Sword cultivators embark on the path of no return. Mortals enter the array and turn into ashes. The changes are the number of heavenly dipper. This is the heavenly annihilation. Fellow Taoist De Sun of the Tai Ching sect and Huang Feng of the Deviant Beast sect will be in charge. In addition to leading your own disciples, I will also hand over the disciples of the Xian Lu sect to you. I hope you can kill the sword cultivators with the power of heavenly annihilation." "Yes, I accept the order." De Sun and Huang Feng both cupped their hands. De Sun took the jade slip and looked at it for a moment before handing it over to Huang Feng. He then waved his hand and said, "Disciples of the Tai Ching sect, Deviant Beast sect, and Xian Lo sect, follow I into the heavenly annihilation array. Yes. The disciples of the three sects shouted in unison. De Sun flew up and flew toward the west side of the sword tomb for several miles. Only then did he find the entrance indicated by the jade slip. The disciples of the three sects slowly flew in, after De Sun took the jade slip and led the disciples of the three sects away. Hang Yi pointed with his finger again. Another jade slip flew out from the spiraling fireball. Hang Yi caught it and said with a smile, "The heavenly annihilation array has many changes and is full of doubts. The array is hidden in its mysteries. The lightning above and the fire below are merciless. Even if you have the 5 elements flying sword technique, it is difficult to escape the gloomy clouds. This array is called the heavenly annihilation array. It will be presided over by fellow Taoists Xiong Huasong and Su Jia of the Rock Border sect." "Yes, I accept the order." Su Jia of the Rock Border sect jumped out and took the jade slip. He carefully examined it. Hang Yi smiled and said, "This magic treasure belongs to the Black Sky sect. I don't know if fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong knows that he is presiding over the heavenly annihilation array. I ask fellow Taoist Su to enter the sword tomb and inform fellow Taoist Xiong as soon as possible." "Okay." Su Jia waved his hand and said, "The remaining disciples of the Black Sky sect and my Rock Border sect, follow I into the array." "Yes." The disciples of the two sects shouted at the same time. They followed Su Jia and flew toward the east for more than half a mile. They found the entrance to the sword tomb and quickly entered the sword tomb. Hang Yi pointed with his finger again and a third jade slip flew out from the jade ball. Hang Yi carefully looked at it and said with a smile, "The heavenly annihilation array is endlessly profound and contains mysteries. The heavenly annihilation array is hidden in the weapon nest of the heavenly annihilation array. Even if it is a sword cultivator's body, it will destroy their flesh and bones. It will be supported by Changbai sect's Li Jijia, Chenfan Valley's Su Zhiqi, and Yongyi Men's Ko Xiangling." Immediately after, Hang Yi pointed with his finger again and a fourth jade slip flew out from the jade ball. He looked at it for a moment and said with a smile, "The heavenly annihilation array is called ice. If a sword cultivator encounters this array, even their skin and bones will disappear. This is called the ice annihilation array. It will be presided over by Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect and Xiang Ming of the Washing Flower sect." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect took the jade slip from Hang Hao's hand and read it with Xiang Ming. After that, he led the disciples of the two sects to fly west for more than 10 miles before they found the entrance and entered the sword tomb. Then, Hang Yi took out a fifth jade slip from the jade ball and looked at it and said, "Golden light shines out of the sword tomb and illuminates the body. Disaster befalls. Even with a sword cultivator's flying technique, it will be difficult for them to escape this array and lose their lives. This array absorbs the essence of the sun and moon and contains the qi of heaven and earth. It is called the Golden Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by GMO of the Sky Patrol City, Ji Hong of the Clear Leaf Sect, Zhou Qingping of the Thousand Leaf Ridge, and Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley." GMO of the Sky Patrol City hid the slight anger on his face and took the jade slip. He looked at it and handed it to the other three. The four of them whispered for a moment and led the disciples of the Sky Patrol City and the three sects to fly 2 miles to the east before entering the sword tomb. When the four of them found the entrance recorded in the jade slip and entered the sword tomb, Hang Yi pointed at the 6th jade slip and read, "The wind blows the black sand away. The heaven and earth lose their light, and the killing power is unleashed. Even if you are strong enough to fill the sea, your blood will splatter on your battle robes. This is called the Blood Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Gao Wei of the Xuanyan sect and Qing Jima of the Sky Patrol City." The two of them led the disciples of the two sects to the east and found the entrance. Hang Yi pointed at the 7th jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and read, "The Fire Annihilation Array is wondrous. The Samadhi true fire is indestructible. If a sword cultivator enters this array, his body will be burned by the fire and he will die immediately. There are 3 fires hidden in this array. It is called the Fire Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by I and Huaping of the Scorching Fire Mountain. In addition, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who have the fire and lightning attributes will be led by I into the Fire Annihilation Array. Yes, I will follow your orders. Huaping of the Scorching Fire Mountain took the jade slip and looked at it carefully. At the same time, she handed the jade slip to the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect and waited for Heng Yi to finish his orders so that they could enter the sword tomb together. Heng Yi pointed at the 8th jade slip and read, "This array takes the essence of Rengui and hides the wonders of Tian Yi. It is unpredictable and contains the innate true water. It has killed countless sword cultivators. It is called the Water Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Wang Yi of the 7 Skills sect and Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect." When Wang Yi took the jade slip, Heng Yi pointed at the 9th jade slip and read it again. He read it and read, "Close the door of life and open the door of death. When the white banner is unfurled, it will be eerie. Souls will vanish and ghosts will be frightened. I have never believed in the body of sword cultivators. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Yin. This array contains the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. It is called the Soul Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue and Nanming sect's Liang Mingfu." Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongyu took the jade slip and was puzzled. He whispered, "Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, I will listen to you, but I don't know the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. What should we do after we enter the array?" Chapter 26-20. Yes. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming. Liang Mingfu also asked curiously, "I see that this 10-direction annihilation formation is extremely similar to the ancient ominous formation, the 10 ultimate formation. We can set up the formation, but there's no need for us to rigidly copy it. It wouldn't be good if we end up like a dog instead of a tiger, right? Hee, fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." Heng Ming smiled. This formation has been improved by Xian Jinren of Xian Tian sect. It's suitable for the cultivators of Xian Tian sect. Presumably, the magic weapons in this soul annihilation formation can also be controlled by us golden core cultivators. I see, I understand. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu smiled and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. Heng Ming looked at the remaining golden core cultivators and the jade ball that was about to be extinguished. He smiled and said, "Let's see what the last formation of this 10-direction annihilation formation is." As he spoke, he pointed his hand and the flame in the jade ball was extinguished. The 10th jade slip flew out. Heng Ming took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, "A pinch of yellow soil is boundless, and the mystery in the 8 trigrams furnace increases. It's the only place where we know that our sect has a divine skill. This is the Earth Annihilation Formation, which is jointly controlled by Cheng Ming from Celestial Ascension sect and Peng Dai from Su Yen sect." "Yes, I understand." Cheng Ming and Peng Dai took the jade slip and looked at it. They cupped their hands and bid farewell to Heng Ming and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. "Let's go. We'll enter the formation too." Heng waved his hand and flew to a place about 1 mile to the west. He scanned it with his divine thought and found the location recorded in the jade slip. He entered it first, followed by the disciples of the Utopia faction and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. When all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had entered, the disciples of the Scorching Fire Mountain followed under the leadership of Huaping. Li Zongbao didn't follow Heng into the sword catacomb but stayed behind. At this moment, the setting sun was as red as blood and reflected on the purple jasmine flower. The purple flower was exceptionally cold. Li Zongbao couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw this. He swept his gaze to his left and even used his divine sense to scan the area outside the sword tomb, but he still couldn't find Xiaohua's figure. He couldn't help but shake his head. That bastard, where did he go? This guy's fairy Hongxia had already entered the 10-direction annihilation formation. If there wasn't anything urgent, this guy would definitely come. This guy, what exactly happened to him? When Li Zongbao turned around, his figure also flew into the sword tomb, catching up with the last ardent fire mountain disciple. The area outside the sword tomb immediately became extremely deserted. It wasn't until several hours later that the disciples of various cultivation families, as well as the remaining sword cultivators, appeared nearby. Xiaohua, whom Li Zongbao was worried about, was naturally still within the Buddhist gold formation. High up in the sky, the Buddhist gold formation enveloped the surrounding area for several miles. Layers of small lattices, which were difficult to be seen with the naked eye and divine sense, surrounded Xiaohua. The flowing silver-white brilliance was constantly corroding the innate primordial water. Unfortunately, the opponent of this brilliance was the innate primordial water. The innate primordial water, which was hundreds of feet in size, shrank into a water ball, was also slowly rotating. The small vortexes were also corroding the silver-white brilliance, and even sucking it into the innate primordial water. Sigh. It's really difficult to deal with. Yutong's figure appeared hundreds of miles away. His divine sense swept through the Buddhist gold formation, which was arranged like a maze. He carefully avoided the innate primordial water and looked at the situation of the formation. Once again, he summoned the real tiger celestial body and repaired the parts that were corroded by the innate primordial water. He sighed and shook his head slightly. It's really not easy to refine the great yin-yang 6-direction sword spirit. It still needs more than 10 days. Who knows what will happen during these 10 days? According to the disciples patrolling the sword catacomb, many sword practitioners have rushed into the sword catacomb. Could it be that they've been defeated? Yutong frowned and thought to himself. Besides, I'm not completely sure if the yin-yang sword spirit refined by the great yin-yang 6-direction sword spirit can penetrate the innate primordial water. If it can't be broken, won't Feng Ying's innate primordial water become an unbreakable tortoise shell? Won't this guy be able to hide in there freely? It's a pity that I didn't have the materials to refine the spirit-slaying vital light on the Dawn Rain continent, so the yin-yang sword spirit can only be refined to this stage. Otherwise, I would be able to kill this guy immediately. When he thought of this, a trace of arrogance appeared on Yutong's face. Humph, this young master's grand Brahma gold formation has already sucked away all the heaven and earth spirit energy within 100 feet radius. Although this young master cannot deal with you, where can you escape to? Even if you've been hiding for 10,000 years, you're still within my formation. Do you think I can't control the formation just because you took away the silver tiger? Do you think you can control the Buddhist gold formation? Ha ha ha, how do you know what the bloodline of a true spirit is? This Yutong's bloodline of a true spirit is really not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Yutong activated his true tiger celestial body again. The true tiger celestial body's wings flapped slightly, and countless golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around it. The maze surrounding the primordial water rapidly intertwined and shook, and all the paths were thrown into chaos. Seeing this, Yutong couldn't help but smile slightly. However, after a moment, he muttered again, "This Feng Ying. Which master of the Huanhua sect is he? How come I've never seen him before? His cultivation is so high, how can he not be famous?" Oh, right, when he was escaping earlier, he seemed to have used the flowing cloud escape technique, and even the lightning escape technique. Could it be, he? Just at this moment, there was a wave of magic power coming from the Brahma gold formation below Yutong. It was coming from the 9 silver areas around the formation. Oh. So the Midas touch has succeeded. Yutong raised his eyebrows and revealed an indescribable smile on his face. Let this sect master see how many disciples have made outstanding progress in the Midas touch this time. As he spoke, Yutong's figure swayed slightly, and a faint silver light flashed, and his figure slowly disappeared. It was the Golden Mountain's golden escape technique. As for Xiao Hua, that day, he had hurriedly used the primordial water to block Yutong's pursuit, and then set up the Heavenly Stars formation to support the primordial water. These two barriers could be considered to have firmly protected him, and he had found a safe place in the Buddhist gold formation. However, just as Yutong said, Xiao Hua was living an ignoble existence. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the primordial water, so where could he escape to? However, Yutong had underestimated Xiao Hua again. How could he know about Xiao Hua's life? Xiao Hua sat cross-legged inside the great formation of heavenly stars. He stretched out his hand and took out a large amount of cyan spirit pills from the space and sent them into the air. While refining the pills, he also took out Yuqingtian's storage pouch. Similarly, he coldly looked at the sparkling innate primordial water outside the formation and sneered, "Even if I hide here, what can you do? Come in if you have the ability." There were a lot of things in Yuqingtian's storage bag. There were many celestial devices, a few magic weapons, and even more top-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Hua didn't particularly care about them. What he was looking for now was the jade slip for the gold escape technique. He had already seen it clearly. This Buddhist gold formation was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If he wanted to escape from this formation, the gold escape technique would be the key. However, there were a lot of jade slips in Yuqingtian's storage pouch. Xiao Hua flipped through them for a long time and roughly looked through all the jade slips. In addition to the gold attribute cultivation methods, there were also records of the falling gold mountain, some strange stories, and even many refining techniques and pill recipes. However, there were no jade slips for the gold escape technique. Motherfucker, is there a mistake? Xiao Hua angrily threw the things in the storage bag into the space, and carefully looked again. Yuqingtian is the leader of the fallen gold mountain. How could there be no jade slip for the gold escape technique in his storage bag? Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua checked the jade slip and other things again, he still didn't see half a word for the gold escape technique. Oh, this is bad. At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly quivered. I remember that Yutong told Zhang Yuhe that this guy seems to be the real sect master. Motherfucker, that jade slip must be in his hands. However, even if it's in Yutong's hands, Yuqingtian also knows the gold escape technique. There's no way he doesn't have a jade slip, right? Xiao Hua still didn't give up. He looked through the jade slip that recorded the gold escape technique, regardless of whether it was for qi refining, foundation establishment, or gold core. Sure enough, there was no word for the gold escape technique in it. Strange, strange. Xiao Hua almost wanted to stomp his feet in the heavenly stars formation. How could it not be? How could it not be? What this young master is looking for, how could it not be? However, no matter how Xiao Hua stomped his feet, even if he broke the heavenly stars formation, there was still nothing in the jade slip. Alas, it seems like this young master can only fight to the death with that bullshit Yutong. Xiao Hua sighed. He sat down cross-legged and gradually calmed his breathing. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the words he saw when he was flipping through the jade slip. The Holy Spirit bloodline comes from the ancient Holy Spirit and is incomparably noble, Holy Spirit bloodline. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Heavens, the true Spirit bloodline on the Dawn Rain continent hasn't awakened yet. How could the Holy Spirit bloodline appear? Xiao Hua's curiosity was still piqued as he thought about it. He flipped through the jade slip again. The jade slip was right next to Xiao Hua's hand. However, when Xiao Hua carefully examined it, he discovered that the jade slip was really too old. The things inside had long been damaged. Xiao Hua half read and half speculated after he finished reading it. Only then did he have a general understanding. It turned out that the so-called true spirit bloodline was related to the ancient demonic beasts that could take human form. When the ancient demonic beasts cultivated to a certain extent, they could take human form, which was the most suitable shape for cultivation. Naturally, there were both males and females who could take human form. Since they were separated into males and females, they would naturally have illicit relations with mortals or cultivators. The offspring born after such intercourse would not have the blood of a pure human, but the blood of a demonic beast. Chapter 26-21. The so-called true spirit bloodline was nothing more than a title given by the descendants of ordinary demonic beasts to themselves. It was a form of pride towards their bloodline. But in reality, how could ordinary demonic beasts be considered true spirit bloodlines? In the past, cultivators basically didn't call these miscellaneous bloodlines true spirit bloodlines, and even disdained them. Furthermore, the Holy Spirit bloodline was different from the true spirit bloodline. The Holy Spirit bloodline was the bloodline left behind by a genuine ancient holy beast. Not only were the people who possessed the bloodline proud of it, even the cultivators of the cultivation world respected it. Cultivators who possessed the Holy Spirit bloodline would generally rely on the power of their bloodline to reach the peak of cultivation, reaching heights that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach. But there were very few ancient holy beasts that could be called holy beasts. Apart from the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, there were no others. In other words, only the bloodlines left behind by these four holy beasts could be called Holy Spirit bloodline. The bloodlines left behind by the white dragon, azure tiger, red sparrow, and even the black tortoise couldn't be called Holy Spirit bloodline. Of course, cultivators who possessed such noble bloodlines often had inconceivable divine abilities. As for what divine abilities they had, the jade slip didn't record them. However, what shocked Xiao Hua was that ordinary cultivators who didn't possess any noble bloodlines and whose cultivation couldn't even compare to the Holy Spirit bloodline, had the idea of using the Holy Spirit bloodline because of the strange phenomenon of the Holy Spirit bloodline, and even created the Four Spirits blood formation. This Four Spirits blood formation was no small matter. It could change the aptitude of an ordinary cultivator, and could even raise a cultivator's realm by a level. Especially for those cultivators above the nascent soul stage, when they reached the point where they couldn't raise their cultivation anymore, this blood formation could open a path to the heavens. However, in order to use this blood formation, one had to gather a drop of each of the four types of Holy Spirit bloodline. A person with a pure Holy Spirit bloodline might only have a drop or half a drop, but a cultivator with an impure bloodline wouldn't even have half a drop. Therefore, just this condition alone was enough to kill the majority of people who wanted to use this Four Spirits blood formation. As time passed, the Holy Spirit bloodline was buried in time, and the so-called true spirit bloodline gradually disappeared. This extremely difficult Four Spirits blood formation was no longer known to anyone. Damn it, there are still so many secrets. After reluctantly reading it, Xiao Hua helplessly smiled bitterly. This young master likes to boast of being experienced and knowledgeable, but now it seems that this young master is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise. I don't know where they are. However, didn't the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain claim to have the bloodline of the vermilion bird? Do they count as Saint Spirit bloodline? Thinking of the Huang family, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Huang Mengxiang, whom he had forcefully thrown to the edge of his memory. That girl who did not hide her love for him, who was not pretentious, and who forced a kiss on him. Humph, this young master can be considered an old hand, but I was actually teased by this little girl. Xiao Hua touched his own lips and snorted coldly as if he was trying to cover it up. Wait until this young master extracts this little girl's Holy Spirit bloodline and refines this Four Spirits blood formation. But when he thought of this, another thought suddenly appeared in his mind and knocked Xiao Hua unconscious. What's wrong with me today? Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. Was I scared silly by that genius called Yutong? I was thinking of using the metal escape technique to escape from this Brahma gold grate formation, but I didn't think that this jade slip would definitely contain the method to arrange the Brahma Gold Great Formation. If I rely on the so-called Heavenly Star's Great Formation to find the flaw of this Brahma Gold Great Formation, wouldn't I be able to easily break the formation? Finished thinking, Xiaohua's heart calmed down, and he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly picked up the jade slip again, searched his memory, and picked up one of the jade slips. This jade slip described the situation of fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family, and there were no records of cultivation methods, so Xiaohua only roughly looked at it and threw it away. He only vaguely remembered that there were some secret techniques left behind according to the constitution and bloodline of the Yu family. Now that Xiaohua carefully looked at it, one of the secret techniques was indeed the Brahma Gold Great Formation. Usually, this young master is the one who laughs at others, but now I see that I am the one who has thrown away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Xiaohua laughed at himself, and as he carefully looked at it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile. The instructions on the jade slip regarding the Brahma Gold Grand Formation were very detailed, including how to set up the formation, how to dispel it, and how to activate it. There were also diagrams and explanations for each and every technique. What made Xiaohua's eyes light up was that this Brahma Gold Grand Formation was not set up with ordinary formation talismans and flags, but with 6 metal essence revitalizing essences arranged in a 6-star formation. The silver tiger that was passed down in the Yu family of fallen Gold Mountain was the core of this formation. Naturally, the jade slip also contained the method to refine the silver tiger, as well as the method to control the Brahma Gold Great Formation, and so on. However, Xiaohua's smile didn't last until the end. Because at the end of the jade slip, there was a very important sentence: this silver tiger was left behind by my ancient ancestor, and only disciples with the bloodline of the true tiger can refine it. If the family members don't have the bloodline of the true tiger, they won't be able to refine the silver tiger, and they won't be able to control the Brahma Gold Great Formation. No wonder Yutong isn't anxious at all. Xiaohua only understood at this moment, this young master doesn't have the bloodline of the true tiger, so I can't refine it. I can't even control the Brahma Gold Great Formation. And that guy can control the Brahma Gold Great Formation with just his true tiger body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth, and he really wanted to bite off a piece of Yutong's flesh. Even if this young master can't refine it, this young master will still cause trouble for you. Xiaohua thought, and silently recited the method to refine the silver tiger. The true essence in his body flowed, and his magic power surged, and a series of seals were cast on the silver tiger. The silver tiger emitted a brilliant silver brilliance, but that brilliance was always so brilliant, as if it was a frozen mockery. It didn't change with Xiaohua's teasing, and it didn't have the flickering brilliance that was usually used when refining magical tools. It really won't work. Xiaohua retracted the seals, and the brilliance on the silver tiger also dissipated. It was obvious that Xiaohua's refinement didn't succeed. Just like what the jade strip said, only those with the bloodline of the true tiger could refine this object. Xiaohua's effort was useless, and he didn't even have the chance to harm the Yu family. This young master doesn't believe it. Xiaohua curled his lips, and a mouthful of blood essence sprayed on the silver tiger. Rumble. The blood essence landed on the silver tiger. Immediately, just like before, the silver tiger began to shine with an intense light. An intense trembling began to emanate from the silver tiger. The entire space began to tremble because of the trembling of the silver tiger. Retract. Xiaohua flung his Taoist robe, and just like when he refined the jade tablet at Setting Sun Island, the universe concealment sleeve immediately covered the silver tiger, and the tremor was completely restrained. Then, the seals in his hands were cast, just like when he refined the jade tablet. Following Xiaohua's ancient seals, the silver tiger trembled again, and Xiaohua's universe concealment sleeve almost couldn't be controlled. Xiaohua's mouthful of blood essence gradually rolled on the silver tiger's body, but it didn't seep into it. Rise! Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, and the seal of turning the sea flew out. Although there wasn't any spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the seal of turning the sea still made a rumbling sound, firmly covering the silver tiger under a bronze brilliance. When the silver tiger stabilized, Xiaohua cast a series of seals, and as Xiaohua's magic power poured in like a tide, the silver tiger's restraint was finally pried open, and Xiaohua's mouthful of blood essence slowly seeped into it. Boom! With a loud sound, a brilliance like a blooming epiphyllum bloomed. The silver-white brilliance and the reddish-gold brilliance burst out one after another, and Xiaohua's eyes couldn't see clearly. However, Xiaohua knew that this wasn't the time to slack off. The seals in his hands were cast one after another, and when the brilliance was slightly restrained, a simple cauldron-like object appeared in midair. Could it be that this silver tiger is the same as the Medicine King cauldron of the 100 Herbs Gate? It also has another appearance. Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he still cast the seals in an orderly manner, and a faint layer of golden light on the small cauldron began to gradually flicker, slowly spreading downwards. After a full day and night of sacrificial refining, the golden light completely covered the entire small cauldron. The moment the golden light flowed to the bottom of the cauldron, the small cauldron radiated a 7-colored glow, illuminating the space of several hundred feet. A strange beast's mouth flickered a few times in the glow, and then disappeared. At the same time, the 7-colored glow was also slowly annihilated, and with the disappearance of the glow, a memory poured into Xiaohua's mind. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but this memory was somewhat similar to the memory of when he received Qin Jian from the soul of the little white dragon, so he wasn't nervous at all. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended. However, as Xiaohua comprehended, it was difficult for him to maintain a calm expression on his face. A kind of shock, a kind of disbelief, simply fell from the sky, and he couldn't help but reveal it on his face. What? Legacy Realm. What is this thing? Xiaohua was completely stunned. He muttered, opened his eyes a few times, and reluctantly closed them again. He suppressed his surprise, and tried his best to comprehend the information that was transmitted. Xiaohua only opened his eyes after an entire meal had passed. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but there was also some enlightenment. He looked at the small cauldron that had already revealed a bronze color. This thing is called the Xiyin Ding, and it is the token of the Yu family of fallen gold mountain to enter the legacy realm. It is not simply a magical tool to control the Buddhist gold great formation. And this legacy realm is a barrier jointly set up by the ancient almighty demon beasts, for their own descendants. Unfortunately, this Xiyin Ding has a lot of information, and only talks about how to enter the legacy realm and how to obtain the inheritance of the bloodline. As for where this barrier is, and the specific origin of this barrier, it doesn't touch much. Chapter 26-22. The records of the legacy realm should be on top of other jade slips. No, it can't be a jade slip. It should be in other jade slips or magic tools. Xiaohua frowned and pondered. However, this young master didn't painstakingly refine this Xiyin Ding for nothing. This fallen gold mountain's Yu family has the bloodline of the silver tiger. That silver tiger has the innate ability to control the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The method they used to enter the legacy realm was actually to use the metal escape technique. This young master searched for a long time and finally found the metal escape technique. Legacy realm? Where is it? What's inside? Xiaohua scratched his chin with his hand. His heart was itching a little. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This was like drawing a pie. Who knew where the ancient Almighty had drawn his brush in the dawn rain continent? I'd better think about how to escape. Xiaohua searched for a way to escape for a long time, but in the end, he was back to square one. He still had to use the metal escape technique to escape. Fortunately, he had obtained the metal escape technique from the Xiyin cauldron. Xiao Hua collected his thoughts and sent the Si-Yin Ding into the space. This object was related to the legacy realm and would affect the development of the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. Xiao Hua never had a good impression of an aristocratic family that sacrificed 100,000 lives. If he could beat them to death with one blow, he would definitely not waste a second blow. Of course, he wouldn't really kill over 10,000 Yu family disciples, but if there was a chance to take drastic measures, he would definitely not let it go. This object had now changed its surname to Xiao. Xiao Hua calmly floated in the middle of the metropolis stars formation. The memories of the metal evasion technique flowed through his mind like a clear stream. Xiao Hua focused on comprehending the technique without any distractions. Yu Tong used the metal escape technique and disappeared with a flash of silver light in the formation. His figure reappeared in the huge space. The space had returned to its original appearance. A huge cocoon of light was entrenched at the top of the space. The cocoon of light was divided into two colors, scarlet red and azure. However, the two cocoons of light were like peanuts at this moment. The strands of light entwined and intertwined with each other. At the point where the strands of light intersected, a thunderous rumbling sound could be heard. It was quite a frightening sight. If one were to take a closer look, they would find that there was another world within the cocoon. Although this cocoon of light was over 30 meters in size, the core of the cocoon was two fist-sized sword gourds. This huge cocoon of light was formed by the sword light emitted from the sword gourd. Needless to say, these two sword gourds were the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirits refined by Yu Tong. It was also the killing weapon that he said could be refined into the spirit exterminating vital light in the future. Below the sword gourd, the 9 silver regions were arranged in a strange shape. The top and bottom of the sword gourd were well proportioned and disorderly. It seemed to be a useful array formation. This was because these 9 regions were connected by a silver brilliance. On the side of this silver brilliance, there were also 5 colored brilliances that flickered from time to time. Of course, when Yu Tong appeared beside the sword gourds, the 2 sword gourds didn't change much, but the 9 silver regions flickered and rippled. Yu Tong's spiritual sense swept across the 2 sword gourds, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He then looked at the 9 flickering regions and frowned slightly. However, when he looked at the thousands of small squares below the 9 regions, he saw that they had already been pieced together and returned to their original state. Yu Tong sighed and said, "No matter what, these Yu family disciples are this young master's direct descendants. This young master will still have to rely on them for the things that I want to do in the future. Furthermore, they have already used up 100,000 blood essence to perform the blood sacrifice. They have gained a lot from it, so I can't let it go to waste." As he said that, Yu Tong released his true tiger celestial body. The true tiger raised its head, and a tiger's roar filled the entire space. Following which, the true tiger spat out a mouthful of silver brilliance. This brilliance was divided into 9 rays, and they landed on the 9 regions at the same time. Buzz buzz, a series of buzzing sounds could be heard. The brilliance of the 9 areas faded away, and they began to move slowly, piecing together one by one. Even the small square at the bottom of the blood sacrifice area gradually rose up, and in the time it took to finish a meal, it returned to the huge square from before. Yu Tong flew above the plaza, and looked at all of this with arrogance. When the plaza stopped moving, he shouted, "All you family disciples of the falling Gold Mountain, leave your cultivation bases and gather at the plaza. Fellow Taoists other than the Yu family disciples, please wait a moment." Yu Tong's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a sharp sword piercing through the silver brilliance, landing in everyone's ears. A short while later, the disciples of the Yu family walked out from the huts in groups of 2s and 3s. They walked out from the various corridors and gathered in the plaza. Seeing the close to 10,000 cultivators standing in 9 groups, and all of their gazes focused on him, Yu Tong's lips curled into a smile, as though this was the life he was used to. However, the gazes of the Yu family disciples were not filled with worship, but with a trace of desire mixed in with doubt. Yu Tong. In front of the 9 groups of disciples, there was a late foundational elder. The one in front of the second group from the left was Yu Hua, and he had the same question as the other elders. Looking at Yu Tong, who was standing alone in the air, they exchanged glances, and asked, "Where is the sect head of my falling gold mountain? Why is it you, who opened the restrictions of the cultivation bases?" And granduncle Yu Hua, Yu Tong didn't answer Yu Hua's question directly, and instead asked, "How is the Midas touch plan going? Has your cultivation improved?" Yu Tong, hearing Yu Tong call him granduncle, Yu Hua smiled like a chrysanthemum, and hurriedly waved his hand. "You're now a Jindan cultivator, and although you're a disciple of the washing flower sect, it's not appropriate for you to call me granduncle. Calling me Uncle Hua from now on is good enough." Granduncle, you sent me to the washing flowers sect that day, and that's why I was able to meet a famous teacher in the sect, and my cultivation broke through to the Jindan stage. This is all thanks to you. How could I forget? It's fine if others don't call you that, but I still have to call you granduncle. Yu Tong. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Yu Hua laughed. "You're really a child who doesn't forget your roots. This old man has never seen a Jindan cultivator call a foundational cultivator granduncle. You've really let the falling gold mountain disciples see my Yu family's Gao Feng." As he spoke, Yu Hua turned his head, and his gaze swept across the foundational and chi refining disciples, berating, "Do you see this? This is the noble character and unquestionable integrity of a Jindan senior. Even after joining the washing flowers sect and stepping into the Jindan stage, he's still so humble. Only such a cultivator can walk further on the great Tao. All of you must follow Yu Tong's example, and cultivate your body, mind, and then cultivate." "Yes, we understand." The disciples behind Yu Hua all agreed in unison. There's no need for that." Yu Tong smiled and waved his hand. "I'm also of the Yu family's bloodline, and I grew up together with all of you brothers. It's only because of an opportunity that I managed to take a few more steps. In the future, all of you will also improve like me." Yu Hua's subordinate was Yu Bing, and he frowned as he watched the conversation between Yu Tong and Yu Hua. However, when he saw that Yu Feng was frowning like him, and seemed to be confused as well, Yu Hua probed, "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong, may I ask where the sect master of my falling gold mountain went?" Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist Yu Hua." Yu Tong's gaze tightened when he heard Yu Bing address him as fellow Taoist, but his face was still warm as he replied with a smile. Then, he turned to Yu Feng and asked softly, "Granduncle Yu Feng, has your cultivation improved this time?" Under the sect master's Midas touch, of course, this disciple has improved. Although it's not as obvious as before, this disciple expects that this disciple will be able to condense his core within 10 years if there are no accidents. Yu Feng obviously didn't know how to address Yu Tong as such, so he asked for the next best thing, and answered as if he was talking to Yu Qingtian. Yes, this old man has also benefited greatly this time." Only then did Yu Hua remember Yu Tong's question, and he hurriedly interrupted, "However, this old man can't compare to senior brother Yu Feng. My foundation was poor before, but if I can receive the sect master's guidance, it's possible for me to condense my core within 10 years. Not bad." Yu Tong nodded with a smile, then turned to look at the 6 people under Yu Hua, and asked, "What about the 6 uncles, Yu Lei, Yu Jian, Yu Yun, Yu Tu, Yu Mu, and Yu Jin? Have they improved as well?" The 6 late foundation establishment disciples of the Yu family hesitated slightly. 5 of them also cupped their fists and spoke in the same tone as Yu Feng. Yu Lei coldly said, "Yu Tong, you are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This old man doesn't know what agreement you have with the sect leader, but this old man can only report the progress of my cultivation to the sect leader. It is not convenient for me to explain it to you." Yu Tong wasn't angry. Looking at the man who was like an iron tower, he laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't tell me, Grandmaster Yu Lei. However, if the 9 elders of the late foundation establishment stage were able to benefit from Shi Qingjin's opportunity, then the numerous disciples under the elders would definitely be able to benefit even more. Then, Sect Master Yu Qingtian's death will also be rewarded. What? The Sect Master is dead? The 9 elders were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could Yu Qingtian die in this golden Brahma formation? Not far behind Yu Bing, Yu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly thought of Xiao Hua. However, his eyes swept across the crowd, and he immediately turned his head to whisper to a disciple of the same cultivation. That was no different from an ordinary person whispering. Chapter 26-23. Ahem, Yu Bing coughed when she heard the commotion in the square. She shouted, "Shut up, all of you. Now is not the time for us to be sad and discuss. Let's listen to fellow Taoist Yu Tong's explanation and see how our sect master fell so that we can avenge him. Moreover, our fallen Gold Mountains Yu family is a cultivation family that has been standing on the Dawn Rain continent for tens of thousands of years. We have the bloodline of a true tiger, so why can't we face everything calmly? That's right. There are many storms on the Dawn Rain continent, but didn't our Yu family overcome them all?" Yu Hua didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Although Sect Master Yu Qingtian has passed away, our Yu family has so many outstanding disciples. Why should we worry about not having outstanding disciples? Why should we worry about not being able to lead our Yu family to the peak again? Yes, both senior brothers are right. However, we should first allow Yu Tong to explain the reason for this matter. The 9 of us will first have a discussion and send away the various fellow Taoists who participated in the Midas Touch. We will first return to Falling Gold Mountain from the Sword Tomb before discussing the future development of the Yu family." Yu Lei even pushed Yu Tong out of the Yu family. Hearing this, Yu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and said with some difficulty, "The current situation is indeed to let Yu Tong explain the matter clearly. However, this old man feels that if we don't choose a new sect master here, how will we deal with the Golden Brahma formation? How will we return to the fallen Gold Mountain?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yu Tong. Obviously, Yu Hua regarded Yu Tong as his biggest supporter. Let fellow Taoist Yu Tong explain the reason first. Yu Bing snorted and said, "As for who will be the new sect master, we can put it aside first." Yu Tong stood in the air and looked at the 9 elders with interest, as if he was trying to figure out something. "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong." Yu Bing looked at Yu Tong, who was still flying in the air, and said unhappily, "You'd better come down and tell us in detail how our Lord Sect Master fell." "Okay." Yu Tong seemed to be very obedient. He immediately flew in front of everyone and said, "Granduncles, brothers, you know that Sect Master Yu Qingtian was injured by the Sword Spirit when he was refining the Sword Spirit to help you carry out the Midas Touch project." As he spoke, Yu Tong didn't conceal anything and recounted the entire story. However, he didn't mention Xiao Hua. After all, Xiao Hua's stone striking token was personally given to him by Yu Tong. Although Xiao Hua came a few decades later, he still came. Moreover, the main culprit was Yu Tong himself. Yu Bing, Yu Dong, and Yu Ping had merely been negligent. As for Zhang Yuha's name, as well as the great Yin Yang 6 Directions Sword Spirit and other sword cultivators' names, he did not mention a single word. He only said that he had sacrificially refined an extremely powerful sword spirit. What about the sword spirit? When Yu Bing heard that the sword spirit could actually kill Yu Qingtian, her face was already filled with shock. While she was puzzled by Yu Qingtian's daring plan, she hurriedly asked. Yu Hua glared at Yu Bing. This was also what he wanted to ask, but he didn't expect Yu Bing to ask first. It made him feel as if the position of Lord Sect Master had fallen on Yu Bing's head. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Naturally, it's there. Yu Tong pointed to the sky. It turned out that above the silver-white sky, there was a colorful cocoon of light. It how did it get sacrificially refined again? Or, did it itself? Yu Bing's eyes narrowed as she asked in a low voice, somewhat shocked. Naturally, it was sacrificially refined by this disciple. Yu Tong's words shocked the 9 elders present. Everyone looked at Yu Tong, who was only at the early gold core stage, in disbelief. Yu Tong. Yu Bing seemed to have found a flaw and hurriedly asked, since, you can sacrifice the sword spirit, when Lord Sect Master was attacked, where were you? Naturally, I was in another array for sacrificially refining the sword spirit. Yu Tong frowned slightly and explained, I followed Lord Sect Master's instructions and assisted him in sacrificially refining the sword spirit. However, when the sword spirit was completed, Lord Sect Master was killed by the sword spirit's backlash. As for the sword spirit, because it was anxious to get rid of Lord Sect Master's restriction, something went wrong during the sacrificially refining. That was why I restricted it instead. Yu Tong's explanation was actually very vague, and the group of elders at the late Foundation establishment stage didn't understand at all. However, they couldn't pursue the matter. After looking at each other, Yu Bing said with some difficulty, fellow Taoist Yu Tong, you are a disciple of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Now that Lord Sect Master has asked you to assist him in sacrificially refining the sword spirit, we all know that. However, this sword spirit has been sacrificially refined to this extent. How should we deal with it? I wonder, did Lord Sect Master have any instructions before he left? Yu Bing's words were hesitant. In fact, in his opinion, since the sword spirit was being sacrificially refined in the Buddhist gold great array and was ordered by Yu Qing Tian, the sword spirit should belong to the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. However, Yu Tong was now an early gold core stage cultivator. Although the 9 elders were all at the late Foundation establishment stage, they might not necessarily be unable to fight Yu Tong. But thinking about the relationship between Yu Hua and Yu Tong, and the fact that they had lost 2 elders, the remaining 7 of them didn't have much confidence in fighting a gold core stage cultivator. That was why he used a probing tone, and his tone was full of concessions. Obviously, if Yu Tong said that the sword spirit was his, Yu Bing would definitely not deny it. Hearing the faint compromise in Yu Bing's words, Yu Tong said with a smile, Lord Sect Master did have instructions. However, it doesn't involve the sword spirit. The sword spirit naturally belongs to the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Oh. Yu Bing was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Hua immediately shouted, Yu Tong, what did Lord Sect Master say before he died? You have to be honest and tell me everything. At this point, Yu Hua's heart was beating uncontrollably, and his brandy nose was even redder. Lord Sect Master's instructions before he died were naturally related to the new Sect Master. Yu Tong said with a smile, there's no doubt about this. I also want to tell the 9 elders personally. Since Lord Sect Master had his last words, you should have said it earlier. Yu Lei said unhappily, you looked quite honest in Fallen Gold Mountain when you were young. How did you become so cunning after joining the Rinsing Flower sect? Yu Lei spoke in a low, muffled voice, not forgetting to glare at Yu Hua. Yes, it's all this disciple's fault. This disciple should have told the elders earlier. Yu Tong cupped his hands and said, actually, Sect Master Yu Qingtian's death was very sudden. This disciple didn't have time to rescue him. He shouted at the restriction this disciple was in. What did he shout? Everyone straightened their necks, waiting for Yu Tong to speak. However, Yu Tong hesitated at this point, and Yu Hua couldn't help but urge him. This. Yu Tong was a little shy, and his pink face was a little red. He said in a low voice, Lord Sect Master shouted, Yu Tong, if you escape from the sword spirit, the position of Fallen Gold Mountain Sect Master will be handed over to you. Ah. What? Yu Tong. Lord Sect Master actually gave such an order. Not only was Yu Hua surprised, but Yu Bing, Yu Feng, and everyone else were also surprised. They never thought that Yuqing Tian would actually hand over the position of sect master to Yu Tong. This golden core disciple who had long been a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect. Yu Tong's heart was also filled with mixed feelings, and he was extremely bitter. In fact, long before the real tiger bloodline in his body had awakened, the real tiger celestial body had condensed, and he could control the Buddhist gold formation with ease. Yuqing Tian had already intended to hand over the position of the next sect master to Yu Tong. However, one reason was that Yu Tong was refining the sword spirit, and both Yuqing Tian and Yu Tong were hiding it from Zhang Yuhe. Secondly, just as Yu Hua and the others thought, although Yu Tong had the bloodline of fallen Gold Mountain, he was after all a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect. Yu Hua, Yu Bing, and the other elders were not Yuqing Tian. If they knew the secret of their clan, they would definitely object. If Yuqing Tian didn't handle it well, it would cause a split in fallen Gold Mountain, which was the most fatal thing for a cultivation family. Thirdly, Yuqing Tian had just reached the early golden core stage, and his lifespan had increased. He was in the prime of his life, so he didn't need to force himself to be the next sect master. Therefore, although Yuqing Tian had already revealed it to Yu Tong, and even discussed the future development of the Yu family with Yu Tong, he didn't announce it to the public. In particular, with the refining of the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit, Yu Tong's cultivation had become more and more refined, and he was almost close to the nascent soul stage at the final stage. This made Yuqing Tian even more determined to make Yu Tong the next sect master. Usually, when he addressed Yu Tong, he wouldn't let Yu Tong call him great-grandfather. Of course, Yu Tong was proud and arrogant, and he didn't care about the position of the sect master of the Yu family on fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore, he didn't force it, and was even a little lazy and perfunctory. He knew very well that once he became the next sect master of the Yu family on fallen Gold Mountain, his development in the Rinsing Flower sect would be limited. Anyone could weigh which was more important between the Rinsing Flower sect and the fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore, he still called Yuqing Tian great-grandfather on the pretext of deceiving Zhang Yuhe. Yuqing Tian knew it, but the more it was so, the more Yuqing Tian wanted to help Yu Tong on the fallen Gold Mountain's boat. However, all of Yuqing Tian's plans and Yu Tong's ambitions were disrupted by Xiao Hua during the blood sacrifice, and were killed by Zhang Yuhe. The current Yu Tong was no longer the Yu Tong of the past. He had more considerations and more plans. Since Yuqing Tian had made it clear earlier, he didn't lie when he said that Yuqing Tian had handed over the fallen Gold Mountain to him when he died. From his point of view, this was an opportunity for the fallen Gold Mountain. However, while this was what he thought, Yu Bing and the others didn't think so. Absolutely impossible. Yu Lei wasn't as calm as Yu Bing and the others. He immediately jumped up. Chapter 26-24. Yu Lei pointed at Yu Tong and shouted, "Yu Tong, although your cultivation is at the gold core stage and you are also of my fallen Gold Mountain's bloodline, you have already joined the Rinsing Flower sect. The reason why you came back was because Lord Sect Master asked for your help as a fellow Taoist. It's not like my fallen Gold Mountain has never done such a thing before." Just now, senior brother Yu Bing had already made it clear that this sword spirit is your reward from fallen Gold Mountain. You only need to take this sword spirit back to Huanhua sect. My fallen Gold Mountain's internal affairs will be handled by my fallen Gold Mountain. Yu Tong. Yu Hua's heart sank, but he still asked tentatively, "Sect Master. Did he really give such an order? Not someone else?" He really wanted to send a voice transmission to ask what this little child who had been sent to the Huanhua sect was thinking. Yu Tong didn't look like a stupid person. Why didn't he know that a disciple of the Huanhua sect couldn't become the sect master of fallen Gold Mountain? And he himself. Yu Tong was Yu Tong's benefactor, and they were usually very close. His position as an elder was given to him by Yuqing Tian because of Yu Tong. Yu Tong only had to say that the sect master had given the position to Yu Hua, then everything would be fine. He couldn't not treat Yu Tong well. Besides the privileges of being the sect master, he could provide Yu Tong with all the conveniences of fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore, Yu Hua couldn't understand why Yu Tong didn't say so. Yu Tong said to Yu Hua with embarrassment, "Granduncle, the sect master did say so. This disciple can't change it." "Humph, who would believe a one-sided story?" Yu Lei glanced at the gloomy Yu Bing and coldly snorted. He then casually added, "Unless you swear a blood oath. Only then can this old man." Old 7. Yu Bing glared and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? We fallen Gold Mountain are all people who value our reputation. The blood oath we make is naturally trustworthy. However, there are too many people in the Xiaoyu continent who don't mean what they say. Even if it's a blood oath, how many people can it restrain?" Yu Hua's words were quite suspicious. Even Yu Hua felt uncomfortable when he heard it. What kind of relationship does Yu Tong have with the sect master? Do you understand? Yu Hua's character changed extremely quickly, and he immediately sneered. He abandoned his cultivation in the Rinsing Flower sect and came to the Sword Tomb. He even refined a sword spirit with the sect master for dozens of years. If we don't believe his words, who else can we believe? This old man is the first to believe in the Jade system. There's no need for any blood oath. Yu Bing's face was a little ashen as she coldly swept her gaze over Yu Yun and the others. These 6 people all had different expressions on their faces, but it was obvious that they knew that they were not contenders for the position of sect leader and had no intention of getting involved. They only wanted to see the truth of the matter before making a decision. This kind of person. It would be a compliment to say that he's loyal to the truth. To put it bluntly, he's just a fence-sitter. Yu Bing knew in her heart that if she hadn't brought out more evidence, even if Yu Tong's words couldn't be trusted, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the position of sect master. However, Yu Bing's mind quickly turned and she slightly clenched her teeth, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Yu Tong insists that you are the chosen sect master before his death, even if we have objections, I'm afraid we can't discuss it in detail in the Sword Tomb. In this old man's opinion, we should withdraw this Buddhist golden formation as soon as possible and return to the fallen Gold Mountain." At this point, Yu Bing anxiously said, "That's right, I ask fellow Taoist Yu Tong to hand over the ancestral magic weapon of my fallen Gold Mountain clan. The 9 of us elders will take turns to safeguard it. Once the sect master has been selected, we'll hand it over to the new sect master in the ancestral hall of our fallen Gold Mountain." This. Yu Tong was somewhat at a loss for words. When Xiao Hua took Silver Tiger away, he was aware of it. He even secretly wanted to send Silver Tiger somewhere else, but he didn't expect that Xiao Hua would not hesitate at all. He cleanly put Silver Tiger into the space, leaving him no chance at all. At that time, he didn't have the confidence to kill Zhang Yuhe in one blow, so naturally he couldn't show himself. At this time, Xiao Hua was under the protection of the Heavenly True Water in the Heavenly Stars formation, so how could Yu Tong take out the Silver Tiger? Seeing Yu Tong hesitate, Yu Bing's eyes turned and he coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong, you're now a golden core cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that you have the bloodline of the fallen Gold Mountain, this old man would have to address you as a junior. Since you are a gold core disciple of my falling Gold Mountain, then you should know the importance of magic tools to my falling Gold Mountain, and also to the new sect master. Previously, you said that when the sect master died, only you and the sword spirit were present. Now that the sword spirit has been refined by you, even if the sword spirit took away the Silver Tiger, I believe fellow Taoist can still take it out, right?" Although Yu Bing didn't say that Yu Tong took the Silver Tiger and didn't return it, every word implied that Yu Tong took the Silver Tiger and forced him to hand it over. Old Yu Bing. Yu Hua saw Yu Tong hesitate and his heart thumped. He hurriedly scolded Yu Bing, "Who is Yu Tong? He's a golden core cultivator. How could he covet my fallen Gold Mountain's magic weapon? Moreover, he's the sect master's designated candidate for the new sect master. This magic weapon belongs to him. It doesn't matter if he takes it out or not. Besides, How can the 9 of us elders take turns guarding the magic weapon? In this old man's opinion, it's better to let Yutong keep it himself. We won't take it from anyone. Yu Bing laughed as if he sensed something. He was already suspicious because he didn't see Yu Qingtian's corpse. Now, he was even more certain. He bowed to Yutong and said, "This old man knows that fellow Taoist Yutong is a golden core cultivator and is very trustworthy. You definitely won't deceive us Foundation establishment disciples. How about this, fellow Taoist Yutong will keep the magic weapon. However, you have to let us see Sect Master Yu Qingtian's corpse and the location of the magic weapon, right?" Right. Yu Lei clamored, "If he doesn't take it out, then he's hiding it himself. If he doesn't take it out, then Sect Master's words were all made up by him." "Yu Lei." Yu Bing hurriedly scolded, "Don't be rude. Although Yutong is a junior of our fallen Gold Mountain, he's now a Golden Core senior of the Washed Flower sect." Yutong's face was flushed at first. Later, it turned green and red, similar to the sword spirit he had refined. At this moment it was even more ashen. However, with Yu Lei's clamor, his face slowly turned white and gradually turned red. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile again. He waved his hand and said, "Good. Since you want to see the magic weapon, I'll show it to you." As he spoke, Yutong pointed at the light cocoon high in the sky and seemed to be chanting something. "Quick!" Yutong shouted. The green and red brilliance on the light cocoon flourished, and a green and red sword light rushed down like a waterfall, slashing toward Yu Lei. Oh, this is bad. Yu Lei didn't expect Yutong to suddenly attack. At this time, there were tens of thousands of fallen Gold Mountain disciples in the Fan Jin formation. He also had several elders by his side. No matter how much of a Golden Core practitioner Yutong was, he couldn't really kill him. However, when he saw the sword light flying down, he immediately understood that he had misjudged Yutong's intentions. "Eldest senior brother, help me!" Yu Lei shouted. His hands were not slow either. In an instant, he touched his storage bag and slapped his forehead with his other hand, as if he was going to take out some magic weapon. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as the great Yin-Yang 6 Directions sword spirit. The sword light was even faster than lightning. It flashed in front of everyone's eyes and circled around Yu Lei's neck. Yu Lei's neck flashed faintly, and his big head flew off from his body. Blood gushed out several feet with a poof sound. Ah! The elders and tens of thousands of spectating disciples turned pale with fright and cried out in unison. "Yutong, you dare!" Yu Bing was even more furious. He had been worried that Yutong would attack and had been scolding Yu Lei to be patient. He really didn't expect Yutong to attack without any warning. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he didn't expect Yutong's cultivation to be so high. Or rather, the great Yin-Yang 6 Directions sword spirit was so powerful. In his opinion, the 7 of them might be able to fight Yutong with the Fan Jin formation. Even the tens of thousands of fallen Gold Mountain disciples might be able to help them. But he never imagined that Yu Lei, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, would be killed by this strange sword light without any ability to fight back. This was not the method of an early Golden Core practitioner. However, when Yu Bing roared and slapped his forehead, a small flying sword flew out from his mouth and nose. When he saw Yu Hua's cold smile and Yu Yun's terrified expression, his heart turned cold. Seeing Yutong's cold eyes looking at him, Yu Bing pointed his finger. "Quick!" The flying sword suddenly enlarged and turned into a silver-white stream of light that flew towards Yutong. At the same time, he made a hand seal and also used the metal escape technique. With a flash of silver light, Yu Bing's figure disappeared. "Quick! Guard the door and don't let this traitor of fallen Gold Mountain escape." Yu Hua also didn't expect Yu Bing's metal escape technique to be cultivated to such a level. His expression changed greatly and he hurriedly ordered the disciples behind him. Ha ha ha. As the sect master said, there really are people in my fallen gold mountain who didn't listen to his last words. Yu Tong wasn't nervous at all. He laughed and pointed with his finger. Gee, the two green and red sword lights flew across the sky at a speed that no one could catch. They flew toward the sword spirit above everyone's heads at a speed that no one could catch. Ah, seeing the sword lights fly around in the air, Yu Bing's scream rang out. Then, his figure appeared where the sword lights were. As he appeared, his large head was also cut off by the great yin-yang six-directions sword spirit. Blood spurted several feet into the air and Yu Bing's headless corpse fell on the square. Chapter 26-25. Seeing Yu Tong easily kill Yu Bing while she was using metal walk, all the disciples of Fallen Gold Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air as their faces turned pale. These disciples weren't idiots, how could they not know the meaning behind Yu Tong's sudden move? Humph! Seeing Yu Bing's corpse lying in a pool of blood, Yu Tong let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger and the two sword lights returned to the light cocoon. He then slapped his forehead with his right hand and shook his shoulder. He said calmly, if it wasn't for the sect leader's dying wish, would I care about the sect leader's position? As he spoke, he released his spiritual aura that was close to that of a nascent soul cultivator and covered the entire square. All the disciples of Fallen Gold Mountain couldn't help but tremble. The aura-refining disciples had long since knelt on the ground with a plop. The legs of the early stage and middle stage foundation building disciples were also trembling. Only the 7 late foundation establishment elders were still trembling. They quickly released their own aura to hold on. However, as Yu Tong released his true tiger avatar, its wings flapped and countless silver lights bloomed. Apart from the center of the square where the tens of thousands of disciples were standing, the rest of the square began to twist and turn, forming all kinds of patterns that revolved around Yu Tong's avatar. Yu Tong's words were like celestial music to everyone's ears. Greetings, sect leader. Yu Hua's reaction was so fast. Seeing Yu Tong's ability and the golden array under his control, he didn't hesitate and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and shouting. The many disciples behind Yu Hua, including Yu Ping and Yu Dong, couldn't hold on any longer and also shouted, Greetings, sect leader. Seeing Yu Hua like this, Yu Feng and the other elders knew that the situation was over. They also felt fear in their hearts and hurriedly knelt down, greeting the sect leader. Forget it. The coldness on Yu Tong's face gradually melted, replaced by a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura and said, Sect leader has already told me about this matter, but I felt that it wasn't appropriate to do it so early. I wanted to let you communicate more with the elders. With my cultivation, I also have great achievements in the cleansing flower sect. How could I be reluctant to part with this small fallen gold mountain? However, I didn't dare to disappoint the sect leader before he died, so I reluctantly nodded. This Yu Lei and Yu Bing have really gone too far. This sect master originally wanted to have a peaceful discussion with all the elders and abide by the clan rules of Fallen Gold Mountain. However, they kept saying that this sect master had to swear a blood oath, and kept saying that this sect master wanted to form a mystic instrument. This sect master has long awakened the true tiger bloodline of Fallen Gold Mountain. Is there still a need for a mystic instrument? The entire Brahma Gold Great Array is already under my control. General Yu Tong pointed at the two corpses and said coldly, how can this sect tolerate such rebellious people? If they're in the future, it's better to cut the Gordian knot. Elders, don't you think so? Yes. Yu Hua was the first to speak. Sect leader, you're too wise. I've long felt that Yu Bing's actions were a bit strange. In these decades, he's colluded with too many people outside the Sword Tomb. Perhaps he was the one who leaked the information about my Fallen Gold Mountain's Midas touch. Yu Feng and the others looked at each other. They naturally wouldn't add insult to injury like Yu Hua. They could only smile apologetically and say, Sect leader, you're absolutely worthy of our respect. With your cultivation, you're still the sect leader of our fallen gold mountain. Indeed, it's more than enough. The former sect leader's vision is really sharp. It's fine as long as you're convinced. Yutong shook his shoulders again and withdrew his Dharma body. He nodded and said, if we spoke properly, why would I be like this? It's all because of a bit of greed in my heart. Yes, yes. Yu Hua and the others hurriedly nodded. No one dared to mention the silver tiger magic tool again. Elder Yu Hua. Yutong was very satisfied and ordered. What instructions does sect leader have? Yu Hua asked respectfully. The 9 great elders are the rules of our fallen gold mountain. Recommend 2. Yutong said indifferently. Yu Hua was stunned. Then, his eyes turned and he said with a smile, from what this old man sees, Yu Ping is very good. Although his cultivation is slightly weaker, he does things seriously and is extremely loyal to our fallen gold mountain. As for the second person, this old man doesn't have a particularly good candidate in mind. I'd better ask senior apprentice brother Feng and the others to recommend. Cultivation isn't a problem. In the future, under this sect's leadership, you all can reach golden core. Yutong waved his hand and said without any modesty. It's decided then. Yu Ping will fill in the position of elder. As for the other person, you all just have to inform this sect after discussing it. Many thanks, sect leader. Yu Ping, who was far away, was surprised. He practically couldn't believe his ears. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Yu Hua would recommend him. This, even if Yu Bing was alive, it definitely wouldn't be his turn, right? After Yutong finished speaking, he came to his senses and immediately knelt on the ground with tears of gratitude, shouting with all his might. Get up. Yutong waved his hand and ordered, the 9 of you will discuss and deal with the internal affairs of the clan. You don't have to report everything to this sect, unless there's something big that you all can't decide. As for the matters that sect leader Yuqing Tian had previously decided, everything will go on as usual. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yu Hua was the first to bow, feeling very happy in his heart. Although Yutong didn't appoint him as the great elder and gave him the right to make decisions, the other 6 people all saw Yutong's attitude towards him. Moreover, Yu Ping was recommended by him, so how could he not listen to him? As an elder who wasn't the sect leader, he was probably similar to the previous sect leader. Besides, Yutong was a disciple of the Huanhua sect. How long could he stay in Fallen Gold Mountain? When he wasn't around, was he the uncrowned sect leader? When the other 6 elders heard this, their hearts also relaxed. Yutong didn't care about trivial matters. Although he would let Yu Hua take charge, Yu Hua wouldn't jump into the fire pit with Fallen Gold Mountain, right? He wouldn't destroy a perfectly fine Fallen Gold Mountain, would he? Since the bloodline of the Yu family could be passed down and even flourished in the hands of Yutong, who had awakened his bloodline, what did these elders have to worry about? Tidy up and do what you have to do. You and the other elders will deal with everything here. Yutong waved his hand and said, remember, the matter of this sect leader taking over Fallen Gold Mountain must be kept a secret. None of this can be leaked out. Yes, we understand. Yu Hua and the others bowed and replied. The tens of thousands of disciples of Fallen Gold Mountain were stunned by Yutong's thunderous methods. Under the urging of the 8 elders, they slowly left the square. Although no one dared to whisper, there were all kinds of different expressions in their eyes. Not to mention that Yu Hua's disciples knew that they had a backer and would benefit a lot in the future. Yu Bing's disciples saw that Yutong didn't hesitate to use Yu Ping. They obviously didn't care about Yu Bing's opposition to him and wouldn't favor one over the other just because of Yu Bing. Just by looking at the excitement in the eyes of the majority of these disciples, it was obvious that they had high expectations for Yutong as the new sect leader. That's right, This was a sect leader comparable to a Yuaning cultivator and a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This was an opportunity that Fallen Gold Mountain didn't have before. With Yutong's position in the Huanhua sect rising, Fallen Gold Mountain could easily unite with the Huanhua sect. Perhaps with the support of the Huanhua sect, they could even establish a sect. On the Dawn Rain continent, it was easy to establish a sect. For example, Zhongharan or Zhongharan could establish a sect after obtaining some resources and disciples. But if it was a large sect like the Huanhua sect or the Imperial Thunder sect, it wouldn't be easy. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxiao's Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't have shown its banner on Dawn Rain mainland until now. If they established a small sect like Shang Huaming and the 100 Herbs sect, Fallen Gold Mountain wouldn't be enough to be mocked by others. Now that they had a Yuaning cultivator like Yutong, Fallen Gold Mountain could establish a medium-sized sect with more than enough to spare. Even some clever disciples didn't think so much. They had already realized the meaning of Yutong's words at the beginning. When Yutong met the group of Fallen Gold Mountain disciples, he didn't say that he had received Yu Qingtian's last words. Instead, he directly asked them about their cultivation progress during the Midas touch. At that time, everyone didn't understand and thought that Yutong was just exchanging pleasantries. But now that they thought about it carefully, it wasn't polite at all. It was showing their gratitude. This was telling the Fallen Gold Mountain disciples that their cultivation progress was due to the sect's credit. It was a pity that the group of disciples was at a loss. The 9 elders were thinking about the position of sect master, so they had already cast aside these words with great meaning. No one thought about it carefully. If Yu Bing and Yu Lei were a little more attentive, they probably wouldn't have died on the spot. Since Yutong could perform the Midas touch and help these disciples improve their cultivation, and the power of the bloodline displayed by Yutong just now was obvious to everyone. Yutong was a disciple of Fallen Gold Mountain, and so were these cultivators. If everyone could awaken their bloodline, even if they weren't as talented as Yutong, they only needed 50%, no, even 10%, then, they would still be incomparably powerful. If Yutong became the sect master of Fallen Gold Mountain, it would be 100 times better than Yu Bing, Yu Hua, and the others. The future of Fallen Gold Mountain. Damn it, it was simply immeasurable. The first to realize this was obviously a very small number of disciples, and this thought would soon spread throughout the entire Fallen Gold Mountain. Coupled with Yutong's thunderous means just now, who could still compete with Yutong for the position of sect master? Who would still be rebellious in their hearts? Yutong stood quietly on the square and watched the disciples disperse like a lonely cold star. The rapid noise receded like the tide, but when he heard it, his heart was burning. He looked at his own young hands, then at his own robust body, and almost howled at the sky. This was a gift from the heavens, how could he not make good use of it? Chapter 26-26. Although Yutong did not release his divine sense, the Dharma body he had just released floated slightly on the surface of his body, allowing him to clearly see the entire Buddhist gold grade array. He could also clearly see the faces of the dozens of disciples who had understood his meaning earlier. These disciples were all clever people, and they were the pillars of Fallen Gold Mountain's future development. They were also the right-hand men that Yutong would focus on training in the future. Perhaps this old man. Cough cough, this young master will have to do a good job. Yutong smiled and raised his head to look at the 2 sword gourds that were gradually closing in. Elder Yu Hua and Elder Yu Ping, come over here. Only after everyone had left and the 8 elders had walked to the left side of the corridor did Yutong speak up. Yu Hua and Yu Ping looked at each other with a trace of confusion in their eyes. However, the 2 of them did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around and walked in front of Yutong. The 2 of them bowed together and said, Lord Sect Master, do you have any orders? The position of Fallen Gold Mountain Sect Master is extraordinary. You don't know the meaning behind it for the time being, but you will naturally understand after this Sect Master reveals the inheritance of Fallen Gold Mountain. Yutong ordered, therefore, this sect master's inauguration ceremony cannot be delayed. Although this sect master does not want the Huanhua sect to know, this matter of reporting to the ancestors still has to be done. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yu Hua immediately bowed and said, this subordinate will handle this matter. This subordinate will dispatch the disciples to Falling Gold Mountain to prepare. When we return to Falling Gold Mountain, the sect master's inauguration ceremony will be held. An. You are an elder of Falling Gold Mountain, so please take care of this matter. Yu Tong nodded. This sect master will also assign the tasks that the other elders have to do. Falling Gold Mountain is still small, but Dawn Rain Continent is so big. As long as we work together, it will be easy to roam the Dawn Rain Continent. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yu Hua's heart trembled. He knew what Yu Tong was referring to and hurriedly said, this subordinate will definitely be loyal to sect master in Falling Gold Mountain. I will not have any dirty thoughts with the other elders. And, it's good that you know. Yu Tong said faintly, I promise that all of you will step into the Golden Core realm within 5 years. With the cultivation of a Golden Core and the lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator, those worldly tricks are nothing. Wait until you reach my cultivation level, then you will know what I am thinking. Yu Tong immediately threw out the promise of Golden Core and the allure of nascent soul. Yu Hua's heart was ignited and he bowed, I understand. Sect Master, please watch my actions in the future. In addition, my Falling Gold Mountain's Midas Touch plan in the Sword Tomb has been successfully completed. This place has already attracted the attention of other cultivators. Furthermore, the battle between the Sword Cultivators and the Dao Sect Cultivators is nearby. It would be unwise for us to remain here. Elder Jade Fire, from now on, you and the other 6 elders will send disciples back to Falling Gold Mountain in batches. Remember, do not attract the attention of Sword Cultivators and Cultivators. Yu Tong instructed again. Yes, I understand. I will take care of it with Yu Feng and the rest. Yu Hua said respectfully, the previous sect master has already made arrangements for this matter. It will definitely not attract the attention of others. Good. Yu Tong nodded, then looked at Yu Ping and smiled. Yu Ping, regarding Elder Yu Bing's matter, I am also helpless. I understand. Yu Ping hurriedly said, Sect Master has received the previous Sect Master's last words, but, there will always be some obstacles. Sect Master's actions, Yu Ping's skin was far less thick than Yu Hua's. When he said these words that were not against his heart but still made his face burn, he actually stuttered like Yu Dong. Fortunately, Yu Tong did not wait for him to finish speaking. He smiled and waved his hand. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. People like us who want to achieve great things have to do many things that we are helpless against. When the day comes that Elder Yu Ping has no other choice, you will naturally understand my current feelings. There is no need to say those words. Yes. Yu Ping secretly wiped his sweat, thinking that Yu Tong had called him over to comfort him. Who would have thought that Yu Tong would immediately take out a blank jade slip, as if he had written something on it and handed it to Yu Ping, saying, these are some of my Fallen Gold Mountain's outstanding disciples. You should train them well, regardless of their cultivation, just give them more opportunities. Yes. Yu Ping was very surprised and even glanced at Yu Hua. Nurturing the new sect master's direct disciples was the most important thing for Yu Tong. This kind of crucial matter had always been handled by the sect master's direct disciples. It seemed that he was far from being enough. Yu Hua, who had just been moved by Yu Tong's words, saw Yu Ping looking at him and smiled. Yu Ping, this is the sect master's trust in you. You must do this well. Yes, I understand. I will do my best. Yu Ping gratefully put away the jade slip. Elder Yu Hua. Yu Tong was very satisfied and ordered, most of the disciples from the other sects who are participating in the Midas Touch project are from the Washed Flower sect. There are also some who are related to my fallen gold mountain by marriage. This sect master will not appear. Take this sect master and send them out. Sect master Yuqing Tian has already arranged for what they promise to do in the future. You only need to do as he says. Yes, this subordinate is the best at this. Yu Hua said with a smile, this subordinate will go over now. They cannot know about the sect master's matters. Also, bring Yun Jichong here. Yu Tong added. Yes. Yu Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. When he saw Yu Tong waving his hand, he hurriedly left with Yu Ping. Not long after, Yun Jichong was led by a fallen gold mountain disciple to Yu Tong. The disciple bowed and wanted to greet the sect master, but he was afraid that Yun Jichong would hear him. He could only open his mouth and not say anything. Yu Tong was very happy to see that this disciple had listened to his instructions and even risked losing etiquette to protect him from leaking the news that he was the sect master. He nodded warmly at the disciple and asked, "What is your name?" When the disciple said his name, Yu Tong waved his hand and said with a smile, "You are very good. Go." Many thanks. The disciple seemed to be a clever person. He only said a word of thanks and turned to leave. Yun Guichong saw the jade token from afar and was very surprised. However, after a moment, he understood. After that, a trace of bitterness and helplessness rose in his heart. He had passed the washed flower sect's disciple selection test with Yu Tong and Mo Yang. He had clearly heard Xiao Hua's words in the washed flower sect's main hall that day. He did not think that Xiao Hua's words were false. He also believed that Yu Tong must have entered the washed flower sect through some unknown means. However, what was so strange about this? Cultivation families had always been inextricably linked with cultivation sections. Xiao Hua was unlucky to have met Yu Tong. Yun Jichong did not think much of it. After the disciple selection, Yun Jichong used his skills and had a relationship with Yu Tong for a while. He even vaguely wanted to acknowledge Yu Tong as his little brother in front of him. After all, at that time, Yun Jichong was already a cultivator of the 11th layer of the Lianqi realm, much higher than Yu Tong's 4th layer of the Lianqi realm. While Yun Jichong was flattering Yu Tong, he was also inquiring about Yu Tong's bottom line. Yu Tong's response was not beyond Yun Jichong's expectation. He also had the calm attitude of a cultivation family. He was neither repulsed nor very close to Yun Jichong's flattery. He just smiled and said nothing about Yun Jichong's intention to take him in as his subordinate, as if he had not heard it at all. Yun Jichong was a little ashamed and angry. However, when he thought that they were both cultivation families, the fallen gold mountain was not much worse than Su Yan's and Yun's, so he gave up those thoughts and turned to befriend other disciples. Later, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Xiaoyu continent gradually changed, and Yun Jichong's Yanlong blood gradually awakened. During this process, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, far exceeding his own imagination. Even his master, who was in the late stage of the Zhuji realm, did not expect this. Therefore, Yun Jichong put his attention on cultivation, and gradually forgot about this little brother who had joined the washed flower sect with him. Later, Yun Jichong participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although he won first place, he was disgraced by Xiao Hua. After returning to the washed flower sect, he lost face in front of Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia would rather enter the Ice Valley than practice dual cultivation with him, which really made him angry. Then, his Yanlong blood awakened, and the Yanlong Dharmakaya appeared. When this news reached Su Yan's and Yun's families, the sect master was very excited. The sect master of the Yun family specially paid a visit to the washed flower sect to meet Yun Jichong. After seeing Yun Jichong's Dharmakaya, he reached an agreement with the washed flower sect. The Yun family agreed to lend the Yun family's ancestral dragon-repelling ring to Yun Jichong. In other words, the washed flower sect had to find a cultivator who was at least in the late stage of the Jindan realm to be Yun Jichong's master. This request was nothing to the washed flower sect because Yun Jichong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. His original master was only in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Sooner or later, he would have to be replaced. Therefore, the washed flowers sect agreed without hesitation and let Yun Jichong return to Su Yen to receive the Yun family's inherited magic weapon. After Yun Jichong obtained the dragon-repelling ring, he returned to the washed flowers sect. Under the guidance of his master, who was in the late stage of the Jindan realm, he was like a fish in water. In a very short time, he cultivated from the early stage of the foundation establishment realm to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, and then to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. He was a dazzling star. Even Yun Jichong himself had no respect for anyone else. He only compared himself to Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and other extremely famous cultivators. However, he was still brooding about Xiaohua. He had always wanted to meet Xiaohua and embarrass him greatly. Even, he could not rule out killing him. However, his master was no longer the foundation establishment realm cultivator from before. His understanding of the washed flower sect was far beyond his imagination. After a day of cultivation, he saw Yun Jichong's arrogance and mentioned Yutong. When he mentioned Yutong, he was already a Jindan realm cultivator. Chapter 26-27. The news that Yutong had become a gold core practitioner shocked Yun Guichong. He could not believe that the little boy who was at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm was now his martial uncle. Looking at Yun Guichong's shock, his master Jing Xing told him that Yutong had other opportunities. However, like Yun Guichong, he had relied on the power of his family. Yun Guichong relied on Chang Lihao, while Yutong relied on Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch. Of course, Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch was a secret. Only a few people in the Huanhua sect knew about it. Similarly, Yutong's gold core cultivation was only known by a few people in the Huanhua sect. Even Hongxia Fairy had only heard a word or two from Kai Qin. It was not easy for Yun Guichong to know about it. After knowing about Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch plan, Yun Guichong naturally paid attention to it and hinted at it in front of Jing Xing from time to time. Jing Xing did not care about this Midas touch plan, but he could not stand Yun Guichong's pestering. Thinking about it, Yun Guichong was his disciple and he had a good relationship with Falling Gold Mountain. Jing Xing mentioned this to Yu Qingtian. Yu Qingtian naturally agreed to it. Therefore, Yun Guichong took advantage of the battle between the practitioners to come to the sword tomb. Although Yun Guichong only made it to the last blood sacrifice, the effect was obvious. Yun Guichong came out of the cultivation nest and felt that he should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm within a few years. If the bottleneck of the foundation establishment realm was not too difficult, he should be able to step into the gold core realm within 5 years. When he came out of the cultivation nest, the other disciples were led away by Yu Hua with gratitude. They were afraid that there would be a feast waiting for them. However, he was left alone. Yun Guichong thought that Yu Qingtian wanted to see him. He had already prepared a speech of gratitude and was prepared to maintain a good relationship with Falling Gold Mountain. However, now that he saw Yutong, whom he had not seen for many years, in this huge square, he could imagine the awkwardness he felt. The scene of him wanting to take Yutong as his little brother appeared in his mind with extreme clarity. Senior brother Yun, long time no see. Yutong's gaze turned from the disciple who left to Yun Guichong. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting happily. Yun Guichong's awkwardness was instantly dispelled by Yutong's words. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master's apprentice Uncle Yu, you are now a Jindan cultivator, while I am only in the late stage of foundation establishment. According to etiquette, don't mention any bullshit etiquette. Rules are for us to break." Yutong reached out and grabbed Yun Jichong's sleeve. "Back then, you and I joined the Huanhua sect at the same time. I was only able to take a few steps forward in my cultivation because of my ancestors' help. Senior brother Yun has joined the sect now. With senior brother's talent, I'm afraid that you will soon surpass me. If I call you martial uncle now, won't it be too troublesome if I have to change it in the future? This. Yun Guichong was overjoyed, but he still looked troubled. How about this? Yu Tong said with a smile, if senior brother Yun is too difficult, then just call him senior brother. That way, it won't be too difficult to talk to martial uncle Jing in the future. Then. I'll do as you say. Greetings, senior brother Yu. Yun Guichong let out a long sigh of relief and bowed again. Yu Tong returned the bow and said, actually, I don't want to call myself senior brother. Thinking back to the day when you and I first joined the Huanhua sect and how senior brother Yun took care of me, I still feel warm when I think about it. Yun Guichong blushed and hurriedly waved his hand. At that time, I was young and inexperienced. I actually wanted to take care of senior brother Yu with my own ability. Now that I think about it, I'm extremely ashamed. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Oh, why don't you mention it? Yu Tong raised his eyebrows and said, of course, my cultivation was not high enough, so I was isolated and had no one to rely on. Senior brother's kindness came from the bottom of your heart. I am truly grateful. It was only at that time that the concern was real concern. The disciples of the cultivation families should support each other and cultivate to the end. No matter in the past, or now. Yes, senior brother Yu is right. Yun Guichong gradually regained his composure and said with a smile, no matter when, we must work together to create a bright future for the disciples of the cultivation families. Then, he looked left and right. At this time, the sky had long been covered by Yu Tong's fan gene formation, so he could not see the sacrificial sword spirit. The whole square was very spacious, so Yun Guichong did not see anything. He said, I think sect master Yu Qingtian also has the same idea. That's why he allowed us, who are not disciples of the falling gold mountain, to participate in the turning stone into gold plan. I still have to thank him in person for giving me this opportunity. Hearing this, Yu Tong's face changed into a sorrowful one. He nodded heavily and said, if sect master knows about this in the netherworld and hears junior brother Yun's words, he will definitely laugh. His efforts have not been in vain. What? Sect master Yu, has passed away. Yun Guichong opened his mouth again and again. He really did not expect that Yu Qingtian would pass away in just a few days. It seemed, that this was some kind of formation of the falling gold mountain. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. Alas, in order to control the formation, sect master has met with an accident. Yu Tong didn't go into detail. In order to protect all of you, including me, he felt that he had to die. Not even his corpse is left. Yun Guichong's expression turned cold. He looked left and right, then bowed to the empty square and said, Disciple Yun Guichong thanks sect master Yu for his protection. I promised sect master Yu before, and I will definitely do it. Sect master Yu, please smile from the 9 heavens. Yu Tong bowed back and expressed his gratitude. Yun Guichong sighed for a moment and said in a low voice, Senior brother Yu, I wonder who is the current sect master of the falling gold mountain. I hope senior brother Yu can bring me to pay him a visit. Junior brother Yun, do you think this turning stone into gold is very good? Cultivation can be improved quickly, and there are no bad signs. Yu Tong also lowered his voice and said. Yes, I want to have a good chat with this new sect master. If there is such a good thing in the future, I still want to come. Yun Guichong said without hiding anything. The new sect master, is so far away, but so close. Yu Tong said mischievously. After saying that, even he was a little surprised. He did not expect, that he, who had lived for so many years, could still be as lively as Yu Tong was at his age. Senior brother Yu, what do you mean? Senior brother Yu is the sect master of the falling gold mountain. This, seems to be against the rules of our Huanhua sect. At this point, Yun Guichong's face changed from astonishment to panic. Didn't I just say it? Etiquette is for you and me to trample on. Yu Tong laughed. Who said that a Huanhua sect disciple can't be the sect master of the falling gold mountain? Even if there is such a rule, I will change it today. Good. So generous, so ambitious, so good. At this point, Yun Guichong did not know how to describe his excitement. The trace of fear he had just now had long been swept away. Junior brother Yun, do you want to be the sect master of Su Yanyan's family? Yu Tong suddenly asked. This. Yun Guichong's face was extremely awkward. He smiled apologetically and said, I have never thought of this before. Senior brother Yu, I don't know how to answer your question. It's okay, it's okay. In this big world, there are only things you don't think of, but there is nothing you can't do. Yu Tong laughed. Yes. Yun Guichong did not know how to answer, but he carefully looked around and asked, I wonder why senior brother Yu called me here. I have taken over the falling gold mountain today. Naturally, I want to share it with my brothers. Junior brother Yun is my brother, isn't he? Naturally, I have to be the first to tell you about this. Indeed, this is a pleasant surprise. I am very happy for you. Yun Guichong was full of smiles. Of course, this is secondary. The most important thing is what junior brother Yun said just now. Oh. Yun Guichong's heart skipped a beat. He could barely suppress his excitement and almost blurted out to ask when the next Midas touch would be. Of course, he knew that Yu Tong must have a plan for calling him here. Even if he did not ask, Yu Tong would tell him. Sure enough, when Yu Tong saw Yun Guichong's eyes twitch, he said, I know how you feel, but I have to tell you that this Midas touch. I am afraid that you will not be able to have it again in the next 100 years. 100 years? Why? Why is that? Yun Guichong could not help but ask anxiously, is there any difficulty, senior brother? Sigh, I won't tell you about the difficulty. Yu Tong stretched out his hand and said, for this Midas touch opportunity, Sect Master Yu Qing Tian has fallen. Even though I want to, I am powerless now. Yun Guichong could not hide his disappointment. However, what Yu Tong said was the truth. What could he say? However, Yun Guichong's thoughts turned quickly. He smiled and said, Senior brother Yu, if that is the case, you don't have to call me here. Indeed. Yu Tong clapped his hands and laughed. When I took over Falling Gold Mountain, I did learn some of its secrets. I also found out about another method that could increase one's cultivation. However, this method is not suitable for many people. It can only be used by a few people. Moreover, the conditions for the person who can use it are very strict. Therefore, I immediately thought of you, junior brother. Oh. Yun Guichong was shocked again. After thinking for a while, he asked, what is the method that senior brother Yu is talking about? How can I meet the conditions? It is very simple. It is junior brother Yun's real blood meridian. Yu Tong pointed and said, I heard sect master Yu Qing Tian vaguely mention it before. However, his real blood meridian was not activated, so he did not care about it. However, I cannot forget it. After all, this Midas touch is not a long-term solution. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.